Good evening. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. Today is Wednesday, October 28th, 2020. May we have a roll call, please?
Student Director Ramos, Student Director Powell, Director Torres, Director Harris,
Here.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Ng,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Vice President Gonzalez, and President London.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you. At this time, the Board of Education is going to recess into closed session until 5:30. While we're in closed session, we will be discussing labor matters, legal matters, and real property matters. We will return to this Zoom station at 5:30 or as soon thereafter as possible. Thank you very much. We are now recessed to closed session.
And Madam President, I believe Director Torres
Yes. Director Torres, let's note that she is also here, and we will be back at 5:30.
I need another link to the the closed session meeting.
I'll send it to you, Gary.
Thank you. Good evening. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. We are returning from closed session. I apologize for the many people in the community who are here tonight that we have returned a little bit past 5:30. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, on the second attendance roll call, Student Director Ramos, Student Director Powell.
Here.
Present.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Director Torres.
Present.
Okay, Director Harris.
Here.
Director Yee. Director Yee. Director Ng.
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Present.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Here.
And President London.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the regular school board meeting this evening. We will start with our normal check on interpretation needs. To do that, I would like to ask the Zoom administrator to automatically lower everyone's hands. And now I would like to turn it over to Rebecca Walker Marquez to ask if Spanish interpretation is needed for the start of the meeting.
Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Rebeca y mi compañero David y yo vamos a estar haciendo la interpretación al español. Así que si por favor hay alguien que necesite que se le interprete al español, en la parte de abajo de la barrita de su Zoom va a encontrar un símbolo de interpretación. Es como un globo terráqueo, un mundo, y ahí apriete y va a ver una de las opciones dice Spanish, que significa español. Aprieten ahí y ustedes van a poder escuchar lo que se está diciendo en inglés a un volumen muy bajo y lo que se está diciendo en español, o sea, lo mismo pero en español a un nivel más alto. Por favor, escriban en el chat si sí van a necesitar interpretación y de esa manera sabemos que sí se necesita, porque si no, no se anotan en el chat, entonces en esta sección de la Junta no va a haber interpretación, al menos que alguien lo pida. Muchas gracias.
Madam President, no Spanish translation is needed at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Walker Marquez. At this point, I would like to ask Ms. Angel Ho to ask if Cantonese interpretation is needed for the start of the meeting.
各位社區人士好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號，你點擊中文，你就會得到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。多謝。
Okay, Madam President, no translation in Cantonese is needed at this time.
Great. Thank you to our interpreters for being with us this evening. Moving forward, our process tonight will be at the beginning of each item to ask in Spanish and Cantonese that those who need interpretation to raise their hand so that we know that interpretation is requested. If no hands are raised at the beginning of an item for a particular language, then no interpreting will be provided for that item. If no interpreting has been requested for an item by item S, public hearings, then no interpreting will be provided for the rest of the meeting. I'm going to take a few minutes now to cover the usual introductory points as well as a few new ones. First, there are many important items on tonight's agenda, and I would like to highlight a few of them. One of our first items will be to take up a climate emergency action resolution. There are a number of items regarding enrollment, how to ensure equitable access to our schools. One of the biggest items tonight is a presentation on the roadmap for the special education program. We'll also hear about the latest facilities projects funded by Measure J, our 2012 facilities bond, and a first read of a resolution regarding housing for school district staff as well as unsheltered youth. If you are able, I hope that you're able to stay for the entire meeting and provide comment if you're interested in doing so. I also want to note that this meeting is the first one under our new agenda order and structure, which we adopted at our last business meeting on October 14th. The intent of those changes is to improve the ability of families and staff and other community members who want to offer feedback on a specific item without having to stay up late, and also to get to critical items earlier in the meeting when board members, staff, and community members are more alert and can better attend to important decisions. Some of the new features you will notice are: we have added a public comment period at the beginning of the meeting for items that are not on the agenda. So sometimes you want to come and just talk about something that's not on our agenda tonight. You can now do that right up front. And we also at that point will offer a public comment period for items that are on the agenda. So if all you want to do is just come in and say your thing and leave the meeting, you will be able to do that. It's in the agenda now. The board president has the ability to consolidate public comment for all unfinished business items and do the same for all new business items. So basically, when we get to the new business section or the unfinished business section, I have the ability to say, for this section, we're going to take all the public comment at one time, rather than on each individual item. But in general, when we have numerous items under new or unfinished business, we are likely to consolidate public comment for those items. And I can tell you that this evening, that is my intent. So when we get to new business, that would be the point after we ask for interpretation to raise your hand and say, you know, if there's anything in those 9 items that you want to comment on, we're going to do it at the beginning of new business. We will continue to take public comments separately for each public hearing item. We are required to do that under the law. For those who want to wait till the end of the meeting, there will be one final public comment period towards the end of the meeting to cover new legislative matters, board member reports, and agenda building, which is a new section in our agenda. This evening, in addition to the 2 new public comment periods at the beginning of the agenda, I want to let you know that we will also allow public comments specifically on the climate emergency resolution. I know there are many people who are very interested in that. I really want to thank everyone for your patience as we all adjust to this new format. You will see even tonight on the agenda, there's already an adjustment to the format that we're making, hopefully. And if you have thoughts about the new order and structure, please let us know. I'm confident that many of you will do so. For this meeting, as always, we will do our best to take precautions during the meeting. Of course, regardless of what platform we are using, we cannot anticipate what a speaker says, just like with an in-person meeting. If a member of the public says or shows something inappropriate, I will do my best to immediately have it addressed, but please know that doing so is not immediate because microphones and videos are controlled by our staff, not by me. Now for the usual instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom tonight and involving members of the community. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Some staff members are also present. Depending on the screen view, you may even see staff names. Staff will only be on video if they are presenting or responding to board questions. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. There are multiple ways that you can make public comment during the meeting. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Ms. Linda Floyd of our staff will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or if you've called in, it will be by your area code and the last 3 numbers of your phone number. Ms. Floyd will then unmute the person and the person may give public comment. If you are dialing in by phone, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6. After the time has elapsed, Ms. Floyd will remute and move on to the next person. E-comments will also be available during the meeting. To make an e-comment, please go to ousd.org and scroll down to the Legislative Information Center, upcoming events and live meeting video, and click on the e-comment link to submit comments on an agenda item for a meeting in progress. And I want to thank the many, many people who have taken advantage of that feature already for tonight's meeting. We have received many, many comments on different items on the agenda, and it's been really great to see all that. To make public comment in Spanish or Cantonese, please follow these instructions as well. Before starting your public comment, however, state in Spanish or Cantonese that you would like translation. We will then need to get the translator ready for consecutive translation, which means that you'll speak 1 second or phrase at a time and then wait for it to be translated into English. The speaker will, of course, be given extra time. In general, if you're planning to comment tonight, given the large number of the large interest in tonight's meeting, expect that you will have 1 minute. So if you're working on your comments at home right now, you know you want to speak on an item, really think about how you're going to say all that in 60 seconds. It's very, very doable, but you have to have your points written out. If you're a student, this is good practice for your oral communication skills. I'm now going to move to item G, which is a report, a statement of report of actions that we took in closed session tonight. On labor matters, okay, this section has not been filled in. So General Counsel, I'm going to need your help here. On labor matters, item C1, number 201448, conference with labor negotiators, the board gave direction. On legal matters, item C2, number 090502, anticipated litigation, the board gave direction. On item C3, 202003, existing litigation, the board approved a settlement in this matter. Motion by Vice President Gonzalez, second by Director Hinton. It was a unanimous vote. Item C4, 202035, and also C6, 202037 were also the same. The board approved a settlement unanimously. On item C5, number 200741, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, we approved a settlement. Moved by Director Gonzalez, second by Director Torres. It was a 6-1 vote. Director Gonzalez voted no. On real property matters, item C8, 20-2141, the board provided direction. Similarly, on item C9, 201743, conference on real property, we provided direction. That is the end of our report out on closed session, and that concludes section G. We are now moving on to section H. So this is one of the new features of our agenda, which is recognitions and celebrations. This is an opportunity, as I understand it, for board members to talk about anything that's going on that they want to recognize. Does any board member want to offer a recognition or celebration? Vice President Gonzalez, you will have 1 minute. Can we use the timer, please?
Thank you. So I'm really excited to just share a few things happening in District 6. Skyline High School has had record high participation in their back to school nights so far this year. So I guess one of the things that Zoom and online learning is allowing more people to participate in these kinds of school events. So that's been really cool. They also got their new bleachers installed, so no more dangerous bleachers. And I really want to just recognize the student organizing and the parent organizing and our buildings and grounds department for being very responsive to that organizing at Skyline. CCPA has won a grant from the Aspen Institute for Great Middle School Sports Search. They're a finalist, and so potentially they could get more funding and more recognition, but that's very exciting for CCPA. Fremont High School, if people haven't been by there, it looks beautiful. I encourage people to go by and see it. It took a long time, but it looks really great. I'm excited for the students to eventually be back on the campus and enjoying their beautiful new space. And then finally, tonight we're going to get to see the fruits of some of the labor of the Equity Allies parent organizing. They've been really doing good organizing work around these equity enrollment pilots that we're going to be talking about tonight. And so I just really want to acknowledge it because those are hard conversations to have in schools and it takes a lot of courage. So I'm grateful for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. Does anybody else want to offer any recognitions or celebrations? Director Hinton.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I think a month ago or so, through your president's report, you showed a film of the Kleinman students and teachers engaging in distant learning, and I just wanted to follow that up. That has actually been a series on AB7 News, and so there's a recent one that came out just last week, and I'm kind of speaking to our students and the impact of COVID on being an athlete, and just the inability to really play and how that's had some impact, but the resilience of our students and our coaches kind of in this moment. So one, if you want to kind of peek into, I guess, the expose of McClymonds and distance learning, you could check out the ABC News series that's happening. And then just kind of, that a level of, sympathy for all of our student athletes that are having to, find new ways of being and connecting with themselves and being in that zone of greatness and excellence. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? I will just offer that we have had an opportunity in the last several weeks to hold celebrations at several of our schools where we have recently completed major construction work through our bond program, through Measure B, which was approved in 2006, and Measure J in 2012. And yesterday, all videos from the 3 events at McClymonds, Madison Park, and Glenview were placed online. They're great videos. Thank you to our KDOL staff for highlighting that. And tomorrow we will be celebrating our central kitchen at 29th and West with the 1-acre educational farm. So stay tuned for that. And I just also want to thank everybody for how hard everyone is working during this challenging time to really keep our kids engaged. And it is definitely, this is when the village comes into play. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. At this point, we're going to go to item I. Oh, Director Yee, sorry, you weren't on screen and I didn't see you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the 40 participants of a community engagement we did to listen to proposed updates on the strategic plan for the district. Community schools, thriving students is moving forward. We did have a great, interesting presentation and engaging discussion. If anybody would like to see the slide deck or have any comments or feedback or interested in finding out what we talked about, please email me at gary.yee@ousd.org, and I'm happy to send you the deck. Also, I wanted to thank Sequoia School, who'll be coming up for all their advocacy on behalf of the proposed enrollment pilot. I've lost count of the number of emails, but it was somewhere in the range of 80 already. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? I would like to announce that I will be hosting a community forum on Monday night, November 2nd, on the strategic plan. It'll start at 7 o'clock. There should be information on the district's website, or you can email me at jody.london@ousd.org for more information. But I really encourage you to come out, particularly if you live in North Oakland. I know we have a number of people signed up already. So that's my announcement. And I know it's the night before the election. Remember to vote. If you haven't voted already, get your ballot in. If you still need to vote, there's lots of information about it. Go to acgov.org, Alameda County, or League of Women Voters. They can both help you out. Thank you very much. Anything else on this item?
President Lynn, are we on the opportunities for community engagement?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. I have two quick things. We have Budget and Finance Committee meeting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. We're going to be talking about solutions, budget solutions. So if you're interested in weighing in on that conversation, tomorrow night's your opportunity. And then my office hours for November are going to be on November 10th at 4:30. And I'm going to add them to my website, gonzalezforschools.com, so that people can get the link there. It'll also be in my newsletter if you're subscribed to that. So those are my two opportunities for community engagement. Really encourage people to take advantage of these strategic plan engagements, our office hours, and these committee meetings, because often there's a lot more opportunity for back and forth than you get at a 1-minute public comment at a board meeting.
Thank you.
So President London, I was just going to give a shout out to two community-based organizations that do events, because I think that everyone has had a bit of a struggle this year with isolation and COVID restrictions, and they're coming out even more stringent over the holidays, unfortunately. But in regard to the Peralta Hacienda Museum on Coolidge, every year they have amazing opportunities for a multicultural group of people that live in the Fruitvale to engage in Dia de los Muertos types of celebrations and altars. And there's quite an array of Asian Pacific Islander community that live around there. So Cambodian, Vietnamese, Laos, Thai, just a beautiful rainbow of families doing altars. It's for our ancestors, so everybody gets involved. And then the Unity Council also is putting on an event, so people can go to their websites. The Unity Council's obviously normally in person, about 50 to 75,000 people by the BART station. But this year there will be online activities again. And then Friday night, and I'm going to be part of this organization soon, the Oakland Ballet Company is hosting Lalo Alacraz, who is a famous national syndicated cartoonist, and he will be doing an event Friday at 7. And the Oakland Ballet Company online has information about that as well. And all of this surrounds the Latino culture of Dia de los Muertos, but really pertains to everybody and anybody who is interested in doing something cultural and breaking up the routine of their lives with something beautiful, artistic.
Thank you, Director Torres. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just had a quick update. Just an announcement that the Oakland Thrives Leadership Council, which the JPA, of which the Oakland Unified School District is a member.
Joint Powers Authority.
Yeah, Joint Powers Authority is a member along with the county, the city, and other organizations. The JPA funds some of the work that happens at the Oakland Thrives Leadership Council table. All that to say, we have just announced that Dr. Melanie Moore is the new leader, the interim leader of that organization. So you can learn more either by just emailing me if you have questions, but we'll be releasing just information on that along with a work plan as well. Just wanted to keep you guys up to date.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Okay, we're now at item J, which is modifications to the agenda. Does anybody have any modifications? Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you. Just one item I'd like to pull from consent. Item U33, which is a lease of classrooms at Brookfield for $1 a month. I want to have a conversation about revenue generation. So.
Great, thank you. We'll pull item U33. We'll consider it after adoption of the rest of the consent agenda. Okay, so now we come to the new part, the new order of the agenda. So listen up. The first thing we're going to have is item K, which is public comment on items that are anything that's not on the agenda. The next after this, item L, is going to be where you can talk about anything that is on the agenda. But often there are people who want to talk about stuff that isn't on the agenda. So right now is your opportunity to do so. Before we go there, I want to stop and ask our interpreters to ask if anybody needs translation into Spanish or Cantonese. So please, let's lower all the hands right now. Make sure your hand is lowered. And if we could ask Ms. Walker-Marquez and Ms. Ho to make their announcements again, that would be great. Why don't we start with you, Ms. Walker-Marquez?
Yes. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión va a tener interpretación al español, si así lo piden. Entonces, por favor, anoten en el chat que quieren interpretación o mejor todavía, levanten la mano. Entonces, para la interpretación, en la barra de abajo de Zoom van a encontrar un símbolo. Aquí está en un círculo rojo, lo pueden ver en la pantalla, tiene el símbolo de un globo terráqueo y ahí dice Interpretation, que significa interpretación. Una vez que aprietan ahí, van a ver la palabra Spanish, que significa español, y ahí opriman y van a poder escuchar todo lo que se está diciendo en la reunión, lo van a poder escuchar en el español. Así que, por favor, en este momento, o bien levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que quieren interpretación, porque si no lo piden, no se va a dar en esta sección. Gracias.
Gracias.
各位社區人士你好，呢度係柯倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去你嘅熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊之後，你選擇中文，你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你有需要嘅話，麻煩你喺你嘅熒屏嗰度舉一舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。President London, I'm done.
Thank you.
Madam President, it does appear that we need Spanish translation for this item.
Yay!
And so if you just give me a moment to make sure it is set up. Okay. And to the two interpreters we have for Spanish, just remember that when you are translating, you need to have your microphone on exactly right so that the Spanish language channel, they can hear you. And for those, I believe that we should be ready for Spanish translation now. For those that are wanting to make public comment, just a reminder that it's a normal process, and then just to indicate when you come on to indicate you need Spanish translation, and then give us a moment for us to bring a translator forward to do the consecutive translation. Thank you, Madam President.
Great. Okay, so we're now at item K, which is public comment on any item that is not on our agenda. So if there's just something you want to tell us about that we're not scheduled to talk about tonight, please raise your hand. You'll have 1 minute when we call on you. And at this point, I'm sure there are hands going up. Ms. Floyd, can you call the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker is Asada Olabala.
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, this is not no welcoming moment. This is a moment of me going back to Jim Crow, where people participated in limiting my ability to identify full participation. And at that time was everything. And tonight is the school board meeting. So when you just identified the understanding of how this so-called process, which is a depressing situation, you didn't mention that you have 30 minutes to complete this item. And if you raise your hand and by the end of the 30 minutes, that means you don't get to talk, or maybe you got some explanation how you do talk. You didn't explain for people who are speaking different languages how they're going to understand what's going on, because the agenda online is not in Spanish, it's not in Cantonese. They have to read the agenda in English. This oppressive method of handling a school board meeting is not tolerable, and it should be eliminated.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is David.
Hi, good evening, OUSD Board of Directors, staff, and Superintendent Johnson Trammell, David Castillo, OUSD parent. Just calling in tonight to give kudos and some appreciation to the school district for supporting, I think, a long-term program for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students, the Safety Patrol, which is a partnership with between OUSD and the Oakland Police Department. My son participated in the last year, and we just received the yearbook and the certificate. And it was really nice to see the faces of all the children in the yearbook that attend both public district and public charter schools. So it's a great program. Hope it's able to continue given some of the upcoming changes. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. The annual Safety Patrol Review is one of my favorite events in the school calendar. It's really a great time. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. The discussion of the U.S. Constitution in the Supreme Court centered on the concept of textualists, which you actually read what is written. Now, I didn't write it down, so I can't say, but in essence, the change that you're doing violates the text, which comes from the Brown Act, which is the minimum that governance has to do to involve the public. So you're restricting the public. And the violation occurs because your agenda begins with A, and you don't have public comment on non-agenda items. I believe it's L, and then the next one is agenda items. So you have a right to speak either before or during, but you're pushing this up so the public can't speak until after the other items, A, B, C, D, and so on, have been taken care of. So you are in violation of the Brown Act. You need to cease and desist.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. I just want to clarify that I believe that under the Brown Act, we are required to hold public comment on any item on which we are going to take a vote. And this agenda is structured in a way where public comment can be provided in advance of the board taking a vote on items. So that is my understanding. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Carol Dilton.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I think it is completely unreasonable to limit participation to 1 minute unless you have 30 people waiting in line. I'd like to notice and have everyone notice that the budget that was scheduled on your calendar to be on the agenda tonight is not on the agenda. We had a canceled Budget and Finance Committee meeting going into the November-December scheduling. There'll be less discussion. I'm very concerned that the large budget swings that were identified by the CBO are not dealt with directly in public by the board. Second, I would like the e-comments to be completely accessible to the public so that we can have a public discussion. And I am very concerned that there is no time certain for these early public comment opportunities, especially when they come on the heels of the workday. I am very concerned that people who are working a full day may not be able to get to you in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. This is all part of the process of trying out this new format, and we appreciate your feedback. Can we call the next speaker, please, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker, President London.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move to item L, which is public comment on any item that is on tonight's agenda. So if you do not want to wait until later in the agenda when we get to unfinished business or new business or the public hearing and you want to offer some comments right now, this would be the time to raise your hand. Ms. Floyd, can you tell me whether we have any speakers right now for this section?
Yes, we do. We have approximately 10 hands raised so far.
All right, so let's start and more may come up. So we'll start with 1 minute, please. If you could.
Our first speaker is Catherine Funes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Funes from the Rose Foundation's New Voices Are Rising program, speaking on agenda item M, and I urge you to pass the Climate Emergency Action Resolution. At New Voices, we engage Oakland High School students in environmental justice work, so I get to work with Oakland students from environmentally impacted areas across the city, dealing with the threat of sea level rise, air pollution, food apartheid, and housing insecurity, to name a few. Too often, our students are first introduced to the environmental injustices and climate catastrophe threatening their communities through us instead of their schools. I've heard our students say that they wish they had learned about this sooner. By passing this resolution, you will be ensuring students receive access to a climate literacy education that is aligned with Oakland realities and responsive to the needs of highly impacted Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. This resolution is a commitment you must make to your students, not only to expand their education, but also do your part in creating the healthy and thriving communities they want to see. Your students are already dedicated to the climate and environmental justice fight, and to run position, unfortunately, when as many adults stand in the way of their future, please don't do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you also to the Rose Foundation. I'm familiar with your work and your partnership with us on building a living schoolyard at the Coliseum College Prep campus, and we really appreciate your work. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Right. Since I don't have the agenda, I don't know what's on the agenda, so I'm gonna just talk about anything I want to talk about. So let me talk about Black people. There was a meeting last week of the Aspire Chartered School, and the enrollment there is 88.8% Spanish and 3-point-something% Black. And I brought up the fact that there was a disproportionately low number of Black students, but the principal is Black, the chief at academic office is Black, Black parents and Black teachers called in, and they didn't see it as a problem. And even the school board members said we shouldn't be talking about Black issues. So since Black people don't want it, I still want it. I think that that disproportionate number is unacceptable, and that we need to have schools that represent more diversity. And maybe if I could see the agenda, I could speak to the agenda.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Carol Dilton.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I actually have 4 items I'm going to comment on. I'm reserving my comment on the special education roadmap until later in the evening. Item U33, glad it was pulled. Head Start is a wonderful organization. They can pay rent. They should not be paying OUSD $1 per month. I am very tired and concerned about this district's failure to rent properties in a way that is beneficial financially for the district. That is my same concern that I hope you'll take into account on the 2 leases you were discussing that were dealt with in closed session. On the superintendent's report on enrollment, once again, it does not count several categories of programmed special education students, students with disabilities, and there is no reason for it except that you historically haven't done it. 4th, under the enrollment for the various schools, there is no provision for special education students to be placed there and not to be displaced by the new various categories. That's a serious issue for the district, an area where the district had made progress, and I am concerned that that progress will be rolled back. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Nathaniel Landry.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening.
To speak on one of the agenda items under letter S, adjusting enrollment policies at Sequoia Elementary. My name is Nate Landry. I'm fortunate enough to be this year one of the co-chairs of the Sequoia Parent Teacher Organization, and I'm proud to endorse Sequoia's participation in the Equitable Enrollment Pilot on behalf of SPTO. While we understand that our participation alone can hardly solve the challenges that OUSD and its schools face around ensuring that all Oakland students have equitable access to quality education, we nonetheless fully support Sequoia's participation in the pilot and welcome the opportunity to put into practice the values of equity, diversity, and inclusion that should guide all the actions we take as a school community. The Equitable Enrollment Initiative proposal that you'll hear about tonight was developed in collaboration with Sequoia families, faculty, and staff over the past 2 months through a series of community meetings that centered feedback, questions, and concerns around the potential impacts of Sequoia's participation, both within and beyond our school. This process culminated at our October community meeting, at which SPTO voted overwhelmingly to endorse Sequoia's participation. Our community is engaged around ways we can continue to cultivate a school community that's welcoming, inclusive, equitable, and supportive of each and every student who walks through Sequoia's doors, and we welcome the opportunity to disrupt an untenable status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to the SPTO for all your work on that. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Natalia Balderas.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natalia Balderas, a senior at Skyline High School in the Green Energy Pathway, as well as the Climate Resilience Fellow with the Rose Foundation, and I'm providing a comment for Agenda Item M. From being able to be in the Green Energy Pathway at my school, I've been able to learn about climate change and really understand all its causes and effects from a scientific lens. But growing up here in Oakland and working with the Rose Foundation, I've learned and seen it firsthand how climate change affects everyone differently and unequally. Everyone should know by now how communities of color always struggle the most when it comes to climate change effects, since their communities do not have access to the proper resources or government investment. Our OUSD community has people from all over Oakland, and OUSD hasn't always done their job when it comes to making equitable policies for their own students. By passing this resolution, you are recognizing the real threat of climate change and environmental injustices that our communities are not exempt from. By passing this resolution, you're prioritizing the needs of low-income students and students of color in East and West Oakland who have to deal with horrible air pollution every day over students from more affluent areas of Oakland. By passing this resolution, you're finally showing up for your students who are already committed to climate and environmental justice and have been waiting for you to catch on. By passing this resolution, you are putting all students first. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for your work in the Green Academy at Skyline. I've seen the program in action. It's a great program. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual regarding M2, that's Measure J, bond funding, and how it shows examples of how it was spent. One of the things shown is a number of turf fields that were redone. Now, if you go back and read the 2012 text as to what fields were going to be done, they mentioned basically, with one exception, high schools, starting with McClymonds. Now, McClymonds turf field wasn't replaced. Now, Fremont was in Skyline, and they were mentioned. And of course, Madison was a labyrinth thing increased to K8 and has a sports complex. But added was Oakland Tech. So McClymonds gets the shaft, Oakland Tech gets the money. Oakland International, they get the money for the turf field. McClymonds gets the shaft. Now, a series of middle schools were not mentioned at all in the Measure J listing that the voters of Oakland voted on. So Frick, Bret Hart.
Can you wrap up, Mr. Mordecai?
They were not mentioned, and but they get funded.
All right, thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Sharon Quintanar.
Maybe you can call again.
Sharon Quintanar. The next speaker is Andrick Cardenas.
One second, this is Rebecca Walker. Can anybody hear me? We're just trying the sound for the interpretation.
Oh, yes, we can. And who is it that wanted to speak? Was that Sharon, the person? I'm sorry, I don't have the name in front of me.
So I'm so sorry. This is Rebecca Walker, the interpreter. Right. And I just want to know if I'm in the right channel, because if you can't hear me, then I'm not in the right channel. I'm so sorry.
We can hear you in the main board meeting, Miss Walker Marquez.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
All right, so Ms. Floyd, can you go back and call the speaker, please? And I want to also go back to the person who didn't respond at the end of this. Oh, okay, you're having trouble. She was having trouble allowing the last speaker to speak. So Sharon, we apologize, but we were unable to unmute you. You might need to update Zoom on your phone or on your computer. Ms. Floyd, can you call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mark Airgood.
Hi. Mark Airgood. Equal Opportunity Now. The learning pods that are referenced in a special education report and the superintendent's report. Potentially being planned around the city. There's not a word about mass testing and knowing who is infected with COVID. And everyone knows that mass testing is crucial to an attempt to open any of the schools. That's the OEA's position, and it's the position of scientists around the country. We should not be using special education students as guinea pigs. I think the main lesson we can be teaching right now is that we value the lives, health of students above all else, and that we really mean what we say about caring about their future and not put them at risk.
Thank you, Mr. Airgood. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Excuse me, the next speaker is Andrick Cardenas.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Andrick Cardenas. I'm the parent of 2 students at Sequoia Elementary. And I'd like to speak in support of the adjusted enrollment policy for Sequoia, that is agenda item S. I benefited from a similar program more than 30 years ago, and the ability to attend a school outside of my neighborhood provided me not only the benefit of great instruction in a thriving school, but also set me on a positive path for the rest of my life. Children from across Oakland should have a similar opportunity to learn and grow in a nurturing and supportive community that's been created by Sequoia teachers, staff, and families over many years who have worked really hard to do it. The benefits of this community should be accessible to students outside of the immediate neighborhood. I hope this small step is approved in order to move OUSD to a more inclusive and equitable education for all Oakland students. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Colleen Raw.
Hi, I'm a teacher at Sequoia Elementary and my children attend Bret Harte and Sequoia. I'm here to express support for adjusting enrollment priorities at Sequoia Elementary School. As OUSD works to create more equitable schools for all, I believe it is important that we work to shift enrollment policies. In a city as diverse as Oakland, I believe it benefits all children to attend more integrated schools and build community and learn alongside people who they are both similar and different from. During our community conversations, we've named the dramatic shift in the demographics of the Sequoia community. Our community used to be much more reflective of the demographics in Oakland. In our discussions, the Sequoia staff has expressed support for being part of changing enrollment and student assignment policies in OUSD. We see it as an opportunity to be part of a conversation that can lead to building excellent diverse community schools and nurturing the diversity of Oakland. It has been very important to teachers at Sequoia that the community knows our support is both and. We both want enrollment priorities adjusted, and we want to advocate for all schools in OUSD to be quality neighborhood community schools with the resources and support they need to best support their students. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Audrey Gonzalez.
My name is Audrey Gonzalez, and I am a 3rd grader at Joaquin Miller School. The earth is my home, and climate change is destroying it. We throw plastic out into the world. Think about all that trash ends up in a landfill. Gross and crazy to think about, too. The plastic can end up harming marine life and destroying habitats. We can get sick from eating that fish or swimming in that water. Air pollution causes climate change too. Students who have asthma can get sick from bad air. Climate change makes the air quality worse, and some students with asthma will have a harder time learning. And our school missed 2 days of school this week because of power shutoffs because of climate change. USD should also encourage walking or biking to school because they don't use fossil fuels like cars or buses, and it's healthier.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for listening.
Audrey, thank you very much. And I want to really agree with everything you said, but particularly on the last point, when we do our new school projects, one of the things we do is we make sure we have really good bike racks so that when kids get to school on their bikes, they can lock them up. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Seth Maisel.
Yes, thank you, board and attendees. I'm Seth Mazo. I'm also joined here by Nora, who's a student at Sequoia, so she's a kindergartner, and Naomi, who is a baby and a future OUSD student. I'm talking today in support of the Equity Enrollment Initiative. I'm one of those white parents that lives in the neighborhood, and I feel like lots of times decisions get made on the fear of white flight. And I'm just one person, but I'm here to say that I really appreciate this move as a small step to increase the equity as a way of determining enrollment at Oakland's high demand schools. I don't think Oakland's high demand schools that should be limited to only the people who happen to live in the neighborhood. And we need a more district-wide approach, but I think this is a good first step. And I am here today to offer my support for this initiative.
Thank you very much. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Tony Fercero.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Tony Fercero, an Oakland native and parent of a kindergarten student at Sequoia Elementary. I'm speaking in support tonight for the Equitable Enrollment Pilot, and what a great time to facilitate change. Seeing the Sequoia squirrels come together and agree on how to make our community more equitable, diverse, accessible, and more reflective of Oakland as a whole has been an incredible experience. More students having the opportunity to attend schools outside of their neighborhood can have a lasting impact on those families as well as the community as a whole. Diversity is what makes Oakland such a special place, and having schools reflect this will make our communities that much more special. I know this is just a start, and we hope to help lead the way to making all of OUSD more equitable for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Emily Ramirez.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, school board members. My name is Emily Ramirez. I'm a senior at Oakland Technical High School in the Health and FATA Academy. I was born and raised in East Oakland, and today I'm here to talk about why passing the Climate Emergency Action Resolution is essential for my low-income and Black, Indigenous, people of color community. I agree with my colleagues here today that yes, we need to pass this resolution in order to do our part as an Oakland Unified School District to help climate change and help our environment. But not only will passing this resolution help our environment, but it will help the health of our communities and highly affected by climate change pollution. I can tell you all about the statistics graphs about how bad the social determinants of health are in East and West Oakland. But I'm sure that if you ever drive down through these communities, you don't need numbers when you can clearly see it right in front of you. Hundreds of polluted homeless encampments that are for many students our homes. Our streets and air are so polluted that it has become hard to go out for a walk, especially during quarantine. If our schools could put in their part to reduce our amounts of pollutants, switch to renewable energy, and center Black BIPOC voices, educate BIPOC communities, and so much more, we could make a difference in our communities outside of just schools. We could implement this idea into the larger community and city to better preserve our planet and strive for the health of our communities that are suffering the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Boomba L. Sorry, I can't bring Boomer aboard, President London.
Okay, let's move to the
Next
next.
speaker is Olawale D. Oh, she's gone. And I can't bring Olawale either.
So I just want to note for those people who were having trouble bringing you into the meeting to speak, that you may need to check the version of Zoom that is on your device. You may need to update your version of Zoom. We have found that that can be a challenge on our end sometimes if the Zoom isn't updated.
So I see one more speaker.
Okay.
It's CRW CWright7@mail.sf.
Hi, this is actually Sharon Quintanar.
Oh, good.
I think
Thank
it's
you
the version
so much.
that's on.
Thank you
It's
for
the
calling
version
back.
from computers. Oh yeah, it's the version from computers. It's not really coming on. So I'm on my phone now. So I am also a member of the parent teacher organization for Sequoia Elementary School, and I would like to show my support for agenda item S, the Equitable Enrollment Pilot. My family has been part of the Sequoia community for 8 years. I have a current 3rd grader at Sequoia and a 7th grader at Montera. We came to Sequoia because of its tremendous diversity. At the time when my 7th grader went into kindergarten, there was no culture represented more than 25%, and that was one of the sticking points for us. We wanted to be in a school that reflected Oakland. Over the years, it has shifted demographically based on race as well as socioeconomic standards. And I would like to support a shift in a way we designate students so that we more equitably represent Oakland, all students in Oakland in all of our schools, so that we are sharing resources and making sure that all of our students are sharing in communities such as Sequoia. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, do we have any further speakers? Was anyone able to perhaps call back on their phone like our last speaker did?
We have a couple of more speakers. Roxanne.
Hi, my name is Roxana Spiros, and I'm the parent of a 2nd grader at Chabot Elementary School. I'm calling tonight to give support of the Equitable Enrollment Pilot that we will also are interested in piloting. Chabot is unique because it's very large, and we have a lot of space and a lot of academic opportunities for kids, and I would never want anyone not to have the opportunities that my daughter has. I would like to also applaud the parents who have worked so hard across the district to work with school district officials to make this happen. You know, we're just all parent volunteers trying to get this stuff done. So thank you. And Chabot is really excited about what the future holds.
Thank you, Ms. Espiros. I've had the opportunity to see your work in the Chabot community, and I really appreciate everything you do there. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next, excuse me, next speaker is Katie Noonan.
Can you call again, please?
Katie Noonan. Not sure what's happening.
Ms. Noonan, are you there? Can you join us, Katie Noonan? We're having trouble unmuting her.
Yeah.
Ms. Noonan, consider calling in on your phone and indicating you want to speak through your phone. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
That was our last speaker.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Madam President, there do appear to be other speakers.
There are other speakers? Okay, Ms. Floyd, can you?
I have called those names. I'm not sure why the hand keeps going up. I see one speaker I have not called, and that's OT Allies for OUSD.
Actually, sorry. This is Nilofer Asan. I am the PTSA president at Edna Brewer Middle School, and I just want to speak in favor of our enrollment proposal. Brewer is a socioeconomically and racially diverse school. I think that is one of the reasons that my kids have gotten such an excellent education there and have thrived there. And I really hope that we can put something in place that will help preserve the diversity of our school, which our community is so passionate about. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, if there's anyone on the list who we tried calling earlier and they were unable to offer comment, could we call them again? And also, could we make sure we're not getting confused between people who might have spoken on the last item and this item? I think there might be some people who want to speak on both.
Okay, we'll go back. David.
Hi, good evening. David Castillo, OUSD parent and Oakland education advocate. I just wanted to speak on the enrollment equity work that's happening and definitely give appreciation for some of the proposed changes at Chabot and Brewer, as well as Sequoia. But I also want to make sure that, you know, the administration of the district and the board and the community understands that we need to be able to, you know, walk at the same time that we're chewing gum. And so I want to make sure that we're able to provide quality schools for children in the neighborhoods that they live in without having to rely on traveling to school A or school B or school C. So what are we doing to actually improve services, instruction, delivery instruction, and family support in our heartland schools at the same time that we're rethinking changing up our enrollment systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes. Ada Carter.
Actually, it's Kareem Carter. I'm the parent of a Chabot Elementary School student, and I'd like to speak in support of the Equitable Enrollment Initiative. As a Black parent, it is important that my child has the opportunity to be in classes with students that look like them, as is their experience in the daily life in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Ms. Floyd, are there any further comments?
Sid new hand, Juliana Golden.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliana Golden. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a Sequoia parent, and I wanted to state my support for the Equitable Enrollment Initiative. When you look at the map of schools that are highly rated in Oakland and schools that are not, it's pretty clear that the concentration of highly rated schools are occurring in affluent neighborhoods. I think it's really important that we give all Oakland students access to those highly rated schools. And I do hope that this would eventually inspire affluent parents to contribute to all schools equitably rather than just the schools that are near them. And that this would eventually bring up all schools in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, I think that's it, yes?
Yes, it is, President London.
Great. Thank you, everyone. That was a great first run with our new public comment process. Ms. Floyd, thank you for your patience in working through that. We're going to move now to item M, special orders of the day. We have 2 special orders of the day, and we will go now to item M1, 201789. Oh, we're going to stop for a second and check whether there's a need for interpretation, additional interpretation beyond what may be occurring already. Can I ask our interpreters to please make their announcements, Ms. Walker Marquez and Ms. Ho?
Buenas tardes. Esta reunión tiene servicios de interpretación al español, así que por favor, si quiere interpretación, una de dos, o levante la mano aquí en Zoom o escriba en el chat que sí necesita interpretación para que se la podemos dar. Y la manera de entrar al sistema de interpretación, ustedes van a ver un simbolito que está aquí en un círculo rojo. Es un símbolo de un mundo. Aprieten ese botón y van a ver la opción de English o Spanish. Entonces aprieten donde dice Spanish y van a escuchar todo lo que se está diciendo en inglés a un volumen bajo y van a escuchar la interpretación a mi compañero David interpretar al español todo lo que se está diciendo. Pero por favor, háganos saber si se necesita interpretación, porque si no lo hacen, entonces en este punto no vamos a hacer la interpretación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Ms. Ho?
各位社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你有需要嘅話，請你舉手。多謝。I'm good, President Linden.
Madam President, no interpreting is needed for this item.
Great, thank you very much. So now we are going to launch into item M1, which is the climate emergency resolution. We had a first read on this 2 meetings ago at the end of September. This is being brought forward by myself and Vice President Gonzalez with significant work and the collaboration of our facilities team and many, many people across the district, both within the district's formal organization and outside of it. I know there are many people who want to offer public comment, but for those who haven't been following it closely and also for our colleagues, I'd just like to summarize.
Here is.
Excuse me, General Counsel? Okay.
My apologies, Madam President.
Well, I'd just like to summarize the actions that we're taking in this resolution. There's a lot of whereas clauses that set it up, but basically what we're doing here is we're declaring a climate emergency and recognizing the immediate threat of climate in our daily life. And we heard some folks speak about that already. We're going to establish a goal for a district that within 10 years, 100% of our energy will be clean electricity. And that should be pretty easy to do with the fact that we take electricity from East Bay Community Energy, and it has a 100% green option, and that we'll also be phasing out the use of fossil fuels within the district by 2040. That's a very ambitious goal. We also are urging the superintendent to establish a task force within the district, an interdepartmental task force of appropriate department heads or their deputies that will be led by our energy and sustainability manager to draft a climate action and sustainability board policy. So basically this is to solve for the fact that we have had a lot of initiatives going on in different departments, but they haven't been coordinated. So let's pull all that work together. Let's take advantage of it, particularly because we're an educational organization. Let's make sure that the instruction side is working with the facilities side and similar departments so that we can leverage everything. And you hear our students are very interested in being more knowledgeable and showing leadership on this. We also are going to direct that this task force, as well as we're also going to urge the superintendent to establish an advisory council. So that would be folks from outside the organization who would also be similarly meeting and coming up with ideas, because there's so much community interest and expertise in Oakland. Let's take advantage of it. So we're basically directing this group to come back within a year with a policy on climate and climate action and sustainability. And then there's some more in here about what this organization would, what we would like to see. We formally designate a liaison to the city of Oakland, which we all know is very active on these issues as well. And we have not been at the table in as robust a way as we could. So I think having a formal liaison from the district would be very helpful. And then we are going to tell other groups that we care about this and they should take action as well. And we also acknowledge that climate injustice is racial injustice, and the board believes that climate solutions must advance racial and environmental justice in alignment with the leadership of Black Lives Matters and the movement for Black Lives. So that would be my comments, and I'm going to invite Vice President Gonzalez, as well as Mr. Nakatagawa and Mr. Haven Doughton from our facilities department if they wish to offer any additional framing comments. Go ahead, Vice President Gonzalez, please.
Thanks. I'm so I'm so touched by the way that our community has just really rallied around this and wants to be involved. And so it's just really been really beautiful to see all the comments from staff and from students and from parents who are excited about this and want to help us do it. So I just want to thank them for just the really robust and beautiful engagement that people have been showing. You know, for me, this is really like, this work has sort of lived in our facilities work. And so for me, this is really about, this is something we all gotta be involved in our society and in our school district. If we're gonna transition to a clean energy economy where we can stop polluting the air and stop climate change, then it's gonna take out all of us. And so that's really what this is about, is like every department, every school, you know, setting their goals to help us get there. So that's what this is about. And I'm really excited that we're doing it and that there's so much excitement about it.
Great, thank you. Did any of our staff want to offer any comments? Superintendent, Mr. Nakagawa, Mr. Haven-Ardatan?
Yes, I'll offer comments and I'll let other staff do the same. Yeah, it's definitely exciting. I think it's an opportunity to braid together work that's already gone on for a long time in the district, and just set some ambitious goals and bring together the work we want to continue to do around literacy connected to environmental literacy, the work around facilities, knowing there's much improvement that we need to do around the facilities, and bring together, you know, communities, students, and staff. So I'm just looking forward to building the design of the work in the future. And I think I see Brendan appear on the screen, so I would love for him to share some comments. And just thank you for the work that both Tadashi and Brendan that they've done so far, just to have this on the stage of our board meeting tonight. Gentlemen, proceed if you'd like to make any remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Brendan in just 1 second. I just wanted to emphasize that facilities been a strong supporter of all the green programs that we've passed so far, and we will continue to be so. And Brendan, as our new sustainability manager, is going to be, you know, that point person on that. So, you know, I think this is a perfect wraparound to all the things that the district's involved in, as President London pointed out. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brendan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tadashi. Brendan Haven-Ardatan, Energy and Sustainability Manager for the district. Good evening, Madam President, Directors, Superintendent, students, staff, and members of our community. Tonight, we are asking for the board's approval of the district's Climate Emergency Action Resolution. As you know, this resolution declares a climate emergency and calls for the establishment of both an internal interdepartmental task force as well as a community advisory council. These bodies will work hand in hand to develop district policies associated with this resolution. I'd like to quickly summarize our planning roadmap to offer listeners context for the resolution. It can be described in 3 phases. Phase 1 completes tonight with the passing of this resolution. This phase represents the initial step of naming the issue and bringing stakeholders to the drawing board to develop policy. Phase 2 involves the development of the board policy, which will present the vision of OUSD's climate action and sustainability activities. The policy will be created by the district's task force and community sustainability advisory council, again, working hand in hand in collaboration. And phase 3, the final phase, encompasses the drafting of OUSD's sustainability plan that could likely take the form of administrative regulations associated with the phase 2 board policy. The plan will serve as the district's single resource containing all of OUSD's sustainability goals, strategies, implementation timelines, funding considerations, etc., similar to that of the City of Oakland's Equitable Climate Action Plan. The plan will be a dynamic document that will undergo formal review every few years. I'd like now to revisit some of the comments from the first read of the resolution, shared by Director Hinton Hodge and Director Yee on the topics of equity and curriculum, respectively. I'd like to highlight and underscore the specific comment from Director Hinton Hodge that equity can be really, really hard, and it's not necessarily going to look fair. In other words, equity is by definition not equality, and that addressing equity in large part depends upon resource allocation decisions by elected representatives of this very board. It will be imperative for the task force, the advisory council, and the board to work closely with the district's Office of Equity to help us all navigate the complexity of effectively focusing this work through an equity lens. Concerning the critical importance to ensure an equitable planning process, the resolution working group encourages close collaboration with the board members and community partners when establishing this advisory council. The council must represent the diversity within our community in order to be meaningful, relevant, and effective. I would also like to reiterate Director Yee's comments involving the importance of curriculum enhancement by considering ways to link our Career Academy and Pathway programs so that all students have the opportunity to apply their academic training to the field of climate action. One thing this resolution does do is acknowledge and lift up the importance of our recently passed Environmental and Climate Change Literacy Board policy. An important benefit of our holistic approach to climate action and sustainability work in the district is that it can strengthen our ability to effectively engage students and provide tangible project-based learning opportunities. Robust student participation in this work is a central component of our goal to lead by example and influence and inspire other districts across the state and beyond. I'd just quickly like to acknowledge the letters of support we received from the following partners: California State Senator Nancy Skinner, OUSD Environmental and Climate Change Literacy Working Group, Sierra Club's National Climate Parents Program, Community Resources for Science, and SEI Building Leaders for a Resilient World. In closing, approval of this resolution acknowledges our students' urgent demand for equitable and just climate action in concert with other student voices from around the world. I'd like to close my remarks with some of our student voices who have reviewed this resolution and have shared their thoughts. Sage writes, recognizing youth advocacy as something more than a token inclusion is crucial to combating the climate crisis. I'm pumped that this is a key aspect of this resolution. Anthony says, in order for everyone to beat climate change together, we must first start off with racial injustice. Racial injustice blocks off a large population of people that are also willing to stop climate change. And finally, Connie shares, I hope that this plan can actually be implemented and recognized by everyone. Thank you to President London and Vice President Gonzalez for your leadership, and to the resolution working group for your commitment, and especially to our students that have helped shape this climate emergency action resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, if it's all right, I think we should go to public comment and then we can come back for discussion. Does that work? Great. So Ms. Floyd, if you could call the speakers, please. I know there are a number of people who want to offer comment on this item.
Yes, we have several speakers present in London. I'm looking for one. Let's see if I can find her.
Oh, and we do need a motion while Ms. Floyd is getting organized. I will make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Second.
Moved by me, seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. Ms. Floyd, are we?
Yes, we have a call-in listener, area code 703. The last three digits are 955.
Speaker, I believe you need
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. My name is Laura Clayman, and I'm a lucky parent who has been working with students, teachers, district staff, and community members with the support of Sierra Club's Climate Parents to create the proposed Climate Emergency Action Resolution. Thank you, Superintendent and Directors, Mr. Nakatagawa, Brendan, and Nancy, for improving sustainability within OUSD and for taking this next important step. And thank you, students, for taking meaningful climate action in this effort. The students speaking tonight understand the impacts of climate change on their own lives and the dire predictions for what's to come. In my work as a mental health clinician, I see that our children are under extreme duress. Doing all we can to expand clean energy in our district and to end our fossil fuel use will teach our students what taking action looks and feels like, and will join forces with other districts that are doing the same. The most powerful movements begin locally, and it has been exciting to be part of this one. Passing this climate resolution is a great achievement for students and our school community. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
So President, and we have some students who wish to speak, so I am going to call their names first and then go to the general public.
Great, thank you.
A student from Skyline, first name Leah.
Hi, school board members. I am Leah Schlageter, a senior at Skyline, a member of the Green Energy Pathway, school's ASP president. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today about the Climate Emergency Action Resolution. Growing up in California, I've been aware of the impacts of climate change for most of my life, from learning how to take a 2-minute shower in elementary school, the droughts, to now having school shut down multiple times a year from smoke and power outages. Our climate is changing and we need to change with it for the better. 27% of the United States greenhouse gas emissions are from the production of electricity, and 63% of that is due to burning fossil fuels. In my AP Environmental Science class this year, I heard the term decarbonize our economy, and that is exactly what needs to be done, and we have the power to do so. No pun intended. We, the consumer, can make this change. I know my family has, now can our schools. Leaving the fossil fuels and entering a clean world of renewable energy, an industry of hope and promise. By passing this resolution, our district will be investing in the futures of its students and by making sure that we have one. We have all seen the climate clock in New York, and it is ticking, showing us that change is needed and needed now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
We have a student from Oakland Tech, Lucia.
Hi, my name is Lucia Joseph, and I'm a junior at Oakland Tech. I firstly want to thank Directors London and Gonzalez for their initiation of the Climate Emergency Action Resolution. I know that I and so many other students appreciate all your work and support. This resolution is so important to me for many reasons. Personally, I have experienced firsthand the loss of valuable educational time due to climate change, namely the horrible wildfires that we in California experience yearly. Not only have we had district-wide school closures in the past due to the extremely hazardous air quality, but individually, I have also had to miss out on school because of my asthma and the fact that the fires exacerbate the effects. And on a less personal level, I think this resolution is so crucial for the future. When we pass this, we can't even be thinking of ourselves. Visible change is not going to come that fast, but if my generation wants to have kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids who are able to live in a world where going to school isn't something that negatively impacts their carbon footprint, then real change is needed. And I think it starts with this resolution. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you for your advocacy and your work.
Our next student is from Hillcrest, Adam. I'm sorry, I can't get Adam to speak, President London. Let me look for our next speaker.
Adam, you might consider calling in from a phone and trying that way. Go ahead, Ms. Floyd.
I think the rest of the speakers are adults. Asada Olabala.
How are you going to determine students and adults with this process? I don't understand that. My clock is not running either. I'm not understanding the process. I know it's a process that you are now choosing after you said that you could speak on all items. Now you're saying certain items you're going to pick to allow people to continue to speak on those items. I wish you get this stuff together. It's unacceptable that you are doing it in this manner. And you are proceeding to go about this meeting as if everybody wants one item to talk about, maybe two. I have a right to speak on every item on this agenda if I so choose. And you want to give me 1 minute to speak on every item if I so choose.
Do you have any comments on the climate emergency resolution, Ms. Olabala?
Oh, don't tell me what to speak about. If you're going to dictate to me, don't dictate to me what I'm going to say. I'll say what I want to say it when I want to say it. I won't follow the order.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
I see we have a student from Oakland Tech, Kayla.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kayla Hickey, and I'm a junior at Oakland Technical High School. Thank you for your consideration of the Climate Emergency Action Resolution and for allowing me to speak about my view. I'm in extreme support of this resolution as it will inspire both other school districts as well as community members to follow in similar footsteps. Living in the Bay Area, we all experience the effects of climate change shutting down our schools and power, limiting the number of times students spend learning. With the passing of this resolution, OUSD makes a stand in their efforts toward mitigating climate change, and with good community response, it will hopefully pass to other school districts around us. OUSD has the opportunity to be a pioneer in working toward a better world for future generations. I believe that starting this in one of the most important institutions, our education system, will get the youth involved in their future. As parents, students, teachers, and other community members take part in mitigation actions, it will increase the community's trust in OUSD during this isolated time. We can all work together on specific actions, focus on climate change, and see the progress and action that OUSD is taking. I look forward to the passing of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
I'm gonna try Adam again. Adam? No, I'm sorry, I can't get him in, President London. So
right.
Speaker is Boomba L.
My name is Boomba Adav, and I'm attending at Walking Over Elementary, and I'm in 3rd grade. OUSD could get power through wind and solar, since it is the cleanest way to get power. OUSD could also get packets to teach students how solar and wind water power helps. The world reduces climate change. There are other lessons OUSD can teach students. One important lesson students should learn is how single-use plastics negatively impact the world. There are also other educational opportunities beyond OUSD classrooms. Once a lesson is learned by a student, the lesson follows the student into the household and family is possible into the workforce for explaining families and possibly into the workforce. For explaining, having learned how vegetarian options slow down climate change, a student can request a vegetarian meal at home for whole family. Thank you for some great things you have already done. I like how I have solar panels on the roof of my school and how the new windows are very efficient for getting light without wasting energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ola Wale from Joaquin Miller. Sorry, I can't bring that person aboard either. Next speaker is Mr. Sin.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Mr. Sen, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, board members. My name is Joe Sen. I teach science at Oakland Tech High School here in Oakland Unified. Let's see. Well, we live in crazy times, and unfortunately, it's only going to get worse. And it's only going to get worse because of climate change is the root cause or the driving force that's exacerbating certain conditions, such as racial tensions or housing prices or the rise in food. However, in this chaos, I like to tell my students in my environmental science class that there is hope. And one way that I like to see that hope expressed is through policy. And that's what this Climate Emergency Action Resolution does. So thank you, Directors Jody London, Audrey Gonzalez, for having the vision to listen to the thousands of students who have marched the streets asking for climate literacy and having our district lead the way in sustainable practices. We need to make sure that we divest from coal and invest in our students' futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is a call-in listener, area code 510. The last 3 numbers are 726.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi. Yes, hi, my name is Sheila. I am a parent to a 5th grader in special education. I'm also a CAC member. And so I wanted to just speak on the importance of having ongoing behavior technicians for the children. My son is, I'm also a Black mom, and so I have a real concern about the disproportionate amount of support to our Black children that are disabled, and just have an overall concern that, you know, things that look like one way is actually not what it is. And so I think there needs to be an overall ongoing support, again, with behavior technicians, as well as more of an assessment process to better support our Black children with special education and the services that they need to really just get them up to speed academically and be able to do as best as they can.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Try one more time for Maron from Oakland Tech. No, I'm sorry. I can't bring Maron aboard. So that concludes our speakers on this item, President London.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments? Director Hinton Hodge.
Thanks for the work. I think like whenever again when we do just the kind of the equity work or when we do this work, and people are very quick to point out like impacts on Black and brown families and communities. And so I think this is kind of the question to the president and the vice president and the team, like, as you've been working on this work, like in all of these presentations, like I've never heard like any kids from West Oakland, you know, that are surrounded by freeways, that have high incidence of asthma. So again, I see, you know, this opportunity, you know, you lay out that there's going to be opportunity for task force and things like that. So, but if this is any indication of really like people impacted having voice, this is not adequate enough, right? Like, so we've got to do much better around that. So if there, as we talk about, you know, pathways or, you know, the educational process, you know, we're going to talk about pilots tonight. And so that seems to have, you know, a ring for intentionality and trying things out and doing some things in some different kinds of ways. So I would hope that that would be kind of offered in, because again, over this time period, like, you know, I don't even feel like, you know, me as a person who does live in an environment that has a lot of challenges, this is important. And sometimes people feel like, you know, Black folks don't pay attention or care about it, and yet we are like mostly impacted or highly impacted. And but we do know that like there's a movement that doesn't also necessarily reflect us very well. And so if this is a district that's saying you want to do this work around interruption, I just, as opposed to just naming it as, yes, it's hard work, but I think thinking about what are the real strategies and where are the places that you have to have our Chabot students, well, I don't even think that's necessarily, but, you know, where's the connection, you know, directly with those kids in East Oakland and those kids in West Oakland to this work. I don't see it. And so I hope that that's the superintendent's work as you know, develop out the community of people to address this and get better at it. Mm-hmm. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Director Ramos, did you want to offer some comments?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much to my classmates, actually, who were part of this presentation, or who commented on. Just 3 little quick comments. I think one of the things that like I would really want to see is students be part of these task force or the committees that will be in phase 1. I do hope the community does hold this board accountable, especially during school relations, especially when that, you know, we have in our schools redone again. We want to see sustainable cement, sustainable trees, sustainable things that will benefit our students in deep East Oakland and deep West Oakland, and to see those students be able to speak up and share about those experiences too. I just know for sure that students will be committed as long as the board is committed and as long as we follow through, and that's what I would love to see, that students know about, because as you know, we've seen the marches, we've seen the amazing things that youth are standing up to. So I am very proud of this and I hope to see the board commit to this.
Thank you. Director Torres.
So last week on Saturday, I talked to a couple of staff about the movement that we're working on and my policy around expanding ethnic studies, kinder to early childhood, kinder through 8th grade, right? Versus just one little class of ethnic studies on 9th graders in high school that has been executed since 2015, since that first policy. But you know, we talked a lot, the staffers and I talked a lot about, you know, racial justice, anti-racism training for everyone who works in the district is so overdue. And for me, I don't even want to be talking about it from the negative of anti-racism, anti-Blackness, anti-immigrant stances. I want to be talking about it from more of a positive. And when I think about this work, I'm thinking similarly to Director Hinton that, you know, the people most impacted have to be at that table, and the students who are living with the asthma rates in West Oakland or East Oakland, the students who are living with trash being dumped and then the dangerous conditions that creates, that they walk past dumping. I know Director Harris for years has talked about that and presented information about where people can call and make sure the city is on it. I'm worried about this project, this proposal or policy being very narrowly executed and not bringing to the table people from languages that are going to end up being challenging because they're not speaking English, you know, or they're not as comfortable with English. And maybe, you know, that's going to be the push on us to do real, true racial justice and environmental justice. They're all intertwined. And so I think that speaking to the staff on Saturday for a meeting about the ethnic studies expansion, it is really so, it's also impacted by the George Floyd resolution and anti-police and so on. So there's just so many things that can happen right now, and they can be done well as an overall impact, or they can be done in silos. And when I got on the board 8 years ago, the one thing that I met with staff about in all departments, whether it was HR, whether it was finance committees, whether it was people who were leading, you know, as network superintendents, was that they'd come from other districts and they'd never seen such extensive silos like they see in Oakland Unified. And that was damaging and hurting our district. So if we do this right, we can do it in a way that's different, and it's not just done in a silo, because that seems to be what caused a lot of turnover, because most of those people I talked to, they're not here anymore. And so it's definitely, I was shocked to hear that, because they were telling me off the record without, you know, worrying that what was difficult about working here. So I hope that this is more diverse, and that the goal is to push on who's at the table and not just some online survey, because not a lot of people are just going to go on an online survey. You got to be more creative than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Anybody else want to offer comments? I would just want to, I do want to respond to Director Hinton Hodge and Director Torres. I think part of the reason that we actually need this resolution is to address the issues that you have raised, right? Because I've tried to talk about this for years. I've tried to, you know, work with the Office of Equity and say we need to bring these kids in because this is an environmental justice issue, but it hasn't really taken. And so I feel like having this level of direction from the board and this clarity, and also the support, the strong support from the superintendent, can really make a difference. And I'm hopeful that this will be the time that we get it right. We didn't ask the students who spoke where they live. We heard what schools they go to, but I'm willing to bet that some of them do live in areas that are disproportionately impacted by environmental pollution. And so I think they were speaking from the heart. I can't say for certain, but anyway, so I just want to offer those thoughts about what you said and part of how we structured this. And I see Vice President Gonzalez, and then I think Director Hinton-Hodge wants to say something again as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I hear the feedback. I had a great conversation with somebody from Communities for a Better Environment. I think that is a place that we can continue to build our relationship with and invite them to be part of this if they're not already at the table. There are other organizations that I know have an interest in environmental racism. Well, not an interest in stopping environmental racism in District 7 and District 6. So, and I know that Brendan, Mr. Havenar, Doughton, and the team are very committed to making sure that we get all of those different voices at the table. So, but having said that, each of us is also, charged with, I think, reaching out into our network and thinking about who needs to be at that table as well, and then referring them to Mr. Havenar Doughton to make sure that we plug them in. So that's what I'm going to be working with CBE on, seeing if we can get some of their leaders involved, and invite all of you to also think about which of the organizations in your districts that you're really proud of the work that they do in this area, and see if we can plug them into this work as we move forward with this committee.
That's exactly what I was definitely gonna offer, and definitely take responsibility around that. And at the same time, I think that, we operate somewhat in silos as well. So it's important for us to really be communicating with each other. And in West Oakland, there's a West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project, and they actually have a youth program. So I think that, it'll be easy, I think, to bring adults to the table. The questions for me are, and I think I did listen to where the schools were. And so, of course, I was looking for schools where I know there's a lot of impact. So it absolutely is on us and our responsibility. And if I think that's also the place where partnership can be really utilized. So, Office of Equity, or talking about African American male achievement, or African American female work, or any of that work, I definitely could speak to them, not on their behalf, but speak to them.
Great. I think we're ready to call the roll. Mr. Rakestraw, if you could come on in and call the roll.
Yes, on the pending motion, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Student Director Powell.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
President London.
Yes.
Motion unanimously adopted.
Thank you. We're going to move now to item M2, 20-2152. This is a review of the final review. We've been doing a series of these reviews of our Measure J facilities bond projects. And I want to welcome back Tadashi Nakagawa. I'm going to stop for a minute, Mr. Nakagawa, to check for translation needs. Go ahead, please. Translators.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去影片嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會得到廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你舉一舉手，多謝。Okay, I'm done. President London.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. Ms. Walker Marquez? If we could have our Spanish translators come in and announce translation availability.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
now
go ahead, please.
I'm so sorry. Buenas tardes, esta reunión tiene interpretación al español si ustedes la piden. Así que en la barra de abajo van a ver un símbolo del mundo. Aquí está en la pantalla, lo pueden ver en un círculo rojo. Apriete ese símbolo, ese icono y va a ver la opción de irse al español. Está en inglés, dice Spanish, pero apriete donde dice Spanish y van a escuchar la interpretación si así lo piden. Para pedirle tienen dos opciones. Una, pueden levantar la mano en Zoom o escribir en el chat, por favor, interpreten al español y mi compañero David les va a interpretar al español. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Madam President, no interpreting, excuse me, is needed for this item.
Great. Mr. Nakagawa.
All right, thank you very much, President London. Excuse me. Good evening, board members, superintendent. It is my pleasure to present a wrap-up of the Measure J projects we've been presenting this fall, and to go back to some of the first projects that we've done, starting with the California Solar Initiative, which was a project that we developed out of a, let's see, how do I control this here? Sorry. I should, sorry. All right, okay, so yeah, I think I'll just have to ask for the slides to advance because I can't seem to control them. So this was a 17-site solar project that we developed as part of an initiative led by Kyoto USA and a grant from the state and various other parties to develop a solar master plan. We picked the 17 sites that would give us the best return on our investment in terms of giving you know, the maximum solar production. Just to wrap around here, we have on the upper right Westlake, lower right is King Estates, and on the left is Madison Park. So these sites have been in production since 2015, and we're now, if we could advance the slide, please. Sorry. Okay. So we have the 17 sites, and the contractor was Sun Power Corporation. They included in their project, their contract, some curriculum enrichment, and they actually ended up leading a number of our high schoolers through a Solar Academy internship program for multiple years while they were building this project. Architect was Byron Kim, a local architect, and our project manager is Kenya Chapman. Next slide, please. And this is the sites that this was done at, that these were installed at, you know, across the district. And we're now currently looking to add to this using power purchase agreements. And that's something else that Brendan's working on in his spare time. To date, we've saved over $5.5 million in our electrical bills through this process. Next slide, please. So another early project was the Greenleaf K-8 expansion. This was an elementary school, Whittier campus that the district had developed a new program, Greenleaf, and expanded that from a K-5 to K-8. This was one of our smaller sites, and it was a very creative project to add enough classrooms and fit everybody on this campus. And we were able to include a number of very innovative elements, including a prefab kindergarten classroom, 2 classrooms in prefab, a very innovative multi-purpose room with stage and chair and table storage to allow multiple uses. And it was one of our first kitchens that was built to support our new school lunch that we're going to be rolling out with our center that we will be having the press conference for tomorrow. Next slide, please. This is the modular kindergarten room, one of the two that was built. This was a CHIPS verified project. That's CHIPS is one of the elements of the district's green building program that we're going to be wrapping into our climate emergency resolution and move forward with even more participation. So we also want to point out that we had 61% local business participation on this project. Okay, so then going on to a little more recent projects, but some of our smaller ones, we have artificial turf fields that we've been doing at our high schools. The artificial turf allows us to support an intensity of use exponentially higher than natural turf. Natural turf, you have to rest when it rains and let it dry out before you start playing on it. Artificial turf, you can play on it 24/7, doesn't matter what the weather is. Oakland Tech has football, soccer, lacrosse, ultimate, and not only school leagues, but outside club leagues. And that field is used every day, at least pre-COVID, and every evening. The next slide here is Skyline. This is another artificial turf replacement. So we do have artificial turf fields at all of our comprehensive high schools. Fremont is the newest one. The first time in the life of Fremont High School that there's a full-size football soccer field. That this is an example of one that we did at Skyline. Next slide, please. And then to wrap up, some smaller projects, but no less important, we have an artificial turf field at Oakland International. This was done a very small area, but it had to have a lot of custom work to fit it in around the baseball field that had been developed for Oakland Tech's baseball team. Next slide, please. And then finally, our middle school initiative, where we now have artificial turf fields at every middle school. Again, these are being done to support an intensity of use that's not achievable with natural grass. And, so we're making our facilities, more useful than they've ever been. And, once we are able to come back from COVID, you'll see these fields in use every day here. I think there's just one more slide here. Okay, yeah, these are the last two projects that we completed, Claremont Middle School and Westlake Middle School. These are all sport fields. They're a little smaller than the high school ones, but they're marked out to support multiple sports on them. And again, they're all weather, safe fields for our kids and community use. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to present these projects, and we just really appreciate the support we've gotten from the community for Measure J for the bond funds that we've been able to use to build these with, and just available for any questions. Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions or comments? Director Yee?
Thank you, Mr. Nakagawa. I was really struck by your comment about the school internships around the solar panels, and in particular because of the climate emergency resolution that we passed just prior to this. And can you just say a little more of how that was funded? Is that a regular program as part of the initiative that you were part of? And what kinds of linked learning or career academy sponsorship was involved, if any.
Well, that particular one was a program that SunPower ran as basically a bonus to the project that they were involved with us. And I know that they actually continued it for 2 years after they completed their work, but we'll have to continue looking for future opportunities. I know that the electrical unions have a training that focuses on solar power, and so that may be something that with Emiliano's assistance we can work into, linked learning, internship with our projects as well.
Right, and I was looking at it not only for those in the trades, but also, for example, and not only just the green, which both of them I think are terrific, but I think the public health benefits of using solar as opposed to carbon fuels, et cetera. There's just so many opportunities that I'm hoping that there could be that synergy between the actual work we're doing, especially if we pass additional bonds, and the climate energy resolution that we just adopted. Thank you very much for mentioning that.
Thank you. Any additional comments from board members? Director Hinton Hodge.
Thank you so much for the work, and just knowing it's a large body of work that you've been able to master over a period of time. And then I wanted to note on one of them, I think it's Greenleaf, 61% of local participation. And so again, just really appreciating that, because that, I feel like, again, that's the work. And that's what helps us stimulate our own economy and, keep our people of Oakland happy. So thanks for the work.
Thank you. Anybody further? I just want to, Mr. Nakagawa, I just want to appreciate your comments about the fields and how in use they are all the time. I think that's just a really important part, particularly that field at Oakland Tech. I mean, we needed the field at Oakland International just as a relief valve for all the demand on the tech field. So I appreciate the hard work of your team, and I'm calling you next, Director Ramos. And the Greenleaf project is tremendous. I love those modular TK and kindergarten classrooms. They're really, the whole building is wonderful. I love driving by there and seeing it. So, Director Ramos.
I'm sorry if you guys hear my mom. She's in class. She's trying to get her A degree. So I am very, I would say, excited. Just because I've seen those fields. I played soccer on the TCN field. I'm very deep in the District 5 roots. So the Skyline field is where I played football a little bit with the boys, and those things that, we just have to keep always just renewing, because those are things that what students just have, it's basically just to get away from your other things that are going on at home life. And that's why I just shout out to the fields, and thank you for keeping this.
Great. Mr. Nakagawa, thanks again. I would encourage you to make sure that all of the presentations that you've done on this are posted on the website so that people can see the work. I know when I'm able to share the slides with folks, they really respond well to the wonderful work that your team is doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on now to item N, report from our student board members. Yay! Director Powell is here as well. Welcome.
All right, I'll go ahead and, okay. I think I'm finally, all right, there we go. All right, so good afternoon, and now it looks like night. Finally the November vibes and the fall vibes. So good afternoon to our community, board members, superintendent, and of course our own students. The student board report today is made by our two amazing student directors, which is Sam and I, and we'll be presenting on the different things. There we go. Listening to our families, the Family Central, and as we didn't add this, but I did know that the new central, the central kitchen is now opening, so which is a big thing for our families that need and are needed food, are in need of just to be able to like feed yourself. So that's very happy, and I'm very happy that OUSD has that now. Again, just reminding our families again, food distribution is every Monday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. and all children under 18 years old and younger are eligible to get food. For more information, you can go to ousd.org/nutrition or call 510-879-1700. Technology, again, please do not forget to complete the survey if you have not. We are almost at second quarter for high schoolers, and for the rest, almost second semester, even though we just have a couple weeks ago. So it's very important that our students are still connected and being able to be in their class and still have attendance for our students. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to our second student director, Ms. Sampal.
So listening to student voice, if we can go to the next slide. So we had heard a little bit from Jessica and her experience with the senior side. And so some experiences at OHI that I've been seeing with the juniors is juniors are finding new ways to support each other with mental health. They're coming with each other to support each other with study sessions and having friends to talk to. And so, and some of these ways that they're doing and holding these spaces is they're having this platform called Discord, and just reaching out to their friends and peers saying like, if you need help, like this is a place that you're able to find it. I know myself, I haven't been participating in this, but I'm hoping to reach out to some of the students to hear some of the experiences and what they're benefiting out of this. And I know that it is student-led, which is really amazing. And so if we're looking at the second bullet point, listening to our students, we need to be mindful that everybody, which is students, parents, teachers, and staffs, are holding other responsibilities, especially in the times of COVID-19 and our wildfires, understanding like the power outages and just having to balance school and just personal life. It's really hard. And so just being mindful that, you know, everybody has a lot going on. And so if we go to the next slide, student leadership and events, I'll pass it on to Jessica.
So the middle school meeting was held on Tuesday, October 20th, which was a very success. We had up to 10 different schools that attended, and middle schoolers were able to talk about their leadership experience and how is COVID and distance learning affecting them and their families. We just wanted to start our middle school with being able to be mindful about who are like, what are middle schoolers going through? How can we go with feelings? Because during our middle school stage, we have a lot of feelings and don't know how to advocate, especially if we don't have the resources. So we wanted to start off with being able to have mindful, being able to have the leadership skills, being able to know about who I am and what do I want to do during this distance learning and how can I take care of myself? Because as kids, we're not taught in our education system on how to take care of ourselves. So it's very important that we're taught through just our students and through our environment. So I'll pass it back to Sam.
The picture is not here because we had a little technical difficulties. It's not showing up, but talking a little bit about the Youth Candidate Forum that was student-led that happened recently. Just want to shout out to all the students that participated, all the students and community members that showed out to this event. The Youth-led Candidate Forum was a success for students who got to know who was running for office, so city council and school board. Students got to ask questions and get to know a little bit about each candidate that has been running. Also by expressing how they were feeling, and students were able to participate in like a voting to see which candidate they were most looking forward to seeing, which kind of gave our students a little taste of the Oakland Youth Vote. We had amazing performances, and again, this event was youth-led, which I'm so proud to hear from the rest of our ACC, all City Council Governing Board members, and our members from OYAC. And if we go to the next slide. Jessica?
This is basically our whole presentation. Thank you so much again for, just going through these hard times with students and being able to get the student feedback, which is very important during these times, and being able to stay communicate with our students. And yeah, that'll be the conclusion to our report.
Thank you both for your work and for your leadership. And I'm super impressed with the fact that you organized a candidate forum. Those are hard to do, and lots of logistics and personalities there. Colleagues, any questions or comments for the student directors? Director Torres.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, student directors. I was wondering, in regard to the idea that you have a junior, you had a bullet point about juniors supporting each other at Ojai. Is there some kind of formal support that staff is providing, or was this a spontaneous thing that happened? Because I know that by now the superintendent would have been directing people to step up on that level, right? Because we can see it in the news, we can read about it in the papers that, students are struggling everywhere, not just in America, but everywhere with the isolation, and especially teenagers and high school. How did you land on that? And then is there more growth of that, if it was successful, for 9th and 10th graders and even seniors who are on the verge of graduating in a tough time?
I think it's quite spontaneous, actually, because I know, speaking to some of my friends actually who are in these spaces, they're saying that teachers are assigning way too much work, especially in like these times of having to get them in on time, and also understanding like we have mini masters. So teachers are trying to crunch in a lot of work in very little time in order to make up for the time being lost. So I know it's pretty hard for some students, but they are finding help through each other.
Is there a feeling of pressure around grading at a time when this is not normal school? I've heard from teachers, they feel pressure as well, that they're supposed to, give grades and kind of be tough on students, but students are fragile and teachers are fragile. So is there any stress on that level as well at this time?
I had a conversation with one of my teachers actually, who was in a teachers meeting, and they had came to a conclusion that it is kind of pressured, but students do have to kind of push through it a little bit with all of the work, because again, we are having to deal with like mini masters, and I believe it's kind of hard for the students also because of all the work that has to be done, and also just realizing that we do have to be even more strict, because I believe they're being strict on deadlines when work is being due, and also just making sure that like students are showing up, because attendance really matters in these times.
Mm-hmm. And Jessica, do you feel that because of students, more and more students working, the idea of students getting a scholarship, for instance, like students that are seniors, do you think that that would work to get students to the finish line as seniors?
I think that's an important question, just because right now I do same thing as student director Powell said, that we just have so much work to do, and then also like the extracurriculars that they take, or their family responsibilities that they have, or the work that they actually do, which is like actual work that they put in. Probably even some students put in 40 hours a week. But it would be great, to have a scholarship, just because all these deadlines of let's just go to the actual like senior world, that students are actually like just submitting scholarship opportunities, finding like the Coca-Cola Foundation that's due literally in the Saturday, or the Bill Gates, or all of these different scholarships that are such a big amount that not many seniors get them. And it would be amazing if our own districts provided that, or if we had any type of help from our own district. Also, just, if we can keep this along, because I know it's not going to stop here. I know the juniors are going to go through it. I know the sophomores are going to go through it. And especially since, remember 2020, they didn't have a graduation. This year, we're most likely not even going to have any senior activities. And it's just you know, we're just trying to find a way to stay up and have our spirits up. But I feel like if our district had something like a scholarship or just for you being able to like graduate, that would, I think, you know, just a little amount of money that can help a student out in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres and Directors Powell and Ramos. Any other comments from Director Hinton Hodge? And then we'll go to Director Yee. I see him getting ready.
This happened yesterday, but it sounds very cool. For McClymonds High School families and students, there was a Choose College of Alameda. And so there was a 5:30 to 7 p.m. Event that happened. So inviting those students in to, you know, get oriented towards the College of Alameda and ask questions. So I could follow up on this, or maybe you can just to see, you know, maybe all schools can kind of do something like that. Yeah, so I'll just pass this information. But again, it was specific to McClymonds families being able to go through this.
Okay, Director Yee.
Well, I had a couple of things. You know, I think this week we received a notification from the Alameda County Office of Education Superintendent, Cameron Rowe, about some tentative plans to reopen middle schools and high schools. And I wondered if you, as a student board member representatives, were aware of that, and if you had any sense of whether that was something that high schoolers would encourage or not. Do you have any knowledge of it? And could we, if not, we could send you the announcement as maybe a topic that you all might want to consider. That's my first question.
Absolutely. I have actually heard about it. It was all over the news, not all the news, but like social media about reopening schools. The thing about that for me as a student, it's like, as knowing my household, and it is like during the day, it's very busy. During the night, it's like a little, not that much. We don't have spaces to be able to study or learn. And I do understand the health risks and how COVID can, you know, be around, you know, schools, and it can be passed around from student to student, then it can pass around to like, you know, grandparents, elders. I do understand that. The thing is that there's students that are like not meeting the requirements or not meeting the deadlines, not meeting their grades, or not meeting just their assignments because they don't have a space to learn or a space to be able to finish their work. I would love to have schools opening like small little sessions, times, but like, you know, sanitize and everything. I just don't believe of reopening schools that a whole, like, you know, just have let all the students in because, you know, okay, again, health risks. But there is a lot of lack of resources. There is a lot of lack of, you know, just having a space to learn. So I would love to have students be able to have learning spaces to complete their work.
So, you know, I don't know if there's any way for us to engage our student board members in this discussion, of whether my board colleagues think it appropriate or not. But it seems to me something that their voice, at least for the high school students, would be really helpful, especially as you know, Director Ramos, I've been really concerned about the seniors. And the second question I had about the seniors is, in the past, I think we've tried to make sure that every senior completes FAFSA and completes enrollment in the community college system. Do you know if that's happening now?
College and career centers are known for Skyline, that they've been very helpful. They've had hours during, like, each week they have 3 days that are open for financial aid, just a Zoom that's open to help any student, which is very great because I, as a first generation, I just inputted the numbers, saw the taxes, and it made it FAFSA. It just made it much easier this year, but it's still very hard. And I do know that, you know, many students don't have, like, you know, just taxes are very hard to, like, just see the numbers. I'm not an accountant, so I don't know how to answer the FAFSA. So just having those spaces to be able, again, to have, like, help or resources, again, to help complete the FAFSA. I do remember last year when Oakland Tech and Skyline competed to have who had the best FAFSA, and they would get a pizza party.
Exactly.
So Director Yee, I understand your passion for this, but I think we do need to move on. Thank you.
I just think it's really important for our seniors to make sure that they're FAFSA qualified.
I agree. I agree. And maybe this is something that we can talk about, making sure Oakland Promise is on top of FAFSA. I know they focus on that. I know at some schools there is FAFSA support. So maybe that's something we can continue to probe on, how we can engage our community partners in helping folks with FAFSA. Folks, are we ready to move on to the next item? Great. So we're going to move on now to the superintendent's report, item O. Under our new format, we are not going to have an oral report from the superintendent. She has given us a written report. We've all had a chance to review it. And at this time, if you have any questions for the superintendent, this is your chance to ask those questions. Does anybody have any questions? Director Yee.
Well, I might.
Minutes, please.
Thank you. I should continue. One of the things that I've been asked several times by the community is an update regarding the preparation or plans for reopening. And this is not to rush the reopening. It's only to provide information for the community. And, you know, I wondered if that is possible to be posted on the Family Central page on a regular basis, say, just what are, for instance, this, I don't know if Superintendent Monroe's document was published there, but there may be other things that we're actually doing that we can notify the community so that they don't believe that, you know, we're not interested in it. So that, if we could post it, something like that on the Family Central, that I don't know if anybody else think that's a good idea, but I think it's important for us to know that Oakland Unified is actually working hard to prepare for that that date, and what are the steps that we're taking.
Thank you for the question, Director Yee. And yes, we're more than happy to do that. And through board reports and also having information posted on the website. So yes, more than happy to do that.
Because I appreciate getting it and then relaying it, but it would be great if I could just say, you know, look for the superintendent's weekly update or something like that.
Yes. I do want to highlight that we have just launched our survey, our family survey, so that we can get updated data in terms of, to Director Ramos's point, where our students and families are now, 3 months into the pandemic this school year, in terms of comfortability around wanting to either remain in remote or in-person learning. So I encourage every family to take this survey. We have it open until November 12th. That data is going to be really important for us in our continued planning. So yes, more than happy to do that. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Director Hinton Hodge.
Thank you. Just along that same line, I believe that I forwarded an email to you and your team. You know, so there's a lot of pressure out here about reopening schools. You know, and I just read a New York Times article where these conversations are splitting down racial lines. You know, this is kind of a kind of New York, Jersey, East Coast kind of conversation, but you know, real experiences for young people who are actually thriving in different, you know, not being in school environments because of maybe bullying or, you know, anti-Blackness kind of experiences that they have inside of classrooms. So just, I want to appreciate you ahead of time for that hard work, I think, right, of you have a very multicultural, multilingual, racial community, and what's going to feel comfortable for some people, no matter how much you tell them about PPE, et cetera, it's just going to be a bit of a challenge, right? And how this is coming down. So there's like, I know a parent effort, I think they're called ousdparents.com. They have a website. They're D2 families that I've gotten to meet, and I know that they're now opening and expanding the conversations to include families from other districts, and it sounds different, right, around the reopening. So in thinking about the tools that you have, I went on the website and was kind of pushing them to go onto the website. And so they're, you know, it's, you know, I think you have a communications department of maybe 2 or 3 people. I'm not really sure who just does the web, you know, updating. We have an OUSD parent portal that has to be active and updated, but the last document was kind of like July about reopening back to school. So, and it's one of those things where I'm like, you know, are there some students that are looking for some extra credit that doesn't, you know, is rigorous and is really important, but different, you know, how, or the Rotary, like where are there some volunteers that kind of help us hold these tools together that support you around messaging and communicating. And then the last thing, and I did share this out, was about, so I know I'm not talking deeply about your report, but just about your work in your team. You know, the Berkeley is being utilized as kind of a model of like a dashboard that is like constantly kind of being updated, or, you know, we're 60% here on something or 90% here on other kinds of things. So again, I realize that you have a, you know, a team of amazing people around you, like working hard to do this stuff on an iterative basis. So appreciating you for the work. But if there are ways to kind of get some volunteer support into some of these things, I'd love to be a part of it. And then just hope that as you lay out the equity conversations about reopening, and I know that's with the teachers as well, you know, help you have good counsel.
Thank you, and I'm glad, absolutely. We actually are working on refining our dashboard because there are many of the safety pieces that we have been planning actually since July. And so we have been working on the ventilation in buildings. We have the PPE ordered. We have the safety protocols ordered. What all districts are working on now is testing and working through what the testing piece will look like. Referring back to the July plans, we've actually laid out since the beginning, you know, what could a model look like grounded in equity for a phased approach back to a hybrid setting. As everyone knows, being able to execute on all of those things require partnership with labor, which is what many districts are in the process of finalizing. And also based on the surveys, I do think this is one area where we don't want to be first, but actually look at some of the experiences of districts that have reopened already to learn what are some of the logistical issues, right? And so knowing in most districts that are urban across the nation, there's about 30 to 40% of parents who aren't coming back. So how do you create a model where you know you're going to have students and families who are going to want to be remote, and you know you're going to have families who want to be in person, so that it's realistic and viable for your staff to be able to provide quality learning. And on the other side of that equation, you also know you're going to have that same split for staff, right, for various reasons. And so that is the work that the staff is doing, is really looking at what is the schedule, what are the models looking like? And we are excited and working towards being able to update our dashboards, because those are the things that we're working on internally. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Anybody else? Superintendent, I would just say that the questions that you've received from Director Yee and Director Hinton Hodge are the same ones that I would have raised, so I concur with them. Okay. At this point, we're going to move on to item P, which is comment by our collective bargaining units. Before we go to them, I'm going to ask if we can pause and see if we require interpretation.
Okay. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión ofrece interpretación al español si a ustedes así lo requieren. Entonces van a encontrar en la barra de abajo de su Zoom un símbolo del globo terráqueo en donde dice Interpretation. Entonces ahí aprieten interpretación y van a elegir donde dice Spanish, que significa español. Si ustedes hacen eso, van a poder escuchar todo lo que se está diciendo en español, si así lo requieren. Y para pedirlo, por favor, levanten la mano en Zoom, o si no, escriban en el chat, por favor, quiero traducir al español. Si ustedes no lo piden, no se va a ofrecer la interpretación en este punto. Gracias.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你係需要廣東話翻譯，請你去你熒屏嘅右下方，點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會聽到廣東話嘅翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺舉一舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。Okay, I'm done, President London.
Thank you.
And Madam President, it appears that that Spanish has been requested for this item.
Okay. Will you let us know when we're ready to proceed?
I will. Give me one moment. Let me just double check that we are ready to go. I believe you can proceed, Madam President. Thank you.
Great. So at this point, we're at item P, which is comments by our collective bargaining units. If any of the leadership of our bargaining units is in the audience tonight and would like to speak, if you are a leader from a union, please raise your hand and we will move ahead. And I'll ask Ms. Floyd to let me know whether we have any speakers who are leaders of our bargaining units. I see one name that I recognize as a bargaining unit leader.
Yes, we have Melvin Phillips.
Welcome, Mr. Phillips. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Superintendent, President London, and the rest of the Board of Directors. I'm here on behalf of SEIU 10-1. There's a few concerns that I have as of right now, and that's on the first one is that we have members who have a great concern about being docked from out of their paychecks without getting notice from the district on the reason why. So I'm asking Janine to look into that, and it's been happening pretty often now. And I don't know the reason why they're not informing the members about the deductions, but you know, that is a breach of a contract and they need to get it straight. The other thing is, since a lot of our members are working remotely from home, there are certain classifications that are not working in the classroom with the students, but say, for instance, like our noon supervisors, I need to know what is their job description during this pandemic. I have emails of individuals are being in on Zoom meetings, and in the Zoom meetings, they're in with teachers, and the teachers are talking about curriculums that's going on in the classroom that does not have anything to do with them. And if they don't make the meetings, the principals are trying to discipline those individuals. And that, again, is not fair. That's not part of their job descriptions to be in on the classroom lessons and stuff of the school operations. So we need to get, I need to get some more clarity on that. Moving forward with the SSOs, again, I had a meeting with them. Once again, to the board and to the superintendent, it's not fair on the way the SSOs are being treated, they feel. Back in the day when the district first got rid of the police department back in the early 2000s, it did not affect the SSOs. The SSOs went under community and student services for about 4 to 5 years. And then also when the police came back, they moved us back into police services. Once again, with this new job description that is coming out, our members feel that they should be grandfathered in just like they were when we went from campus supervisors into school security officers. It's not fair. They feel like they're being let down by the district, being let down by the superintendent, being let down by the board of directors. And once again, they're not feeling real good about this move that has been made. So I'm asking the board, I'm asking the superintendent to please reconsider about the positions that are moving forward in the district. They're all willing to take the training, but they feel that it shouldn't be a training that they have to reapply for after being working for the district anywhere from 10 to 30 years. It's not fair to the members. And that's all I have to say tonight. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Are there any other bargaining unit leaders, Ms. Floyd, who wish to speak on this item?
Madam President, I prematurely promoted Mr. Brown because he's presenting on the next item as well. So he's actually a panelist and I believe has his hand up to speak for OEA.
Okay. If Ms. Floyd could unmute Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, directors and superintendent. I'm Keith Brown, president of the Oakland Education Association. I'm saddened to announce that we have lost a powerhouse in the OUSD labor family. Oakland Education Association past president Ben Visnick. He's been fighting ALS for a good part of the year. And Ben, he has been active in OEA since 1982 when he began working with teacher substitutes in the district. And by 1983, he became active as a rep in OEA, becoming a full-time teacher at Madison Middle School, then moving to Calvin Simmons Middle School. He served in roles such as vice president of the OEA and then president in 1994, playing a key role in organizing for the 1996 strike centered around class size and elementary prep. And he was again elected president in 2004 and led the OEA in a major contract battle in 2006. Ben Visnick also served as OEA treasurer from 2010 and returned to the classroom at Oakland High. And after retirement, he's served on the OEA executive board representing our teacher substitutes. And Ben has also been involved at the state level and the national level through the California Teachers Association and the National Education Association. Ben Visnick, a great advocate for the classroom, the school site, and the union. Also, I'll just like to acknowledge that I look forward to item Q and hearing from the members of our OEA Black Women's Caucus and members of our MOU bargaining team, the presentation of Black Sanctuary reparations for Black students tonight, as OEA believes that Black families, communities, and students need a targeted plan to address the effects of racist practices and racial violence. And this plan is a plan that will improve student success for all, particularly Black students. Also, I just want to take the time to say, to that we need to continue to work together to make sure that we pass Measure Y and Proposition 15. This election is so important, and passing Measure Y would give us the ability to put measures in place such as adequate ventilation for our schools, which is needed for a safe reopening, and also Proposition 15 to close a corporate tax loophole and provide OUSD with $25 million in ongoing funding. And we know that Black communities, brown communities have been underfunded for decades, and it's a time that we reclaim $12 billion each year. So Proposition 15 is about equity, and it's about resources for our students and communities. And also it is important when we are making sure that we improve crisis distance learning, that we utilize our substitute teachers to provide classroom support and one-on-one small group instruction. And lastly, I stand in solidarity with the labor family in SEIU, and we want support for their items and to make sure that they are compensated for the work that they do. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
And Mr. Brown, before we let you go, would you mind letting me know who I should be promoting for the next item, item Q, since it seems like there's a few individuals.
I believe Kampala Tays, Ransford, Kahinde Salter, Jaja Malink, and Rosinda Thomas, I believe.
All right, I'll do my best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Are there any more of our labor leaders who wish to speak right now, Ms. Floyd?
Of the three hands I see raised, I don't believe they are labor leaders, President London.
All right, thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to, I don't know that I ever agreed with Ben Visnick, but he was a powerhouse. And he's someone that before I ever was on the board, I knew, and I have to, actually, I shouldn't say that I did agree with him. I agreed with his fervor to make sure that, substitute teachers were supported, that all teachers were supported. I knew he took on, great leadership roles while also being in classrooms. And so, I don't know that we always agreed, but appreciated his leadership. And I think he even led during a time of when there was strikes. And so just knowing that he gave his heart and his soul to this school district. And so to your membership, I know he is a great loss. And I did not know that he was suffering, but I'm feeling, because I feel like I just saw something from him or heard from him that he fought on behalf of justice until the very end. So again, condolences to your membership and that leadership. He will be missed in the city of Oakland and in this education world. His voice and his advocacy was something to stop and pay attention to and listen to and be led by. So again, condolences in that way.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodgen. And Mr. Brown, thank you for reminding me. We will adjourn the meeting tonight in honor of Mr. Visnick. Thank you. Anything further? Okay, so we're going to go now to item Q. This is a public hearing. It's a sunshining proposal from the Oakland Education Association on a proposal that they want to bring forward. We're going to stop for a minute and check for need for translation. If I could ask our translators to come back on, please.
Buenas tardes. Esta reunión tiene interpretación, entonces si ustedes desean que se les interprete, por favor escriban en el chat o levanten la mano virtualmente para poder escuchar la interpretación. Solamente si la piden va a haber interpretación. Ahora, nuevamente, para entrar a la interpretación hay un símbolo de un mundo, está aquí en la pantalla bajo un círculo rojo. Aprieten ahí y van a ver la opción de Spanish, o sea, español. Aprieten donde dice español y ahí van a poder escuchar lo que se está diciendo en español. Nuevamente, si ustedes lo piden por el chat o si levantan la mano virtualmente. Gracias.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。麻煩如果你需要廣東話翻譯嘅話，請你舉一舉手。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Thank you, Ms. Ho.
Good evening. I just want to make sure all of our panelists are on.
Excuse me. We need to make sure that we're done with the translation.
Madam President, translation in Spanish will be needed for this item.
Okay, thank you. So we just need to make sure that's set up and then we'll proceed with the presentation from OEA. Okay, it looks like we are ready to go. Are we ready, General Counsel?
We are.
Great. So thank you, OEA representatives, for your patience. If you want to go ahead, that would be great. I assume that you've been notified that we try to keep our presentations to 10 minutes.
I wasn't, but thank you for letting me know now.
Yes, thank you.
So good evening, board members, and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. My name is Kampala Taze Rancifer. I am a teacher and parent in this district, and I'm on the executive board of the Oakland Education Association. Tonight, as was mentioned, OEA is going to introduce our Black Sanctuary Reparations for Black Students proposal. The proposal is centered on dismantling anti-Black racism in OUSD. This issue of anti-Black racism is not unique to our district, but what is unique is our opportunity to work together to create a comprehensive, fully funded plan for Black students. The demands are the work of our teachers, along with community partners like Justice for Oakland Students, our Black, I'm sorry, yeah, if you could stay on that slide, that'd be great. The very first slide, please, thank you. Justice for Oakland Students, our Black Working Group, which OEA President Keith Brown and myself are a part of. This proposal includes the work of the Black Organizing Project, which is why you may see some things that are familiar. OEA is working with our community to really lift the demands for all our students, and in this particular proposal is for Black students. And while all of our proposals are not traditional mandatory subjects of bargaining, OUSD has the legal right to negotiate with us over this entire list of demands if there is the political will to do so. There are 4 of us presenting tonight, and right now I'll pass it along to my colleague, Rosinda Thomas, a retired teacher in Oakland.
Good evening. Okay, I'm not on the camera, but that's okay.
Ms. Thomas, you're there. Please proceed.
Okay. Reparations for Black students. I mean, what happens when we discuss this? It targets funding, addresses culture, climate for Black students, educators, and families. And it, of course, will improve student success. Reparations for Black students. Why is this needed? Why only Black students, and why not all students? Black people have endured over 500 years of racism in this country. The nationwide uprising against racial violence has led to a significant shift in conversations and attitudes about racial inequalities in America. The killings of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Rashard Brooks, and others have galvanized calls and increased support for dramatic changes to legal, political, economic, and educational systems. Racism is not unique to Black people alone. Racism is rooted in its proximity to Blackness. In fact, over the past 16 years, OUSD has lost nearly 20,000 Black students as a result of anti-Black racism in the educational system, as well as targeted gentrification, causing a mass exodus of Black people from Oakland. And I know this well too well because I taught at Prescott Elementary School. Therefore, Black families, communities, and students need a targeted plan to address the efforts of centuries-long racist practices and racial violence. I'd like to pass this on to Jaja.
Oh, I'm going to jump in, Miss Rose. Good evening. My name is Kahinde Salter.
Thank you.
And I am going to add to the slide that Miss Rose just so eloquently read. I'm going to name and define racism as the system that embeds the myth of white supremacy into the 10 areas of human life: economics, education, entertainment, family, labor law, politics, religion, science, and war. Now, this being a school system, yes, racism is embedded in the educational system. Did we cause or start racism? No, we have inherited this as a centuries-long issue, and we would be remiss not to address it and do everything in our power to make sure that it is not affecting any of our children, especially Black children, because like the slide said, the opposite of white is Black. And so if racism is defined as the myth of white supremacy, then that means that anyone who is Black is catching the brunt of the problem. So for example, I'm slowing down, I see.
Thank you.
I see the note, thank you so much. So for example, I am a product of the Oakland Unified School District. So, and my children are currently in the Oakland Unified School District. And the school that my daughter, who is a senior this year, is graduating from is predominantly Latino. And the anti-Black racism that is happening on that campus, along with other campuses, is rampant. And there have been issues happening on her campus, as I know are happening on other campuses. And it's not that the students are maliciously trying to attack my child on purpose. However, because they have learned racism just like everyone else in this country, then it is coming out and it is affecting Black students disproportionately. So when I was in OUSD, there were several more Black families in the district, and this type of anti-Blackness that we have inherited, along with gentrification and other issues, has pushed Black families away from OUSD. And that is why we are saying that we need to specifically target African American families and students right now in order to retain the Black students that we have in the district, and in order to let African American families know that yes, the Oakland Unified School District can be a place for your child to learn and thrive in. And on that note, I'm going to pass to Mr. Jaja.
Okay, can you go forward on the slides, please?
I'm sorry, I'll do the next slide. So it's important for us to understand that this project cannot be successful without funding. This proposal that you're going to be hearing in a lot more detail needs to be resourced. We're suggesting that we use LCFF funds to support this proposal. As West Contra Costa just did, Oakland can determine the number of Black students who fall into categories under LCFF, such as low income, unhoused, foster youth, and maybe even under special education, and redirect those LCFF funds to finance in part the Black Sanctuary District. We're also suggesting that we use the $2.3 million from dismantling of the school police to support the culture and climate keepers and the resource student supports like counselors and psychologists. We can fundraise using above board philanthropic dollars. OEA and OUSD can partner together to do a ballot measure to increase funding for Black student initiatives. And of course, we need to pass Prop 16, vote yes on Prop 16, so that the targeting of ballot measure dollars can go to Black students. Again, we don't want to create plans without funding. These resources can be available if we work together. So this can be a part of our negotiations as funding for programs have been negotiated in this state and into MOUs in the past. So next we're going to hear about the culture and climate proposal from Kiande Salter, and again, an Oakland teacher and parent.
Okay, so within this proposal, we've proposed systems for the Oakland Education Association and the Oakland Unified School District to track, investigate, and resolve claims of racism on campuses through a variety of means: surveys, hiring staff to do this work, tracking the reports made by students, educators, parents, and staff. And there will also be ongoing trainings and workshops to share curriculum and improve culture and climate. We propose that the staff will be OEA members hired by a joint committee between the district and the Oakland Education Association. And of course, we know that it's not just enough to say, hey, there is racism happening on these campuses, but we have to acknowledge it and work to resolve it so that our students feel safe when they are on campus. We also propose to include ethnic studies as part of instructional minutes, and having ethnic studies that focus on non-European advanced ancient civilizations. We don't want to start from colonization, or in the case of African-American students, from slavery. We want to acknowledge everything that happened prior to that. And we would like for the leadership team to consist of a significant number of African-American educators. We propose to eliminate racist disciplinary practices. I'm sure that everyone is well aware of the fact that Black students are disproportionately disciplined on these campuses. We are usually not a large percentage of the student body makeup, but we are a disproportionate percentage of those students who are disciplined. And so we need to address that, establishing a community disciplinary review board at each school to review and approve or deny all cases before students are suspended or recommended for expulsion. That is a very important one. Also, to train peacekeepers or school climate specialists to support these new practices. Culturally responsive de-escalation, that's also important. Working with students with disabilities, mental health professionals, emphasizing training in RJ, and trauma-informed first aid. And I have gone through that with my daughter, who is bipolar, on multiple occasions where the school tried to expel her and suspend her, and we're not working with her to understand what was happening, especially if there was a racial incident that sparked a bipolar mania, which has happened multiple times. African rites of passage programs and Black cultural festival to celebrate Blackness so our children feel welcome and included on their campuses. And of course, to increase Black family engagement through targeted, intentional, and sustained outreach. I teach at Fremont High School, where I've heard time and again that most Black parents do not feel comfortable or welcomed coming on that campus, where the parents of the Tongan students or the Latino students are welcomed with open arms.
You muted yourself.
African American parents.
Kiande? Not sure what happened.
Ms.
Well-
Thais Rancifer, can I ask how much more time we need on the presentation? We would like to move along.
We're almost there. Thank you, Director. So I'll keep us going. We're going to finish up with the culture and climate piece. So stopping permanent school closures and co-locations is also an important factor in addressing the culture and climate for Black students. As many of you know, since 2004, 16 of the 18 schools that were closed were in schools with large populations of Black students. These schools were then reopened, and when they did reopen, they had 62% fewer Black students in attendance. And when we think about the statistic that Kiande said earlier, once upon a time, we had nearly 20,000 Black students and enrolled in OUSD, and we have about 8,000 Black students left. Our proposal suggests that we invest in these schools instead of closing them. Our proposal suggests that schools with large populations of Black students would be put into a protected class, historically Black schools, that we would use the funds from the Black Reparations Fund to implement the proposals in these in this policy to improve both the culture and climate as well as student outcomes. So another piece here is about the recruitment and retention as an issue for all educators in OUSD, but the recruitment and retention of Black educators is even more challenging and really a critical part of this plan. Students need educators who reflect their ethnic and cultural backgrounds. As a result, we propose paying for the credentialing program, test prep, and exams for Black educators seeking credentials. We want to improve leadership opportunities. We need more Black TSAs, more Black coaches. We want to bargain a path for tenure for CTE teachers who are disproportionately hired without protection. We propose that we track and all proposed non-re-elects by race to ensure that Black educators are not disproportionately terminated. Lastly, conducting an annual evaluation of all principals and network superintendents to address the culture and climate at school sites and within district regions, with the goal of improving the climate and the culture and climate, which would ultimately improve outcomes for Black educators in the district. And as many of you already know, culture and climate impacts the success of both our students and our educators. And this is just a piece we can't ignore and need to make sure that this is a piece that we take on. Jaja is next, and he's gonna really discuss some of the outcomes for Black students.
Yes, in the interest of time, I'm gonna just say a couple things and kind of look at the data, but we're not going all the way in. But I would just say this, as a teacher here in a district now for 4 years with over 15 years of teaching experience, and because of my own personal commitments to family and, I'm in the PhD program, all of these things, I've over the last year, I've gotten involved in the OEA. And now that I'm involved in looking at this data on student achievement, it disturbed me. It upset me. I was ashamed as a teacher, and we all should be ashamed when we're looking at this data as it pertains to African American students. Here we are, got 72% of 8th graders who are not ready for high school. We have African American students reading multiple years below at 58%, 68%. And I looked at the numbers, the most recent numbers, it's even worse, it's not as, it's just as bad. And here we are supposed to be educating the future of tomorrow, and we are failing over half of American students in the district. How can we actually go to sleep at night? I was disturbed. I called my colleagues up in the middle of the night to discuss this. And I was just wondering why other people and other educators were not upset over this. Is this just an expectation? Have we become complacent with this low performance of our students? For me, and I've taught all around the world, this is unacceptable. I mean, it's unacceptable to the point that we shouldn't even be sleeping. The fact that we have to even come in 2020 and present a proposal that is directed for resources and support for African American students who over 50% of them are failing to go to high school and graduating. We should be ashamed. So we can look at these numbers. We can look at the discipline. In 2019 to 2020, we had 7.1% of African American students receiving out of school suspensions. 618 out of 8,735 students. Latino and Latina students, 2%, 342 out of 16,692. So not only are we not educating them, we are punishing them for their behavior and sending them and expelling them and suspending them out of school. So hopefully, I'm sorry if I didn't go into the data, I just wanted to speak from the heart, but we need to really look at what we're proposing with the Black Sanctuary, stop tiptoeing around this issue. It's been going on for too long. The little things that we're doing to try to address either it's not working or it's not effective. And maybe this is something that we should seriously look at, the Black Sanctuary, as an alternative to some of the practices that we're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaja. This is you too, brother.
I would just add with this. So we did propose in the Black Sanctuary, Black students' preparation for college, career, and civic leadership, improving the literacy rates, and study and learn from Black educators and institutions, because there are African-centered schools who have demonstrated, have proven practices that we should take a look at and maybe even attempt to use some of those strategies within the district. So thank you all so much for listening, and I will pass it to Ms. Rosenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. So, you know, when we look at a lot of our Black students, sometimes mostly male students, what do we see? We see a lot of our students in special education. Jaja just addressed an issue of suspensions, because that's what happens a lot to our Black students in special ed. Now, I'm going to give you some ratios. So special ed ratios at schools with 30% or above for Black students, 15-to-1 ratio for RSP, 10-to-1 ratio for MMSDC, 8-to-1 for counseling enrichment SDC, and moderate severe SDC. Special education teachers who reach a high number of Black students, as well as new teachers and teachers interested in learning best practices for teaching Black students, shall have additional training opportunities. Training opportunities is very important. And it's not so much that you just find someone just to do the training, but someone that is highly certified, because we have heard some complaints about that. Disproportionality of referrals to special education. So develop a social emotional learning curriculum, provide training to decrease inappropriate special education referrals, especially of Black students into special ed. Because, you know, once we get a lot of the students in special ed, they're not out. Just because they act out, it does not necessarily mean that they're a special ed student. We have to find out exactly what's going on. And a lot of those students are brilliant. We have some brilliant students. Provide training to general education teachers on responding to social emotional needs of Black students in order to decrease reliance of ineffective and reactive strategies like suspension and police intervention. Provide all Black families with advocates when holding IEP meetings and when referring Black students for special education services. And so much more. There's just so much more. So please read. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank my co-presenters, Jaja, Kiende, and Miss Rose. I also want to thank all of the board members and the superintendent for taking time to hear our proposal for the Black Sanctuary, the reparations for Black students. This is a state of emergency for our Black students, but together we can do what's right for our students. We have this unique opportunity to address the entire scope of this proposal. Like I said in the beginning, not all of our proposals are traditional mandatory subjects of bargaining. OUSD has a legal right. You have a legal right to negotiate with us over the entire list of demands here if you have the political will to do so. We are asking you tonight to engage on all aspects of this proposal. We are asking you to lead the way nationally for our communities, for our families, for our educators, but most importantly, for our students. I really want to thank you so much for taking the time, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so at this point in time, we will take public comment. If you wish to offer comments on the presentation you have just heard, please raise your hand. Each speaker will have 1 minute. Ms. Floyd, do we have any folks who wish to offer comments here?
Yes, Jabari Herbert.
Thank you. Mr. Herbert, are you there? We'd like to hear from you. All right. Are there other speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, our next speaker is Asana Olabala.
Yes, this is going to be interesting. I've been coming to you guys for quite some time talking about Black children, and you have, as a board, have remained silent. So now you have a group of educators who have brought the subject matter in great detail. I want to listen to your dialogue on this subject matter. Is it going to be substantive? Some of you might not even say anything because that's what you usually do. The only thing I want to say that wasn't mentioned is you got to stop using this term people of color. Black children are not having the same experience and are disproportionately negatively impacted. And when you use the term people of color, you are decreasing the opportunity to fully understand what they are experiencing. And this issue about being discriminated against by Latinos, I want to hear more about this because that's unacceptable. Let's listen to what you have to say, board members, on this subject matter.
Thank you. Are there additional comments?
Yes, our next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, OUSD board and community. David Castillo here, OUSD parent and parent advocate, student advocate. Just looking at some of the demographics in the city with our teachers versus our students, about 22% of our students are African American. We've got about 20% teachers that are African American. Latino students in OUSD make up about 45% of our student population, with about 15% of our teachers that are Latino. And white teachers are overrepresented in the district. We all know that. So, I mean, I appreciate the presentation tonight and the outcomes for third grade reading and graduation and A through G for African American students absolutely need to be addressed. I'm just wondering why the union that represents the teachers is bringing this forward when they're the ones that work with our children all day. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments?
I'll call on Jabari Herbert again.
Yeah, no, I didn't have my hand raised on this item. I don't have anything.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
There is one more speaker, President London. It says a first vice president.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ishmael Armendariz, first vice president of OEA. And I just want to say one thing. The reason why the teachers union brings this forward is because this is justice for our Black students. And this is about addressing inequality. That's why our teachers union is bringing forward. So if you're not with that, move out the way and let us lead.
Thank you. Colleagues, because this is subject to collective bargaining, this is not something that we would necessarily discuss at this time, but I do believe if anyone had a clarifying question, this would be a moment to ask it. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes. So I would like to have clarified why the schools listed for closure in that list are incorrect. In particular, the schools in West Oakland are not slated for closure. McClymonds hasn't been slated for closure for years or ever, nor West Oakland Middle School. So for me, the data in here needs to be very, very clear. So it feels alarmist to me. And then the other piece is I don't understand why this is being bargained. I think that this should be a practice of a school district. I have lots of clarifying for me. My questions are, have you had this conversation inside of your predominantly white, workforce? Have you had this conversation inside of your executive committee board meetings? And then just for me personally, as I sit here as a Black woman who's done this work for a number of years in community, I think we are all the district. And I understand that you're a organized body that is in adversarial, tends to, operate us versus them. And so for me, if we're supposed to be doing work that is about unlearning racism and unlearning whiteness, it would require us to actually kind of approach this work in a very, very different way. So that is more commentary, obviously, but those are my questions about why is it being brought in this particular format of negotiations? Because negotiations is about what happens for you. This is where are families in this conversation? Where are Black folks in this conversation that might even have a different point of view? It is through the president, I realize there isn't any conversation or debate, but it just feels incredibly awkward that we're talking about doing something about unlearning whiteness, and yet we use the very tools and the operations of whiteness to bring and confront this. So I'm not in a classroom.
Okay. So I'm happy, Director, to answer, but there was a lot of questions there, so I want to make sure that
I
I
have more
captured.
clarifying questions. You can write them up and then get back to me. And then I also want to have some clarity around this budgeting piece. Where we put our money is what we value for sure. And yet I don't want fanciful kind of like budgetary things thrown around. So, you know, the $2.3 million has been pretty much spent out. And if you heard earlier conversations, like I want to understand if we stand around the spirit and the life of George Floyd, where do we stand around the spirit of Black folk inside the school district, where we're talking about literally 57 Black men are about to lose their jobs? And so you talk
about, I want to caution you because we're many of the topics in here are subject to bargaining. I would ask you to please.
So the clarifying questions are going to be from me around this budgetary piece and how where it is that you think that is coming from, and we can. So where is, like, I don't understand when we're laying off 57 Black men. Where
Dr. Hinton-Hodge, please.
I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin. There was so many questions in there. What I can say in terms of the data, if you, as we're looking through the proposal, when I'm talking about schools that would be held as in a protected class, are schools with large populations of Black students so that they aren't at threat for closure, just so we clarify that. And then I think I heard questions about why would it be brought in this way? You know, labor is changing. You know, we are not typically doing just bargaining around bread and butter, right? There are things that we want to do to uplift our entire community. And I know that has been, that our relationship with the district has been strained. And I think in a personal conversation with you, Director Hinton-Hodge, and I think in this proposal this evening, I think we stressed on numerous occasions that what we can do and what we have as an opportunity for us in this moment right now is to work together, is to do something to unprecedented for us, and actually rise to the occasion to support Black students. We have been adversarial, but it doesn't have to be every time. We have an opportunity. And I just want to ask all of us to think about putting all of our differences aside and standing here for our students. This is a moment for us to do that.
Thank you. I would like to move on. Does anybody else have any clarifying questions at this time? They must be clarifying. I really want to caution board members that this is all subject to collective bargaining. This is a sunshining proposal. And I would actually encourage you to not ask any questions right now if you can help it. Go ahead, Director Torres, but please do be mindful.
Thing is that, you know, in light of my earlier comments, in light of the discussion about George Floyd, in light of the discussion about expanding ethnic studies and having the ability to bring together the various people who love this district, work in this district, were raised in Oakland, born in Oakland, and now work for the district that they went through, right? For all that it's worth, good, the bad, the ugly, and yet there's in all spheres from all races. So what happens with those people who are from Oakland and are working in this district for decades? You know, this is an opportunity as I see it, and what I am hearing, and I have it in my hand because I've been looking at this for a while and I printed it out after I first heard about it. So this has been in my house for a couple months, something worth studying and trying to really make sense of it all, right? How did we get here? How do we lose 20,000 African-American students? Because of the lack of city leadership to deal with housing, to deal with affordability, to deal with, you know, all kinds of stuff, right? Homelessness, mental health issues. So So at the end of the day, the way I see this is an opportunity to add to everything else that's going on right now. Removing a police department, adding culture ambassadors, adding more ethnic studies.
Excuse me, Madam President. Director Torres, this is General Counsel. As the President mentioned, this is being presented as a subject of bargaining under state law.
Sure.
There's a certain process, and so I appreciate the opportunity for us clarifying questions, but this is beyond clarifying questions.
Yeah. Well, I guess ultimately what I wanted to say was that I don't think this is an easy topic, considering that we have, a population of teachers that is mostly white. And so this is a big lift. And so this is where I'm wondering how the process actually works to carry out the advancement of the African American student. When you look at your own population of the teaching force, that's a big issue. That's a big lift. That's a big issue of training and ongoing training. And so at the end of the day, the racism of all other students on Black students is partly because of what they must be seeing and experiencing and living in this culture that has been so Eurocentric. So we're talking about dismantling hundreds of years of things that are pro-white, that are pro-Euro. And that's why I appreciate this, and I look forward to understanding how it would actually work. That's the bottom line. Is I don't understand how it will actually work, but I'm definitely behind it because I understand how we got here is from years of
I want to caution you around bargaining. Thank you. We're going to move on now. I'm going to close it off. We have many other items. Thank you to our colleagues at the OEA. We appreciate your participation. We're going to now move on to item R, which is unfinished business. If the OEA folks could turn off their screens, we would appreciate it. As we noted earlier, we have only one item under unfinished business, so we will hear that item and take any comments that are needed. This is item R1 20-2042. This is an adoption by the Board of Education of an amendment to our policy on open enrollment. Superintendent, I'm going to turn it to you for any remarks that are needed. Do I have a motion, by the way? Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Director Yee. I see a movement by Director Yee. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Gonzalez. Superintendent. Hello? Did the superintendent freeze? Superintendent, did you want to introduce this item, or is there someone from staff who will introduce it?
Madam President, I believe this is on me, but Superintendent, if you want to jump in first. Doesn't look like it. Okay. This is item, let's pull it up. This is the second reading and up for a vote of amendments to Board Policy 5116.1. It addresses open enrollment. It has been previously presented and discussed at the prior meeting. And it, among other things, adds a slight change to preschool preference for school assignments. It allows for the board to adopt resolutions to engage in pilots for changes in enrollment priorities. 3 of those pilots are on the agenda for this meeting on the assumption that this policy change will be adopted. And with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to respond.
So General Counsel, I would just like to frame this a little bit further.
Sure.
So this is 5116.1. One of the things that we realized as we were developing this policy is that we don't have an overarching policy on enrollment, a 5116 period. So later in the agenda, after all these other items, we will be hearing a first read on an overall policy on enrollment that will get at some of the broader policy issues around, do we want integrated schools? Do we want neighborhood schools? Do we, how are we going to do all that? But right now we're focused solely on this enrollment, open enrollment piece of it. So thank you for the framing, and I believe that is all that's needed. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? Let's see if there's public comment. We forgot to ask about translation. Do we need to do that, General Counsel?
Yes, please, Madam President.
Buenas noches. Esta junta está siendo interpretada al español. Si ustedes lo requieren, entonces les queremos pedir, por favor, si todavía hay alguien que quiere interpretación al español, sí, por favor, lo pueden anotar en el chat o levantar la mano por Zoom. Y si alguien acaba de llegar a la reunión, la manera para entrar a la interpretación es que van a encontrar un símbolo de un mundo, que es lo mismo que ven en la pantalla en un círculo rojo. Aprieten ese símbolo y vayan a donde dice Spanish, que significa español, y van a escuchar toda la reunión en español interpretada, pero solamente si ustedes lo requieren. Ahora, si ustedes ya estaban escuchando, les pedimos de favor que nos avisen, por favor, si quieren interpretación para continuar haciéndolo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
各位歐倫社區人士好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你舉一舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm okay. I'm done. President London.
Thank you, Ms. House.
Madam President, no Spanish or Cantonese interpreting is needed for this item.
Great, thank you. And we're going to go now to public comment. If you wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature or *9 on your phone. Ms. Floyd, are there any comments on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker so far, Asada Olabala.
You people getting scarier and scarier. I remember when you had the retreat on racism, London said, I don't want this recorded because of whatever reason she was scared. And it looks like you're afraid to speak up about Black children in this district. And boy, look at the impact of negativity that these kids are going through. And all you can say is this is a collective bargaining issue and you can't talk about it. But I'll keep talking about it. I'll keep bringing it up. And the fact that you won't deal with Black children is a disgrace. It's appalling how Black children have fallen so far behind in this school district and you don't address it. And you said, we got to move on. You need to stop and find a way to help these Black children.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comments?
I don't see any other hands raised, President London.
Thank you. Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll, please?
On the roll call on the pending motion, Student Director Ramos, Student Director Powell, I assume they're gone. Director Ng.
Yeah.
Director Yi. Yeah. Director Harris. Did you say yes, sir? You're muted.
Yes.
All right. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're going to go now to item N, new business. As we stated,
President, may as well stop now. We're not going to be done by 10, so let's just extend the meeting now if everyone's okay with extending. I think we're going to be here till midnight. So I move that we extend the meeting until midnight.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll?
Motion to extend the meeting until not later than 12 midnight. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Yi. Yes. Director Harris.
No.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes, although I hope it ends at 11 so I win the pool.
Okay, motion's adopted.
Okay, so we're going to go now to item S, new business. As we stated earlier, If you wish to offer comments on any item that's in new business, there are many, many items in here. There's about 9 items. If you wish to offer comment on any item in new business, you should raise your hand now, because we're going to take all public comment on new business now. I want to note that we have received many, many comments through our e-comment feature already this week related to the pilots, related to special ed. I'm trying to remember what else is in here, but we have received a lot of feedback that we very much related to the housing policy. So yeah, so the items that we're going to be hearing tonight is student assignment pilots at Edna Brewer Middle School, Sequoia Elementary School, and Chabot Elementary School. We're going to have a first read, which means the first time we're not going to vote on it tonight, but we're going to discuss a new policy around housing opportunities, using our properties to house unsheltered students and families and our own staff. We're going to have an update from our special education department. We're going to have an amendment to a board bylaw on how we run our meetings. We're going to have some applications for provisional waivers for teachers. If you wish to comment on any of those items, please raise your hand now. And Ms. Floyd, I will ask you to start calling the speakers. Each speaker will have 1 minute. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Asada Olabawa.
Yeah, I want to talk about this issue of housing and the fact that we have housing for other people, but not for Black people. I lived in Detroit where people had to move out and they boarded up the houses. There are no boarded up houses here, but Black people can't live here. You can't, and the city of Oakland is the #1 gentrified city in the country, Oakland and San Francisco, because of white gentrification and immigrant gentrification. We are a sanctuary city. Anybody can come into this city and stay and live, and they're not homeless. They're finding somewhere to live, but Black people can't find places to live and they're being pushed out. We have lost over 30,000 African Americans in the last 20 years, but immigrants come here and they can stay. Black people can't stay. So I don't know what you're talking about with housing, but Black people can't stay in this city. They can't find housing.
Thank you. And we're going to pause for a minute and check on whether we need translation.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión está siendo interpretada al español si así no lo requieren. Así que, por favor, si hay alguien que le gustaría que se interpretara esta reunión al español para el siguiente punto de la agenda, vayan a donde está, si ven un círculo rojo aquí en la pantalla, van a ver el símbolo de la interpretación, entonces busquen ese mismo símbolo del globo terráqueo en la parte de abajo de su Zoom y ahí aprieten y después elijan donde dice Spanish, que significa español. Y por favor, para que nosotros sepamos que hay alguien que quiere interpretación al español, o bien levanten la mano o escriban en el chat pidiendo interpretación. Si no lo piden, no se va a hacer la interpretación porque no sabemos si hay alguien que lo requiere. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
各位奧倫社區人士好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去到熒屏嘅右下方，點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到廣東話嘅翻譯。麻煩你如果需要廣東話翻譯嘅話，可唔可以舉一舉手，等我哋知道？多謝。President Linda, I'm done.
Thank you.
Madam President, no interpreting is needed for this item, and pursuant to Board Bylaw 9322, we can excuse our interpreters for the evening.
Great. Thank you very much to our interpreters and to everyone who took advantage of that opportunity. We will return to public comment. Ms. Floyd, could you call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Carol Dilton.
Good evening again, board. I just want to start by saying how difficult it is. I wanted to address the special education plan and roadmap, and it's really difficult to do that in the most meaningful way that I believe would be most helpful both for the board and public without first having the opportunity to hear the narrative version of the presentation. It's a real weakness in the new system. I did not see any e-comments related to special education in the pages that I was able to see. If I leave you with one thought, it is that you need to clean up the district statistics on special education and exclusively use the current statistics from STACE whenever you are looking at district policy and impact. And I know that the executive director can help you with that.
Thank you, Ms. Dilton. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Dirk Tillison.
I wanted to speak in favor of the housing initiative. We spent over a year and a half speaking with Black folks in Oakland about the challenges they were facing, and housing was something that kept coming up. OUSD is one of the largest landowners in the city. They have underutilized space. They can use that space to make it work for the community. Public land should go for public uses, and the public should get the benefit of the property that OUSD is not using. Half of foster kids are homeless 6 months out of aging out. More than half of those kids are Black kids. We can solve these problems for these kids. And I know we always talk about like, it'll take a while to do this. We can't, it's complex. If we started 5 or 10 years ago, we would have already solved this. We have a beautiful property at 1025 2nd Ave right near Laney College that could serve as a refuge for our kids and families. We have tons of room for kids and families. We can serve them, and we should use our property to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Tillotson. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Kim Davis.
Good evening, Kim Davis, parent. I have a minute to talk on something like 10 different items. And so since that clearly is not going to do justice, I'm going to just say that I think that this is really, really, really troubling. These are all, maybe, there are important things here that the public should be able to weigh in on. And they should be able to weigh in on it early enough that it can actually impact the ultimate policy. If you wait and only can speak about something at adoption because you weren't able to get the benefit of hearing the discussion beforehand, that tells me that you don't really want to hear what the public has to say and that you're not interested in incorporating that in the policies, aside from those people that are selected to help you make the policy in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening. David Castillo, OUSD parent. Wanted to speak on the special education presentation and look forward to it. As a parent of a student in OUSD with exceptional needs, I don't want to go back and rehash history, but in the spring with COVID and the shutdown, we witnessed and experienced a total drop off in services, basically to zero. Coming back this year, things have actually gotten better. And our student, my son, is thriving, but that's only because I was a former teacher and a school principal, and I know how to work the system. I understand the system. So my concern is, what about the other parents that aren't so savvy and understand how to actually access resources for their children? So I hope you're considering that going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Maestra Alvarado.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Maya Alvarado, and I am an elementary school teacher. I think my Zoom did not change my classroom name to my regular name, so sorry about that. But anyway, I'm just, there's a couple of comments that I have. I agree with the previous speaker, Kim Davis, on the engagement with this new format that you have for policy. Like, I would love to hear what the board members have to say about these new changes before we comment on them, and this doesn't really feel right. And second, I have somebody with me who needed interpretation, and I could not get interpretation for them because the chat was disabled. So I think that that's a big glaring mistake that needs to be fixed in order for our community to get the engagement that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll investigate that issue with the chat and interpretation. What they needed to do was to raise their hand at the time that the announcements were being made. It wasn't, I don't think it happens through chat. It happens through raising your hand when the announcement's being made. Can you clarify that for me, General Counsel, please?
That's correct, Madam President.
So maybe for the future, we'll try to reiterate that. I thought we had been clear about that. Okay, are there?
I believe that each time the introduction is made in Spanish and in Cantonese, it's stated to raise your hand, and I apologize that the person who needed interpreting wasn't able to get it for this item.
Yes. Are there additional comments, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have one last speaker, Jabari Herbert.
Good evening. I'll be quick. My name is Jabari Herbert, resident, former parent. I've been involved in doing affordable housing this last 6 years in San Francisco as a board member, working with a community group, Meta, in the Mission District. What I do know about, if you guys are embarking upon that, it's best to allow developers to come in. I'm not sure why you're looking at lease payments. If you requested a lump sum, you would pay down the state's debt, as well as allow developers to get more tax credit equity. So that could be done in an assessment fee and appraised value, but I just think doing a lease payment option doesn't do the students, OUSD, or the residents any good. No, and it hinders the development from a tax credit award for projects because there's not a sort of flat number the owner's looking to get for the land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert. Okay, Ms. Floyd, I believe that is it, yes?
Yes.
Great. So we're going to move now to item S1, 20-2034. This is, okay, we're not going to do this one right now. I take it back. We're going to come back to 5116. We're going to go to the pilots first. So we're going to go to S2, 202153. This is the enrollment pilot for Sequoia Elementary School. And I'm going to turn it over to staff to make the presentation and take it away. Thank you. Ms. Talkington, I think, is going to be speaking.
Yes, good evening, Superintendent and Board Directors. I'm Jody Talkington, Senior Director of Strategic Projects, and I'm actually going to just give a high-level overview and then pass it to some staff here that we have, staff and community members from the Sequoia school community. So just to put a frame on this before you hear from the school community quickly, as you know, our citywide plan passed a few years ago called for update to our enrollment policies. And so to that end, you all directed the superintendent to form a community work group who have identified and researched potential changes. And one of the recommendations is actually these pilots. And so these equitable enrollment initiatives at the schools would do several things. First, they would allow for the schools who have previously expressed interest in exploring enrollment policy changes with the lens of increasing equitable access and diversifying their schools. They also meet one of the top values of school diversity that came from families from our equitable enrollment community survey that we did in the past year or over the summer. And the pilots also can help inform broader policy changes that we're looking to do later this year as the new board comes on, and particularly to see how we can resolve the tension between neighborhood schools and integration. So with that overview, I believe we have Principal Carter, Joshua Klein, and Deanna Grant. to take us through the presentation.
Thank you so much, Jody. I'm guessing someone will be advancing the slides for us. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here with you guys this evening to share a bit about the amazing school I get to lead as principal, Sequoia Elementary School. Our school, which sits in the heart of the foothills of the Diamond District, works collaboratively with all stakeholders to provide wraparound supports to our school community. Over the last few years, our school, next slide please, our school has experienced a dramatic shift in demographics. Therefore, we are very excited to potentially participate in a pilot to adjust enrollment towards the goals of shifting student demographics to reflect historic levels at Sequoia Elementary School and to reflect current levels in OUSD. Next slide.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Deanna Grant Curtis. I am the after-school program coordinator at Sequoia, as well as a parent of Sequoia students. And when I started working there, it's been a while. I've been there since 2009. I was really excited to have my daughter start attending at Sequoia because of the diversity that was reflective of the beautiful city that we live in, which is Oakland. And the community that was built around that diversity. But what I noticed in just a few short years after my daughter started attending there, the diversity rapidly declined. And then my son, and by the time my son started in 2018, it was pretty much non-existent. And for me to hear my daughter and the excitement in her voice after her first day of middle school, telling me how excited she was to have friends that look like her, it made me turn my attention to my son, who was one of 2 Black boys in his class. And for me, it hurts to know that my child may have the situation where he's in a class that doesn't have people that look like him. And we know that that can affect his self-esteem, which can also in turn affect his academics. And that story that I just told you is reflected in these slides here. It shows that story and that shift. It shows the shift of race and ethnicity over the last 6 years at Sequoia. If you look at the purple bar there, that represents the white student population. And as you notice, it's moved forward. And then as that has moved forward, pretty much every other color bar has decreased dramatically. If you can move to the next slide for me. Thank you. So this slide compares the demographics of Sequoia's 2019 TK Kinder class, incoming class, in comparison to the entire OUSD TK and Kinder population. As you can see, the students that are entering Sequoia, it's not reflective of the makeup of our entire district at all. If you want, you can, if I can have you move to the next slide. So in the past 4 years, we've seen a decrease in Sequoia's population of students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, a significant decrease. If you move to the next slide, we'll see that data next to the rest of the districts. So here is that same data we just showed you, but it's alongside that of the entire district. And as you can see, as a whole, Sequoia is hovering like we have 20%, and the incoming class we had last fall only had 15% of the students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, while over 70% of the students in OUSD as a whole qualify. We can move to the next slide.
Recognizing the way our school enrollment has been out of step with the district, we've collaborated with other schools presenting today and have aligned on a policy that we believe is more equitable. We propose that a priority be added after neighborhood for families living in low-income areas using census block group data. Next slide, please.
Hi, my name is Josh Klein. I'm a parent at Sequoia, and I'm going to summarize some of the conversations that our team has had with the enrollment office and then also with our Sequoia community. So you can see on this slide, the enrollment office projects that with this enrollment adjustment that we're proposing, 25 to 50% of our incoming students next year will likely qualify for FRL. So that's up again from 15% this year. Additionally, we were told that this adjustment will likely increase enrollment of underrepresented student populations in terms of race and ethnicity, although we don't have exact numbers to show you at this time. Next slide, please. So we've had extensive engagements with our community. Like Diana had mentioned, many in our community have been concerned about the changing demographic of our school, and we're eager to participate in some kind of solution. Many others participated because they have a strong interest in the well-being of Oakland kids in general and wanted to engage in this more at a district level. So on this slide, you'll see we have support from our established family affinity groups, from our PTO, from the staff of our school, as well as the general parent community at our school. So I think that this slide really shows that our community is excited and ready to support the next steps in this process, which we'll get to in a couple slides. Next slide, please. Back to considerations from the enrollment office. One concern that has been brought up about this proposal is that it might negatively impact the enrollment of neighboring schools. For example, Fruitvale Elementary, which is less than 1 mile away from our school. Data from the enrollment office shows that our school does not dramatically pull from any one school enrollment zone. So in other words, this proposal should not disproportionately impact the enrollment at any one school. Next slide, please.
So to nurture a welcoming school climate for those that would be newest to our school and for those returning, we intend to continue the practices that support our families now and reimagine ways to be even more effective as we monitor our progress with this initiative.
And so far, our Fostering Communities series and our parent affinity groups have provided a space for support and to build understanding of one another.
We have a history of doing TK and K play dates on campus throughout the summer before the school year to connect kids and families before school even starts.
Which was something that we even did virtually this summer, given the times, but we also will have our staff continue to plan and prepare to be a more inclusive school.
And our PTO keeps equity at the center of all their plans, including fundraising and spending.
So I just want to thank you all for your consideration of our proposal. As evidenced by the numerous public comments made tonight, our committee has really worked hard to engage with our school community in a multitude of ways. And I feel strongly that this is a pilot we are ready to undertake. As Sequoia's principal and a parent of 2 Bobcats at Chabot Elementary School, I believe support of this initiative is a step in the right direction for our students as greater systemic changes that might make our OUSD schools more equitably enrolled are considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the team from Sequoia. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments? I do have a question. Do you have a, I don't know what the structure is of your after school program, but I am familiar with the program at Chabot, which is coming up in a bit. And that is a fee for service after school program. And so one of the things that occurred to me today as I was thinking about the meeting is that I think it'll be very incumbent on these school communities to work with Adventure Time, if that's the provider or whoever the provider is, that they're going to have to provide scholarships for the students who are coming in, or there's going to have to be a way to do that. I don't know if it's going to have to come from PTA fundraising or what, but the cost, it's certainly cheaper than preschool, but it's not inexpensive. So I just wanted to offer that as a piece of constructive criticism, and I know the Chabot team is on the line. So that was my one comment. Any other comments? I thought I saw a hand go up. Vice President Gonzalez, then first I'll go to Director Yee, actually. Vice President Gonzalez. Go ahead, Director Yee. I can't hear you, Gary.
I'm in support of the pilot because I think we'll gather important information from it. And I have two questions. One is Sequoia has been a traditionally strong open enrollment school as it is, enrolling around, I believe, half of the students from out of its enrollment boundary. Do we have any demographics about the enrollment around the demographics of the students who are coming in via open enrollment? That's the first question.
Were you wanting an answer right now, Director Yee?
Oh, okay. And then I guess, thank you. And I guess the second question is how you decided to use sub-census tracts versus identified markers of low socioeconomic. If that's what your goal is, to increase the number of lower socioeconomic students, why didn't you choose to select from a list of students whose families had some evidence of socioeconomic distress? Those are the two questions.
Are
you wanting format. Do we answer now?
Yeah, I thought that's
if you could answer, I think he would like an answer, if the principal could answer.
Okay, so as to the second question, I think that the reason that we were moving forward with the census tract as the way that we would determine the students that would be given priority for enrollment is based on the advisement from the enrollment office as being the most viable way to determine students that would qualify. The understanding is that students at TK and K level is not as readily available, the information of students that would qualify for free and reduced meals. And so that was the alternative means that the enrollment office suggested as getting the most viable group of students that would qualify. And if you could restate the first question, I've kind of lost what that question was.
And just in response to that, I've had this discussion with you, so I just wanted to enter it into the record that TK and pre-K parents actually have evidence of socioeconomic distress with their EBT cards or Medi-Cal or something like that. And then you would actually get families who are in those categories rather than families who are living in the geography. My second question, though, was regarding the demographics of the open enrollment group. Are the students who come to you from open enrollment substantially different than the students who come from the neighborhood in terms of their socioeconomic indicators?
And Ms. Carter, if you don't have that answer, Director Yee, I've actually been texting some of our enrollment office. As you know, our executive director is on maternity leave. Yep. And so some of the folks in our enrollment office says we immediately have that data, but we definitely can look into it. And so that can be something that I can follow up on. I know you are taking a vote tonight, so let me know.
It's okay because, I mean, I'd appreciate the information, but I intend to support it at any.
And I just want to note that I share Director Yee's, I'm exactly in line with him on this point. Director Hinton Hodge and then Vice President Gonzalez.
Oh, Gonzalez, the director, Vice President was before me, actually.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're right. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you. My question, it may not be for the principal so much as Dr. Aguilera and her team, but I just want to raise that sometimes when we do these enrollment initiatives, we don't give enough forethought and planning to special education because the way that it works with special education students is often that they have a limited choice set because of the program that their student needs. And so I want to make sure that as we make these changes, similar to last time we updated the enrollment policy when Charles Wilson was the enrollment director, we made sure that we were reserving seats for special education students. And so I'm wondering if we need to think about doing that again, because what I don't want to see happen, I'm really excited about this, all these schools. And what I don't want to see happen is we are eliminating seats for special education students by accident through not having thought about where do we need to have reserve some space, because they are often not participating in the normal enrollment options process because of their limited choice set. And so I would love to hear from Ms. Blake, if she's on, or Dr. Aguilera, about how we're going to ensure that we are not pushing special education students out by expanding these opportunities in these schools.
I'm happy to chime in with the details that I know so far. The enrollment office is working with our executive director, Jennifer Blake, on the projections for this upcoming year. And we've also have been expanding our work with the research department, where we've analyzed where we need services and therefore are projecting out where we should be offering programs. So that work still continues, even with the proposals that you're seeing tonight. We are pre-planning, which is better than where we were about 5 years ago, where we were doing the projections after projections were already sent to school sites for our general education seats. So that much I can update you as to how much each of the proposals discuss special education. That would need to come from the groups, but we do still have our approach to setting projections prior to enrollment going out to school sites for that feedback process.
Okay, go now to Director Hinton Hodge, and then we'll go to Director Harris.
Thanks so much. I'll try to be succinct. I want to definitely support Vice President Gonzalez's piece, because I think that was really that was one of my questions or thoughts. So I have a lot, sorry, because I'm kind of trying to figure out what this is doing, right? Because I think in the policy or the memo language, it talks about the district or the board making some even defining of integration. So is this an integration plan? And then my tendency is to go towards racial integration. And yet I think the elements that are laid out here are more low income, right? That's the indicator. We're not necessarily calling out race. I thought you weren't calling out race at all. You do in your affinity groups, you actually are doing that. Like, you don't use the word, but that's how you I think you're identifying it racially or maybe culturally. So that kind of stuff for me is like, in this pilot, I think I just need to be really clear, like, what are we attempting to do? And I just think that there's some realities around, like, where have all the Black people gone, right? And so, for me, I kind of actually want to know, what are the property values around these schools, around a Chabot, around a Sequoia? Because that may speak to, again, the ability for this diverse community, because if they don't live in that community and they don't have siblings, that is the barrier. Throughout this, I didn't see anything around academics at all, really, or kind of aligning with, because I don't believe in the proximity to whiteness or up on the hill is going to educate a poor child any better or a Black or brown child any better. So that kind of like theory of change around why we're going this direction is really important for me to like understand. So, are we talking about academic improvement? Because that's not always the case for some kids, right? That they travel, they're late, like there's all these things that almost become barriers even when they get into these seats. So I have 40 seconds. I would like to know more about your educators. What's the racial kind of demographic of your educators? Again, if there's some racial implication around this change work. Sorry. Affinity groups, I think I saw a little bit that better. Yeah, so I think you know, even I heard people's comments around there's no culture. Well, you know, white culture is culture. Like there's culture everywhere. So I just think the distinction in that. In my 7 seconds, I would say that I hope that this pilot group would be a part of any of the race equity pilot work because we were talking about maybe with PEG that there was going to be certain schools. And so I would like to ask and look at how we link these pilots with other supports to help them kind of work through the potential challenges that are going to kind of show up in this kind of way. And I would agree with some comments, like I would much rather have a higher quality school in my neighborhood that my kid gets to. Everyone's talking about riding bikes. You can't ride a bike from West Oakland to Sequoia, right? So I want to see a school that really serves my families and kids that look like me in my neighborhood. But so I want to support this, but there's a lot more to it that I'd like to understand.
Thank you. If the team wants to respond briefly, that would be fine.
I think that you just highlighted what is a concern really of our whole community as we also make this proposal, is that it's a yes, we support and, or both and, right? And so we have a very veteran staff, educators that have produced good results for our students, great results for our students. And so we do want to reclaim some of the historic demographic makeup that we have had as a school. And so some of that, we cannot approach that by saying we're looking to get more Black and brown students. We can't enroll based in that way. And so while that is a goal, it is being pursued by becoming more diverse socioeconomically. Our immediate school surrounding area has become more gentrified, and the property values are increasing. And so when we go outside of our neighborhood, we're hoping to be able to reclaim some of the socioeconomic diversity, which will also hopefully allow us to reclaim some of the demographic diversity that the community really wants to have. And so we do think that we hope to not only be more diverse, but to also support the students academically with that veteran staff that we have.
I'm sorry, I just need clarification. What is demographic diversity?
Race. And ethnicity, but just to answer you the way I think, being clear like what you'd appreciate, we are speaking about race.
Okay, can we go to the next, Director Harris? I think you were next.
Yeah, let me say I appreciate the effort here in the pilot and most of all the enthusiasm of the campus to address issues of race. And so you talk about home values. Home values in the last 20 years in all three of these neighborhoods have increased by more than $500,000, if not more, right? And so this is more of a question to the board. So if I'm a Black man living in East Oakland, how am I not supposed to interpret this as, oh, I just go to a white neighborhood to get a better education? And how is that not a slippery slope? So I'm looking at one school trapped between Highway 13 and 580 doesn't run that way. One school, all of them above 580. So all of them are saying to a kid that's next to Brookfield, a kid that's next to Acorn Woodland. I'm not naming low performing schools, but I'm saying, well, there's something better up the hill. So that same philosophy has defined Skyline High School. For those of you that don't know, Skyline High School was created because of the blackening of East Oakland. And they said, based on residential living patterns, we'll put a school where no Black people live. And then later that sick interpretation and a radical, coming to life of whiteness led to Black people 20 years later saying, well, now there's open enrollment, so I'm going to go up the hill, right? And that's better than staying in the flatlands. So, you know, I think this is a question for the board. Is that what we want to do? Is that how we're solving the quality problem? Well, we're just going to create more space for you in the white neighborhood, yet we've not offered a vibrant solution for what's going on in your neighborhood. So I think it's dangerous without considering the impact of what you're doing, because it is an effect. If I'm a young Black person, if I'm a young Latino person, if I'm a person without means, what you're saying to me is, go up the hill. The services are going to be better. Is that the message we want to send? So that, I mean, this kind of makes me, this kind of rationalization doesn't seem consistent with what we're trying to do with the blueprint work, what we're trying to do with improving neighborhood schools. And it doesn't send me an indication as someone who lives in East Oakland, well, what are you doing to improve Elmhurst? Well, are you going to do the same thing at Claremont? Demographics are the same at Oakland Tech. Same free and reduced lunch, down. So is that how we're going to solve the problem at Tech? We're just not going to fix the schools that are underperforming. We'll just let more students with less means into Oakland Tech. Slippery slope. I think, you know, I respect the effort, but I didn't hear a whole lot of conversation about the overall philosophy of how this helps us improve quality across the board.
So Director Harris, I'm gonna go to Director Yee in a second, but there was a question in terms of how to structure the agenda tonight, and I prioritized taking these pilots over the consideration of Board Policy 5116, which I believe does frame up that conversation. So I'm gonna just ask Director Yee if he could offer a few comments here, because that is a conversation we're gonna have in a bit. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Right. This is in direct response to Director Harris. We already have a policy in place which allows for open enrollment across the district. And actually, looking at last year's data, about half the kids who attended Sequoia lived in the attendance area, and half lived outside the attendance area. So if anything, this is an incremental fix to the problem you just described at Skyline, which I'm attempting to address in 5116, which will be after these. But this fix is an incremental fix because it acknowledges that certain socioeconomic areas should be the primary beneficiary of this process, so that the prioritization is certain zip codes, if you will, or census tracts over other census tracts. But I'm very sympathetic about the tension that creates with your schools. Sequoia, if you're referring to them, is actually between 580 and 13. So I think that's the band that you were talking about. So I would say that this is an incremental fix. The reason I'm supporting it is because I think we're going to be collecting data as to who actually exercises that choice, and whether or not, you know, the anticipated benefits of it will outweigh the anticipated consequences. I do have, while I have a minute though, I wanted to say, because I did meet with the Sequoia working group, and I asked them specifically to build in some guardrails around over-poaching of a particular school. And I did not see that in this document. So I think if I were, as I mentioned to you before, if I was an adjacent school and I recognize the benefits of Sequoia, I would feel that you didn't sufficiently communicate to me about that. And so I specifically said, so I'm not ambushing you, but I said that you need guardrails so that no individual school bears the consequence of your largesse.
Okay, are there other comments at this point from board members? Vice President Gonzalez?
I have a comment from the principal.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Director Yee.
Ms. Carter?
Ms. Carter, sorry.
Or any of your team?
Well, I'm hoping Josh can help me with the actual percentage, but what we got from the enrollment office was that there would not be significant impact from to any one school, based on this, as far as the projection, when they ran the model with this different way of prioritizing enrollment, there would not be significant impact to any one school, including specifically.
If there were, would you put a stop to it?
Absolutely.
I
So
believe we
we
wrote
are in
some.
partnership. We are in partnership with what we are now calling our sister schools. We've met with the principals from Laurel and from Fruitvale, and we'll be doing joint virtual tours together around enrollment in November. And so by all means, our school community is very concerned about any negative impact to the community around us. And so we're going to work in partnership with them to not overstep into their school, because that is
propose that you put that amendment into your recommendation.
We have not, but we absolutely would.
Do you agree, Mr. Klein?
I think that the enrollment office said that they were including an amendment in there that said that every year they would revisit the exact, they would look at where we're pulling students from and make any adjustments if there are negative unintended consequences.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that too, that just to point out to the board, this is a 3-year pilot that will be reevaluated annually for impact on student composition and community.
So you're not prepared to put a guardrail that you will not take more than some % of the school population?
No, we are prepared to do that.
And I will say, I just getting information from the enrollment office too. You're correct, Principal Carter, in the analysis that they ran, based looking on the historical data, that they had not. It would not be likely that there would be an outsized impact on any one school. But if you wanted to make an amendment for that tonight as well, but looking at the data, they don't anticipate that happening. But we could review annually in case there's an outlier that happens this upcoming year.
So if all 3 schools do the pilot, there would be no impact.
What kind of impact?
For 3 years.
If the 3 pilots are approved, the enrollment office's opinion is that there would be no impact to the district at all.
No, the question specifically was, would there be an impact on any one school where a large number of students at one school wouldn't change to these schools? I think the term Gary was saying, would there be too many students leaving one school to move to these schools, and that kind of.
Yeah, is that just for Sequoia, or are you talking about all the schools that are proposing pilots?
All the schools.
The one that's on now. So I'm going to ask the same question for the other 2.
So Director Yee, are you proposing an amendment right now to what's before us? Can you come closer to the microphone, please, and state what your amendment is?
I'm asking Sequoia to put in what they told me about when they met with me, which they would give me assurance that there would not be a disproportionate impact on any one school.
Also, just to speak to that, we did make sure that when we check numbers that we're only talking about for our first year, adding 30 students, a slot for 30 students in our in this pilot, so that we're not making a huge, major, drastic change, and we're doing it slowly that way.
So then if you said 2 from each, no more than 2 from any school, that would settle my guardrail.
Director Yee, the language right now in the resolution says, be it further resolved that these enrollment priorities for Sequoia Elementary School, and I believe this language carries in the other 2 as well, shall be in effect for enrollment for fall 2021, fall 2022, and fall 2023, consistent with board policy 5116.1, open enrollment, but may be reevaluated by the board and superintendent prior to fall 2023. That's the language that's in there now. If you want to propose different language, we need you to do that now, or we need to agree to table this and bring it back again at our November meeting.
I would like to, sorry, Director Yee, I want to vote for this, but I'd like to see this tabled and a little bit more massaged, because just even the idea of 3-year pilot, like what? Like that just, I don't know. There's little elements that it's making me hard to support the whole thing, but maybe we could work through some stuff.
Well, I would add, I'm just going to just say this, the last thing I'll say is, this should have a direct connection to the citywide plan. There's going to be a push and pull whenever you adjust enrollment policy. And so, but if it's not working in tandem in a systematic way, it could get lost. And so I'll give you a quick example. In 2 months, a new board will be sworn in. In 4 years or 3 years or 2 years, a principal could leave, a parent could leave, and then the ball is dropped, right? So if we don't have the right, like you said, guardrails that are in place that says, oh, alarm bell going off, it's 2022, we need to address this, then you end up with people then living with the idea that, well, I guess in order to get to quality, we got to go there. So that's what frightens me, is because I'm looking at the history of this city, and this is how we function. We literally go from the flatlands to the hills because in our head, it's better in the hills. So if we're not careful, we could recreate the same thing. And meanwhile, I'm saying this is good, but what are we doing? Back to what we just talked about. The OEA presented that less than 20% of African-American students are reading on grade level, right? So how are we solving that problem in a way that it's not connected to the overall citywide plan work? So I like that it's ambitious, but I'm wondering, are we moving a little too fast?
And I will say to that,
if I could just chime in here for a second. I mean, I think to Director Hinton Hodge and Harris's point, I think we need to be a bit careful that an enrollment policy in and of itself is not going to address quality. So, you know, the work that we have to continue to do around the citywide plan, continuous improvement to address disproportionality of Black students that are over-referred to special education, literacy, like that is the huge systems lever for quality. The enrollment policy is based on the assumption that as a district, we believe all of our schools should be integrated based on racial lines, ethnicity, socioeconomics. If we believe that that's a better quality education when we think about the function of education, preparing kids for college, for career, and a democratic society, that it is in many kids' disadvantage to go to a school that is hyper segregated. Then an enrollment policy can address that slice of quality. But we cannot confuse that any enrollment policy, because it gets back to a math problem. No matter how you slice and dice it, if we have 80 schools and less than 20 of them are deemed as quality, everybody can't get into those schools. That's just math. So it comes back to, we have to actually say, what's the system's response to improve quality, right? What are all those levers, from curriculum to professional development to doing better engagement with parents? And enrollment policy isn't going to address that. But in terms of what these communities are bringing forward, do we want to make sure that we have some criteria in place, knowing that cities are going to go through swings in terms of demographics, so that we have schools that are balanced in terms of diversity? So I just think that has to be clearly stated, so we're not under the misconception that any enrollment policy is going to somehow fix persistent underachievement that we've had. So I think that, and I think the piece about looking at the impact until we address the quality piece, there is the unintentional reality that you're going to pull from other schools. That is fact. And that just needs to be out in the open, because it's not necessarily kids outside. We have an open enrollment policy. And so you're gonna pull from different parts of the city. So I do think the guardrail is important, so that we can see, you know, are we pulling 5 to 7% from a particular school, and what's the impact of that particular school's enrollment in 2 to 3 years? I think that's the power of the pilot.
Yeah, and I would just say quickly, sorry, Director Yee, yes, the guardrails are important, but I'd also ask all of us a philosophical question. Why aren't we talking about pulling white students and affluent students into the flatlands, right? I mean, so it's this totally one-sided argument
That's
where,
the
oh, come
question.
to us.
That's always
Why-
been the question.
Why aren't we pulling white and affluent families and saying it's better here, right? So I just think there's more thinking to be done. And yes, guardrails, but I am very concerned about the amount of turnover that we had. Superintendent excluded, now and forever forward, there is no turnover in the superintendent office because we have a superintendent who's been here for 4 years. I'm trying to make her laugh a little bit, but I think turnover at the school sites, turnover in the teaching force, teaching ranks at these schools is such that it's going to be hard to track a 3-year pilot. Let any board member remind me of any one thing we agreed upon 3 years ago and that we check in on regularly.
Citywide plan.
That's why I got problems.
So folks, we need to figure out what it is we want to do here. Do you want to table this? And if you want to table it, what do you want to have happen between now and then?
Because it's in District 4, and I believe that I was very transparent with the group, I think the guardrail, a proposed guardrail of say 3 kids per school or something like that, to allow the pilot to demonstrate if our worst fears come out or our best hopes come out. 3 kids per school is a relatively small number, but without that, the expectations that you put on the sending school, or the school which loses without guardrails, is very hazardous to me. And that's what I said to the committee when they asked me to inform them, and I said I would support them with that contingency. And that's the part that I'm somewhat stressed about. But I want to support the idea because we need the data. I cannot be satisfied that without the actual working, without the actual experiments of these 3 experiments, will we actually get the data which we could inform the enrollment policy, which is now pushed to the next item on. We can inform that policy based upon getting this thing going. And the only rush to this adoption was because of the lottery of the open enrollment window opening. So that's why this thing is all complicated. Let's call it that.
Right. So President London, people are proposing we table. We need to understand from Ms. Talkington if that's even an option, given the timeline for the lottery system.
Jody, can you respond to that?
Yes, I believe so. I'm double checking with enrollment office, but I believe we were that there were originally they were looking at this being a first read and a second read, and so I believe it is still an option to allow for that. I think it was more taking a look at the board, seeing that there was favor for this, and looking at just our meeting space. So I think it would be an option if we needed to have a second read.
And I know that the other schools want to weigh in on this discussion. That they're texting me right now to say we want to present on this. We have something to offer here. So
and just to let you know, the app for enrollment opens on November 16th, and so that would be after the November 12th board meeting.
So what I am not hearing. Here's what I'm sorry. I'm thinking I'm not on my feet. I wish I was. I'm thinking figuratively on my feet. I think what we need to do is hear from the 3 schools. And then I think we need to have a conversation in the context of the fall. What we'll do is we'll hear from the 3 schools. Then we will hear the item that Director Yee is sponsoring on the overarching policy of 5116. And I think that will give us the framing to direct staff on how to amend, if necessary, the 3 pilot proposals. That is what I'm proposing that we do. And so is there any board member who objects to that course of action?
President, object to that course of action, but I would rather not put this off to a next meeting because we only have 1 meeting in November and it's already going to be quite heavy. So for what it's worth, I would like to see us move forward tonight if we can.
Yeah, I think we should move forward tonight because November will be extremely long right before the holiday. And I think that you know, at the end of the day, Director Harris is correct. You know, what would be amazing is you would be asking white kids to go to the flats. You really want to get diversity. Affluent kids of all races go to the flats. How about some teachers with master's degrees going to the flats, and teachers who are new getting mixed in with all the very, very experienced Montclair teachers and Montera teachers, been around for 30 years. I mean, that's innovative. Put a mix of teachers and a mix of people at all schools. Let's see how they would all be considered desirable, because who's calling them that?
Thank you.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, can someone on staff help me sort through this? I'm really challenged here.
Well, I'm wondering, I do believe there's just a comment that really great concerns and really great feedback from all the board directors about what to consider, everything from special ed students, the impact on other schools, the impact on asking students to leave their neighborhoods to go, Black students to move to more white neighborhoods, and the impact on what that says about who and where quality is. And I think that is what we want to have raised and want to have highlighted as we're entering into pilots. There are so many things that the teams have already talked about for the pros for moving forward with this, and then as Principal Carter mentioned, that's kind of a both and then she was saying a lot of the issues came up in their community discussions as well, and that's the whole point, to learn how to implement something where we're actually trying to increase access to quality and equity in our system. So perhaps given that you're sort of torn on waiting or not, maybe you want to take a role.
We could do a special meeting. That would be another option, would be to do a special meeting next week to vote on the pilots and to give people.
President London, I haven't heard Director Yee make any amendment to the policy. So if he wants to propose an amendment, he needs to propose an amendment. Otherwise, let's take a vote.
I am ready to propose the amendment.
We can't hear you. Please come closer to the microphone.
I was ready to make the amendment. However, President London suggested we listen to all three, and then
make your amendment. Make your amendment, please.
My proposed amendment is that the Sequoia enrollment pilot, with respect to the potential impact on other schools, limit the number of students by lottery from any one school's attendance boundary to no more than 3 students.
So I don't know if we've even had a motion made yet. Did someone make a motion on this?
Madam President, since you have no pending motion, and if there's consensus to accept what Director Yee is saying, that would become part of the original motion.
Would you like to make a motion, Director Yee?
Yes, I mean, I have to admit, I'm not used to doing this on the fly like this, but I would say 3 from any one school attendance boundary would have a minimum impact on any other school. And that seems reasonable to me, that the pilots start on that with a possible revision of that in the second year.
So that's
Director Yee, I believe she was asking for a motion to adopt.
Oh, I make the motion to adopt, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, so the motion is stated.
Oh, I can't. Can I ask a question? Sorry, I just want to.
No, you can't actually. I'm sorry, Ms. Curtin,
Oh, okay.
but you can't. This is the board's discussion now. In fact, it would be good for you to close your camera because this is the board's discussion. Well, if we have a question, we'll come back to you. I'm sorry. I hope I don't sound rude, but I want to move us along. So the motion as stated is that I think this would probably go in the final okay, so you probably need an additional, therefore be it resolved. That
President London, can General Counsel share his screen and maybe help us with this
update?
update?
Yeah, do you have that, General Counsel?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Now. Perhaps in the interest of trying to be concise and accurate, we could move to the other 2 items and hear the presentations, Madam President, and then I can come back with language to make changes to basically all 3, because my assumption is that the board would want to give direction similarly to all 3.
I have a suspicion that the numbers are going to be different. Chabot is a much bigger school than Sequoia, and so limiting it to 3 from a specific school at Chabot might not work.
Well,
So
I
I'm not
wonder whether, I mean, again, I think working on the language, and I was trying to provide a little bit of flexibility. You know, the number 3 has not been analyzed. That may be the right number, but it may be that another number is different. And so I think I have some language that I'd like to offer to Director Yee, but I'm working on it right now. So again,
okay, Mr.
yeah, right?
Is it possible for us to move on to the to put off a vote and move
If
on
you
to the other?
table the pending motion,
All right.
because tabling it will allow you to bring it back in the same.
Can we have a motion to table this pending motion?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. Can you call the roll, please, on the motion to table the motion?
On the motion to table the pending motion, Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Can't hear you, Jamoke. We cannot hear you.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
and Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
The motion's tabled.
Motion is tabled. Thank you. We will come back to this later. We're going to go now to item S3, 20-2154. This is an adjustment to the enrollment priorities for Chabot Elementary School, a pilot. I'm going to welcome, I believe I see Miss Celia Bermeo, who is the teacher on special assignment. Don't know if Principal Jessica Cannon is here. I also saw Amy Ferraris, one of the parents from Chabot. Can we move forward, please? Ms. Talkington, are you introducing them?
Sure, same introduction. And so we have tonight Principal Cannon, Amy Ferraris, and Celia Bermeo to present the proposal for Chabot.
Wow, what a pleasure to be here. I am learning so much. Thank you, board members and staff members. I knew you worked hard, but I really had no idea at the incredible thoughtfulness and hard work that goes behind, I think, just about everything. So thank you. My name is Jessica Cannon. You can go to the next slide. And I am the proud principal of Chabot Elementary School. Just because of some of the last conversation that I was privileged to hear, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. In terms of turnover, this is my 13th year at Chabot. I was the TSA for 6 years, and now I'm the principal for 7 years. I worked closely with John Mayer. We had a really nice succession plan. Right now, my TSA, who will be presenting tonight, Celia Bermeo, she's been at Chabot for about 15 years and has had just about every position imaginable. Also, when we talk about, this illusion that the Hills schools are quality and that other schools are not, I just want to bring into the room that I taught at Frick Middle School for 10 years and saw much of the greatest teaching I've ever seen at that school. And I know very, very well that there are quality classrooms and schools all over our district. In terms of Chabot, probably I'm imagining that most people on this meeting know Chabot, or at least know a little bit about Chabot. There's kind of the surface level Chabot, what you probably already know, what most people know when they hear the name Chabot School. We're located in the Rock Ridge, that it's an affluent, mostly white neighborhood, that we're a real outlier in OUSD. We have one of the highest concentrations of white and middle class or higher than middle class student populations in the district. Most people know that we have a very active parent community, our PTA, that the Chabot PTA is able to raise a lot of money, that overall we have high test scores and high ratings on sites like Great Schools, for whatever that means or doesn't mean, and that we have the lowest environmental stress factor in all of OUSD. That's the old Z-score in terms of going around. It's a beautiful neighborhood where most of us who work there could not afford to live, and there's a lot of really exciting things. Could I have the next slide? what you may not know about Chabot, kind of under the surface, is that we are one of the largest elementary schools in Oakland. We have 580 students in K-5, and this puts us in a really unique position because we can easily serve, and we do serve, all of the neighborhood families who want to come to Chabot, and many, many others from all over Oakland. So currently, 40% of Chabot students do not live in Chabot's neighborhood. So when you talk about only drawing 3 kids from a school, we already draw, kids, 40% of 580, that's a lot of kids. And they are slated to go to all different schools all over Chabot. And so for us, part of this is about choice. So the other things that you might not know about Chabot is that, led by our SSC, there's a large and growing group of staff and parents who are extremely committed to doing the long-term hard work of making Chabot really inclusive, equitable, and responsive. We've made good gains in closing the opportunity gap. We still have a long ways to go. We are highly committed to meeting the need of every student at our school. And we're also very invested in working with OUSD, with other schools, to support high quality schools for every child throughout OUSD. We do not see this pilot at all as a fix to the problems of quality schools. We just see it as one small piece of a puzzle. Yeah, you can go on to the next slide.
Hi, hi everyone. My name is Amy Ferraris. I'm in my 7th year as a parent at Chabot, and I'm a member of the PTA board there, and I'm also on the school site council. Thank you for being here tonight and hearing us. Can we go to the next slide? Being mindful of everyone's time and of the conversations that have already taken place, I just wanted to reiterate that in our conversations in our community, our rationale is very much that this would be a starting place, not an end point. We don't see this as some kind of a solution to all of the equity issues that are occurring in Oakland. We do see it as a step that is easy to take right now within the existing framework. And we see it as a way of opening a larger conversation about equity in enrollment at Oakland's public schools. To that end, I would really love to share some relevant data with you. So if we could go to the next slide. As you can see here, we have data going back for at least the last decade showing that Chabot has consistently filled only about 50 to 60% of its seats with students who live in the immediate neighborhood. And yet, if you go to the next slide, what you'll see is that the percentage of Chabot students who are on free and reduced lunch is just consistently way below the OUSD average. And so to me, what that suggests is that Chabot has become a place where kind of relatively more privileged families from all over Oakland have kind of self-concentrated because of the way the options process works. So for us, this pilot is a way to address that and to take a tiny step towards integration or better integration. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that kind of the nuts and bolts of our pilot are the same as Sequoia's. In terms of the issues around how many students come from other specific schools, I think Jody London was correct. Like, Chabot is a bigger school and we already pull a handful of kids from a couple schools. So I'm not sure what the right number is, but I do know that, yes, we've discussed it as a community. No one wants to negatively impact any particular school. So we're definitely open to the guardrails idea. And then if you look at the next slide, you'll see the estimated impact. It's an impact that would grow over time. These graphs represent what would have changed if we had had this pilot in place in 2019, 2020. It would have made a difference of only 9 students. If we'd had it in place this year, it would have made a difference of 34 students. But again, as kindergarten classes come in, we would expect the percentage of students on free and reduced lunch to grow over time. So I think now Jessica was going to talk about our community engagement process.
Yeah, one thing before we jump into community engagement, I really want to emphasize that I heard a lot of the board members concerned and, you know, why are we sending students from East Oakland or West Oakland or other places to these, you know, Hill schools? We're not sending anyone. There are all of the numbers and the modeling that the enrollment office did was based on students who are already on our wait list. So we're only taking from families who have looked at all their options, gone to the school tours, decided, and I agree wholeheartedly that it's a really, really tough decision. And I wish no one had to make the decision of, is it in my child's best interest to get up a half hour early, drive across Oakland and go to a school outside of our neighborhood? But if a family makes that decision, they should have the same ability to get into that school as the middle class families who kind of know how to navigate the system and know how to play the waiting game and are getting into Chabot now. This year, because of the pandemic, we had more seats open than we usually do because a lot of the Chabot families from the neighborhood have moved out of the district to be closer to family or have just gone other places. And I've had more than one conversation with families who have gotten in who have said to me, you know, we've been on your wait list for 3 years. I can't believe I finally got in. I'm so happy. And how do I get my sister and my cousin and my other family members in? So it's only people who already want to come to the school. So community engagement and feedback, we have had numerous discussions with the staff, almost all of whom are largely in favor of this. We've talked about school site council, PTA board meetings. We had a wonderful school community meeting last week with about over 80 families who came and participated, and everyone was very enthusiastic. We had online surveys for families and for staff and have about 80% of the community who is really excited about the plan. And right now, the biggest question that keeps coming up and that we're really dedicated to working on is, if this pilot goes through, what can we do? What are we already doing? What can we continue to do to make sure that all families feel welcomed at Chabot? Because we know that that's crucial to the student success. So Celia is going to talk about that. Ms. Bermeo.
Hi. So I'm Celia Bermeo. I'm the TSA at Chabot, and I really want to focus on Chabot's school-wide culture and climate, because over the past 15 years plus, our staff has really, our staff and our different parent groups have been working with equity consultants and leaders to strengthen our collective efficacy. We've been doing it within our staff, but we had to bring in trainers and equity consultants to just really get the buy-in and to, most importantly, kind of create a welcoming school community by learning how to really break down these unequitable systems and really, doing that in an authentic way that really gets the community involved and creating a shared vision. And we do have a shared vision that was generated by our community, not just created and given to people, but really created by families, by students, by teachers, by staff members, and that we're really working towards that. I mean, it is a process, and we're putting our money where our mouth is and really spending the time to have these meetings after school to bring in families and really honoring all the diverse lived experiences of our family members and meeting our families and our students where they are. That is a huge, huge priority at our school, and really focusing on the whole child. And regardless of this pilot program, this is something that we're working on because it is good practice for all students, and really focusing on the social emotional learning and social emotional services and positive behavior and intervention support systems and restorative justice practices. And it's not something we're just starting now for this pilot program. It's something that we've just been doing over the years because we know this works for all students. So at Chabot, we really engage our teachers in inquiry cycles and promote small group and one-on-one, instruction, so that we could really target instruction and target our services, promoting culturally responsive pedagogy. And all these are buzzwords, but they're things that we really have been working on, to just make sure that we're connecting with our students, we're connecting with our families in so many different ways. From fundraising to after school programs, how we are giving students scholarships, how we're working with AT, how we're promoting academic services so that our students don't feel stigmatized if they're in a small group or if they're just getting the targeted instruction that they need. This is what makes a high quality school in Oakland work. So we really are investing in meaningful relationships, that celebrate caring for ourselves, caring for each other, caring for our community. These are things that our equity leadership team are really modeling for other teachers. They're modeling for students. And we've been doing this for, again, like I said, years and years and years now, and really promoting this so that we could have rigorous academic programming for all our students. Regardless of socioeconomic, regardless of race or culture, this is, again, the practices that work with our students and make everyone feel comfortable taking academic risks. And again, we're leveraging and targeting intentional parent partnerships and engagement to build this, capacity and really deconstruct the inequitable practices that I know we're all trying to do at OUSD in every single school, in every single neighborhood. But until then, we have to give parents a choice. If I was a parent living in any part of Oakland, I'm from Oakland, I would not want to have someone tell me I cannot get into a school in Oakland. And my daughter, I didn't live in the neighborhood, and my daughter went through Chabot from K through 5th grade and is now, like I said, first year college. And we sacrificed her not going to her neighborhood school, but it was a choice that I made. And finally, through our school site council, we're really just creating safe spaces for our community to share multiple perspectives and really start having these uncomfortable conversations. And this pilot was really a prompt to have these kind of conversations in our community and really get down to, true perspectives and what people are thinking. And we can't be afraid of these conversations because they need to happen within our school. They need to happen within our community in order for us. If we think we're just going to start integrating schools without having these discussions, we need to think again, because we need to start having more spaces where these conversations are going to happen before we just start sending kids to different schools. We really need to talk with the communities, the parents, in order to create a welcoming school and climate. So thank you.
And
thank you. Does that conclude the Chabot presentation?
Yeah, there's one more slide and it's considerations. I think we covered, I think we pretty much have covered all of that. So, and this is a lot of what Ms. Bermeo said.
Yes, and there's lots of answers to some of the questions that were there about representation and teacher representation in the index that we addressed too. I just couldn't fit it all in my 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will just note for the record that during the time that my children were in kindergarten at Chabot, which was between 2004 and 2006, I saw the school population changing. So I am a witness to the demographic shifts. So colleagues, do we have any questions or comments for Chabot? We're gonna do 3 minutes each. We'll start with Vice President Gonzalez. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm going to take back what I said earlier tonight. I do not think that we should move forward tonight. I'm getting a lot of feedback from teachers at surrounding schools and just in general from principals in District 6 concerned about how this is going to impact Flatland schools. So I think that we need to do a little more vetting. And specifically the 2 issues that I want to do some more vetting on is around special education. So making sure that all of these schools both have a continuum of special education services and they're going to continue to have a continuum of special education services even as they change their enrollment preferences. because, you know, there's this longstanding pattern of, well, there's space at such and such place, so we're going to put the program there. And that leads to an inequitable distribution of where our special education services are located. And then the other piece is really having a chance to hear from the impacted schools, and that hasn't happened yet in this space. And so I would like to, so I'm going to propose to you all that we do wait until the November meeting so that we do have a chance to explore some of these issues in depth, both have a chance to hear from other schools that are going to be impacted, and have a chance to really explore with the SPED director what could be the potential impact on inclusion and SDCs if we move forward with these pilots. So I'm not saying I'm against the pilots. I believe that that the tension that you named, Director Harris, between integration and neighborhood schools is very real. And it's hard. I don't want our kids to be going to segregated schools because then we're not really preparing them for the real world. And I also don't want to undermine the hard work that our flatland schools are doing to build, you know, strong academic outcomes for kids. So I just want to name that it's a hard tension that we're grappling with right now. So that's what I'll offer right now.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. Does anybody else want to offer comments? I know we had quite an extensive conversation around the Sequoia proposal. Director Ng.
Thank you. I just want to appreciate the work. I'm not as familiar with the conversations that we're having at Chabot and Sequoia, but I know at Edna Brewer there was a number of and from what I'm hearing from just a really thorough presentation, just the amount of vetting and engagement and conversations that have been happening over a series of months at each of the schools just takes just a whole lot of effort and a lot of time, obviously, also during a very stressful and challenging time anyways. And so I hope that, because it sounds like from some of my colleagues, I personally feel comfortable moving forward with it, but it's sounding like from some of my colleagues that they want to postpone or at least have some questions being answered. But I don't want that to diminish the energy and effort that I know has been surrounding this conversation, being really driven by staff, by school community, by parents, and by leadership. So I just want to I know it's a heavy lift. I know that there's actually some schools in my district that there was some interest, but you know, just capacity bandwidth issues. I know that there's was limitations to participation. So first of all, just want to name and recognize the heavy lift that has been going on in carrying these conversations, which is so important. And I do say, so the idea of the tension between integrated schools and neighborhood schools, I mean, Sonali did name that very directly during the enrollment presentation and during the enrollment equity enrollment conversation. I don't think it's anything that we're gonna, it's a tension that we are, that has, as Director Harris says, it's been part of our dialogue for decades, and it's not like it's going to be an ongoing dialogue that we need to continue to have. And so I like the idea. For me, I like the idea of this being structured as a pilot program. I like the idea of being able to revisit and understand the impact year after year, and for it really to be the start of an ongoing conversation and building in benchmarks, not only after the 3-year pilot, but each year to really understand the demographics and the shifts and the impact on neighboring schools. And I guess the one question that I have, I don't know if this is for Director Yee, is I don't understand how we're going to be able to calculate what schools, the impact on a particular school, if it's their first choice and they're, I guess I'm trying to understand the quantifying to a specific school. Director Yee, how would we be, if they're naming as a first choice a school, are you counting it as the school that their neighborhood school would be impacted? Because it's not necessarily that they would have ranked that first. How are you,
Director Yee?
How are you quantifying this?
I supported this, and I still support it, is because this is an incremental change to our open enrollment priorities. So if you consider it an incremental change, then you don't give every family in those categories a a free priority above everybody else. You give a certain number that you're going to test, but you're going to encourage kids from all over the district, but a limited number, so you can do it as a test. So the number of kids, if you're not one of the kids gets selected in that enrollment priority, which is low income, you go back into the lottery group with everybody else. What it does is it pushes back the lottery likelihood, the percentage, the statistical probability of a family coming from a higher income a zip code, let's say. Or
That's separate when you're saying no more than 3 from a school. How?
I was saying that for the purposes of looking at socioeconomic prioritization, you would limit the number of students that would get in under that priority. They would go to the head of the line, and then you would do the rest of them, including the open priority. But if you were to say that every kid that came from a socioeconomic category would receive priority, then you would be theoretically be able to push a lot of kids in higher income neighborhoods out. So that may be what you would ultimately decide that you want to do. That could be the case, but the potential impact against some schools is only that what I wanted to caution. If in fact all the kids at Fruitvale decided they wanted to take up on this opportunity because there's 200 open enrollment spaces at Sequoia, that would have a deleterious impact on Fruitvale School. And so you have to create some kind of concern for the school losing the kids. And that's what I said to the group earlier. And I think that it's still possible to do that in a way that the impact won't be cataclysmic. And that's what I, so when somebody said a number, I just picked 3 out of a hat.
Okay. Well, I'm not quite understanding to direct you, but that's okay because it doesn't sound like, it sounds like we're gonna have more discussion. I will say that it sounded like the staff has done a considerable amount of analysis around it and run different scenarios. I know that there was other recommendations that had come forward, but because of how some of the analysis algorithms resulted, that weighed into decision making. So it sounds like there has been some impact analysis already, but I'm open to that, your idea, Director. I just don't quite understand how we would quantify by school a number and the impact. But thank you for the presentation and this dialogue.
Yeah, and for the Chabot, I really appreciate the work that both you and the Sequoia staff and parents and community did to address this. And the fact that you have a couple of schools which have significant numbers of students coming to you under the regular open enrollment program kind of answers the question that Director Harris raised earlier, which it's happening already. So the question is if you bring in a socioeconomic category, if anything, it's going to probably reduce the impact on any one school. And that was that's why I threw that out there.
Okay, folks, we need to figure out how we're going to move forward here. So
I would make a motion to just kind of table this and hopefully like through the superintendent, the SPED department, through Dr. Aguilera, I feel like those are the big lifted ones, and maybe even the equity department, to grapple with some of the questions that we've thrown out so far.
Yes, the Chabot, this item has not yet been moved. So okay. I'm not, Mr. Rakestraw, I need your help here, please. Can you come on and coach me on how to deal with this?
Yes, if the board wants to postpone to a time certain one or more of the items that's on the agenda, I would recommend that a motion be made to postpone and include the naming of the items that you are postponing to a time certain. So it could be 1 item, it could be 2 items, it could be 3 items, or it could be 4 items. And you will have effectively disposed of the first 4 items if you include all 4 that are listed under S.
Okay, but I think
More or
we still
less.
want to hear from the Brewer community. So I don't know if we're quite ready to do that yet.
Yeah, well, yes.
I mean, I don't know. I would just like want to be time limited on the Brewer community because I mean it's middle school, but
they've
it's
been
similarly
waiting.
it's the same pilot. It's the same.
I agree, and I want to give them an opportunity to make their presentation as the other two schools have had. That's
At
all.
11 o'clock. Okay.
I know it's 11 o'clock. That's how these board meetings work. They go long. Okay.
And that's how privilege works also.
That was not the point. The point was that we promised these schools time on the agenda, and I want to honor that. This is not about privilege. This is about we made a commitment on the agenda to what we're going to give them. So at this point in time, I'm going to, Mr. Rakestraw, what do we do with the Chabot matter? Do we make a motion and then not consider it? Well, I need your help. Gary, what do you want to add?
Mr. Jones, the general counsel, made
You can go to the next item, Madam President, without a motion pending. There's no motion pending on any item at the moment. You can move and allow the presentation to be done by Chabot if you choose to do so. I mean, Brewer, if you wish to do so.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna move on at this point then. We're gonna thank you, Chabot. We're gonna move now to item 202155, which is a presentation from Edna Brewer Middle School on its enrollment pilot.
I'd like to welcome Principal Lane. I believe we have also Audrey Carlstad, Michelle Ferrari, and Julia Lehman. And Principal Lane, if you could let us know, I believe you're being promoted, so maybe you're not quite there yet. If staff could promote, okay. Principal Lane, I don't see Audrey's name. I'm wondering if Audrey, you're perhaps Miss K, or if she's joining tonight. But we have Miss Lehman also and Michelle Ferrari from the Edna Brewer staff. And Miss Lehman there too. Okay,
all right.
Thank
am
you.
I on?
Yep,
you're on.
Great. Well, I would start by saying good evening, but I'm going to change that to good night. OESD family and staff, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, and OESD board members, thank you for engaging this process. It's obviously quite a complex process. Don't want to make a distinction between Brewer and the other two schools, but a lot of things have been ruminating in my head around many of the issues that have been coming up. And I'm going to divert a little bit from my presentation to address a few things. I want to start by saying that Brewer is currently the largest middle school in OUSD. We have a strong PTSA. We have an incredible SSC where we have students on the SSC being involved. Just acknowledging that student voice is incredibly important. Inclusive school environment, extensive SPED department at Brewer. I gotta say we have some incredible educators, smart, innovative, creative, some of whom you're gonna hear from tonight. I'm gonna step back and allow my educators to present to the board on the process and our proposal. But a couple of things that I think is important to address is impact. I do believe it is something that should be talked about, but I just want to, highlight a few things. I'm in my 6th year at Brewer, and so I closely watch enrollment every year. And in doing that, what I've realized is that, Brewer's a school of choice. We typically have 400 to 500 students on the wait list. And it's not a situation where other schools are impacted if we chose to go to the wait list. We have to look at the whole enrollment process as it currently is in place. For example, if we're going to add 256 Gen Ed seats at Brewer, what happens is that we typically enroll, or I should say matriculate, or students who are accepted to Brewer is typically about 300 or so, knowing that attrition will happen. And so it's a situation where sometimes we may have an attrition of maybe 100 students. And if we to then get to our 256 enrollment number, then we then have to go to the wait list. So it's not a situation where it is a static number and that if we change the enrollment processes or limit any things, and we're going to be taken from other schools. So I just wanted to highlight that as it's much more complex than the notion of, well, other schools are going to be impacted if we propose, or I should say approve this proposal. In addition to SPED, I can speak to that because I work closely with the SPED department. Typically, the SPED department operates in conjunction with Brewer, but at the same time, independent. The enrollment process in terms of like the Gen Ed process does not impact the SDC classes. The only area that I believe would probably be impacted would be the RSP. But seats for inclusion, seats for Mahmoud, seats for severe, those seats are determined by the SPED department. So just to highlight it, I know that there's been some questions, and we'll certainly engage with Jen Blake and the department to get more clarity on that, but that's just my understanding of it. I want to step back right now and allow my fantastic, incredible educators who have been a part of this process. We presented to the community. They've refined their proposal after getting feedback, after, to some extent, put to the fire. It's been a collaborative, inclusive environment. And so I believe Ms. K will start off. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. Good evening, or I guess I should say good night, school board and community members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Julia Lehman. I've been a 6th grade teacher at Edna Brewer for the past 8 years. And I just feel so lucky to work at Edna Brewer. We're a racially and socially diverse school. And what we're hoping to do with our enrollment pilot is to preserve this diversity. Of course, our school isn't perfect, like any school, but as a school community and as a staff, we've been doing work intentionally focused on access and inclusion, and Ms. K will speak more on that later. Next slide, please. Did I get yeah. Awesome. So in the past, our school was a majority non-neighborhood school. Around 70% of students were coming from outside the neighborhood. But over just the last few years, that's shifted. And our student body now is about 50-50 split, almost exactly 50% students from the neighborhood and 50% students coming from across Oakland outside of the neighborhood. And we have a very long list of non-neighborhood applicants who would like to go to Brewer. This non-neighborhood applicant pool doesn't fully reflect the district's demographics. About 50% of our lottery applicants are low income compared to around 75% of the population of the district at large. Next slide, please. So all of our students gain skills and access to new experiences by being a part of a diverse group of learners. This is really the value that we're holding up here. And research echoes what we've experienced firsthand at Brewer. So on this slide, you can see just lists of specific benefits students gain from going to a diverse school. And honestly, our diverse community is fundamental to what makes Brewer Brewer, and it's again what we hope to preserve with our enrollment pilot. Next slide, please. And so this is a graph of the enrollment trends that we've noticed over the last few years. As you can see, our LCFF eligible student population has dropped significantly. And so that's looking at language learners, foster students, and low income students. And again, like I said, diversity is our primary concern, but we are also concerned about Brewer losing its Title I status. So I'm gonna pass it over to Michelle, and if you could put it on the next slide, that would be great. Thanks.
Thanks. Good evening. As mentioned, my name is Michelle Ferrari. It's my 4th year as a history teacher at Brewer, and this is the crux of it. This is our proposal, which is a little bit different. In the box, the green box to the left, you'll see the language that reflects what we agreed upon as a community, which is a goal to prioritize 50% of our seats for low-income students while preserving access for neighborhood families. The language to the right in the orange text box is the final language that was reviewed by legal, and we were assured reflected the same intent of our community agreements. Both of the proposals include the 50% floor alongside language that guarantees seats to the neighborhood families. There's a couple of things we just wanted to point out. One, that the opportunity ticket only applies to 7th and 8th grade students and seats. The second is that the data shows that if we use free and reduced priced meals or the census tract data, we capture the same students. The use of the census tract data was a decision that was made by the enrollment office. And then third, the pilot will be closely monitored and adjusted if necessary over the life of the 3-year period. And I just wanted to echo what Principal Cannon said about seeing our proposal as a small piece of the puzzle, not an end-all be-all, but that's something we are very intimately connected to and would be watching more closely and hoping to work in partnership with efforts on the district level. Next slide, please. This is an estimated impact model based on recent years of data. Neighborhood offers would be equal to the neighborhood applications we receive. And the difference with our proposal would come from non-low income applicants outside the neighborhood or from the lottery. Neighborhood families are represented in 2 parts on the graph, since low income students will count toward the 50% floor. This modeling reflects round one offers, and interestingly enough, about half of those who don't accept round 1 offers are low income and the other half are non-low income. Subsequent offers would be consistent with balancing our floor of 50%. Next slide. And a timeline that kind of details our process. We started informal conversations about enrollment and maintaining diversity at Brewer before January, but January was when the staff was presented with data. And then the formal process began pretty much in tandem with OUSD forming their enrollment committee in March. The Panthers for Diversity and Inclusion, we've held 5 open community forums, as well as targeted outreach to our feeder schools, which brings us to today. We've listened, we've learned, we've amended all along the way, which brings us to the proposal we have for you tonight. With that, I pass it to my colleague, Audrey Karlstad.
We're not sure that she's been elevated yet.
So I believe, if you could just check, I believe it might be Miss K. We can't find Audrey Karlstad, and if her name is coming up in that way, if the host of the meeting could promote her, if we can confirm.
Yeah, it's definitely Miss K.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry, I tried to send it via message, but I guess we didn't see that.
Okay, yep, I was thinking that as well. I see that. Can somebody, there, here she comes.
Awesome, thank you.
And are we ready for the next slide? Did you say?
Yes, she'll start with the next slide.
Thank you. Sorry, I guess I didn't change my teacher name. It happens, right? So I'm Miss K, or Audrey Karlstad. This is my 7th year teaching at Brewer. As a community, we value diversity. We engaged in challenging conversations which led to the final proposal with broad buy-in from the community, including teachers, staff, guardians, alums, and other community members. You can see these numbers from our letter of support, but actually as of today, those numbers have increased to 50 teachers and staff, 94 parents, almost 70 community members, and there's even a couple of OEA executive board members who have signed in support of our proposal. Next slide. Considerations. So we want to highlight, even though it's not part of the proposal, the process checks needed for addressing the sustainable enrollment work for Brewer and the district as a whole. This has to occur along differential investments in flatland schools. Most importantly, supporting district-wide middle school enrollment, because we don't believe that our school is any better than any of the other middle schools in OUSD. This aligns with what the enrollment committee updated the school board about in your last meeting. Other considerations around community engagement, initial offers, success metrics, and potential annual adjustments. And I will say that a 3-year pilot is something that we've seen is actually common among enrollment pilots. They are usually 2 to 3 years. Next slide. We have historically served a majority of low-income students. As you can see from this slide, as a staff, we have already done so much work towards equity and inclusion in pedagogy, adult soft skills, and in practice. RJ at our school, one of the largest in the country, our RJ program is practice with students, but also with staff as it pertains to conflict. Our leadership has committed to continuing to prioritize not only hiring a diverse staff to match our student population, but also to bring us these professional developments and these different race and equity opportunities. Next slide. Here you can see that what our community has done to support a welcoming environment. The Dr. Jamal Cook's talks that you saw on the last slide were funded by our PTSA. Our family engagement specialist is funded by the school. In addition, we have school-wide events like Culture Night with delicious food and performances from a variety of cultures, and History Night, where projects focus on local issues and challenging dominant narratives. I really want to thank the board, the superintendent, the students, parents, and community for hearing our proposal. We ask you to take a stance and support our pilot. As a middle school, we are different than the elementary school pilots. We look forward to hearing comments and answering questions. Thank you so much. And that's the end.
Thank you very much to the the Brewer community. It's been a long night. Are there questions? I do want to give the board an opportunity to ask questions specifically of the Brewer team. And then I know that the general counsel has some language to propose, I believe, for all of these pilots. I personally want to acknowledge the original language that the Brewer team brought forward, because I really liked the part about you get a priority if you went to one of our elementary schools. This is something that I have been hearing for years from parents in my district. I would like a priority. At the time it was for Oakland Tech if I went to Claremont, but I think now, the same would be true. So anyway, questions for the Brewer team, anybody?
I have a quick question.
Yes, 3 minutes, please. Can we run the timer, please?
So Aubrey, I feel like unlike the other 2 proposals and teachers as well, it seems like in our case, because Edna Brewer's in District 5, from when I first spoke with a parent from the PTSA about this a few months back, it seems like the attitude was really more about protecting what you have in diversity, because gentrification is steamrolling the Glenview and other parts of the Fruitvale. The houses that are selling now are selling to non-people of color in the Fruitvale. So this one is different. I think Chabot and the other school, it's about saying it's okay, we'll take some kids of color and not rich and so on and so forth. Whereas Brewer has always been the diverse place of kids from the flats coming up. And so do you feel it's very different that you're about preserving and fighting off the change happening so fast? Would you say, or am I incorrect?
Yes, just want to add that is the distinction between the different proposal we are trying to maintain the diversity that we have at Brewer. That's one of the things, over the last 6 years, when I talk to people about the privilege to be working in OUSD and the privilege to be working at Brewer, I usually lead by saying that we're probably one of the most diverse, if not the most diverse school in OUSD. And so, we've shown the different trends in terms of that and how that is shifting. And so the goal that we're trying to accomplish with this proposal is to maintain the diversity. We see it on campus. We see the benefits, the rich conversation, the collaboration, the interaction of with students of different ethnicities, different socioeconomic background. I mean, that is something that makes Brewer a special place and a place where families want to participate and be a part of. And so that's what we're attempting to do. One other thing that is incredibly important, to maintain, what we have at Brewer, we certainly would love to be able to have access to the resource. And so the Title I funding, it's to some extent, we're getting close to that threshold that can impact that. So that's another impetus for this proposal. Team, do you want to add to that?
Thank you. Are there other clarifying questions for the Brewer team? Okay, Brewer team. Oh, I see Director Yee. Can you keep it brief, please?
Yeah. Could you identify?
Can you come closer to your microphone, please?
I know. I'm sorry. Would you be able to identify which middle school area fills the most of your open enrollment spaces? Do you have a single one that seems to be predominant?
The only one that we really talked about that was of concern was Roosevelt. But from what we see, we have people in our lottery from all over the city. So it's really hard to determine. But Roosevelt is the one that we have the most concerns about.
So potentially you could impact Roosevelt's enrollment.
Yeah, potentially that's the only one that we've identified as concern. And if anyone else wants to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to jump in with the impact. And again, I think I've been doing this for quite a while. This is my 9 + 6, 15th year in the district. And so as principal, I've been watching the numbers every year, the matriculation numbers. What happens behind the scene is that, again, we may offer enrollment to 320 students, and one year, maybe 120 might decide to go somewhere else, charter, private. And so the natural tendency is then we would only be left with 200 students to fill a spot of 256. And so then what happens is that the second round that happens goes out to the families that had Brewer as number one. And so if you're looking at impact, yes, there's a possibility of impacting, but I don't view impact in the manner which you're looking at it, because the process in itself allows for impact in the waitlist process, allows for impact in how it's currently constructed.
I would also like to say that in the data that we looked at, we're talking about 25 families. So it's not a huge number, but we're talking about 25 families that would potentially get into Brewer that wouldn't have otherwise.
And we also saw when we looked at the demographics and who took their Brewer spots, who accepted them after being offered, there was no pattern to, or no sort of defining factor in who took those spots and who didn't. Low income, high income students were equally likely to decline or accept.
So what you're doing here, though, is maximizing the number of low income families that would have access.
Yes, I understand that.
And so
I just think that that's an important factor.
The reason it's important for me is speaking, if you've listened to the earlier ones, the impact on the open enrollment process is incremental because you're inserting this other category that allows some families to get a little boost, essentially, because of their income status, which I happen to think is a good idea if it doesn't impact negatively the overall enrollment in one of the other schools.
Yeah, I think we all understand that, and we're all like, that's part of why we're making this a pilot. and we're looking at it, and we don't, right? I think the principal from Sequoia said the but and situation, and I think
Right.
that
So you would agree with some kind of guardrail.
Yes, absolutely.
Director Yee, I'd like to move on if we could, please.
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, are there other questions for the Brewer team? I don't want to, okay. So Brewer team, stand by with the other schools. So I hope we're still on the line. At this point, I'm going to ask you if you could close your video, and I'm going to kick it back to the board. I'm going to ask our general counsel if he could, he has told me that he's worked on some language that may address some of the concerns. So could you please share that?
But point of order, President London, I believe I have an amendment on the
This
table.
is your amendment that he's bringing forward.
Yes, that's what I wanted to be sure that this.
Right. This is your amendment. Right now is your amendment.
Excuse me, just to clarify, this was a voting item that was brought to us tonight.
You're right, it hasn't been
without any first reading, without anything. It was just put into the agenda as a voting item.
That is correct. So what I would like to do is look at the language. There's still no motion on the floor for the Brewer pilot. After we look at the language, we can decide whether we want to vote on it or whether we want to table it until the 12th of November or schedule a special meeting. Can you please share?
Why would we be deviating though from things being a first read and then a vote the second time we see it?
Let's have that discussion after we look at the
as a privilege.
Let's just look at the language, because if we like the language, then that will influence how, whether it's included now or if it comes back in November. I would just like to look at the language because we've spent a lot of time discussing this concept. Can you talk us through this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So this, these edits reflect as best I could gather, the intent of sort of early on in the board conversation. I haven't been able to fully track whether substantively this is still where the board is at. But as you'll see, and this is in the Sequoia example, but it would be basically the same language for every one of all three. The new priority is number 6 that I've highlighted here. Continuing student priority, sibling opportunity ticket, neighborhood school staff. That's the current policy and the current order. What's being proposed is to add a priority after school staff, but before Oakland resident, that would prioritize students living in a lower income census block group. And if this, the proposed language, I believe, captures at least some of what was discussed, is that provided, it would sort of limit number 6 in the sense that provided that this priority does not have a, quote, significant negative impact on the enrollment of other schools. And then a new be it resolved clause that allows the superintendent or designee to determine and define, quote, significant negative impact, and that this determination or definition may be adjusted each year of the pilot. So we're not locked in to a particular definition. So that might be adjusting for, if, and I don't want to speak for staff, but if it was determined that significant negative impact, particularly for Roosevelt in the Edna Brewer context, right, there may be a particular meaning for that. Whereas in the Sequoia or Chabot context, it may be more around, what Director Yee mentioned in terms of a particular number of students that would come in this priority that would be sort of capped, from a certain portion of the city, so that it's not potentially negatively impacting other schools. So I don't know if this captures the will of the board, but this was an attempt to do so.
Thank you, General Counsel. Colleagues, any reactions to this language? Director Yee, does this reflect what you were getting at?
That I think gets us out of this, and it honors the hard work that the school staff did in the right direction, and it acknowledges that this is an incremental pilot. It's not It's not the fundamental change that we need to act on after a long period of deliberation. The only piece that I would add to it is it presupposes that the first year just goes with the lower income census block group. And, you know, I could probably live with it if it was a limited policy and it was revised at the end of the year when we saw what happened. So that would be, I would agree with that. And I think that otherwise we're going to, you know, legislate this thing from the dais, and that's not my preference. I think this reflects what my concern is.
Okay, so.
And reflected in board policy.
Thank you, Director Yee. I'm sorry, folks. I think we need a break, but I know you'll all yell at me if I suggest that.
That's my motion.
So how do others feel about this? Director Harris, I'm going to go to you next. Then I'm going to go to Vice President Gonzalez.
I think this needs some overall, you know, I said this earlier, some connection to the blueprint process. It does not appear systematic at this point. The point that Edna Brewer made does seem to vary a little bit from the earlier presentations, but it would seem to me that all these would need to be considered together for consistency. The biggest thing is it seems to lack any connection to the blueprint work overall and seems like a one-off. And so I'm not able to see the connection.
Okay, Vice President Gonzalez and then Director Hinton Hodge.
Thanks. So thank you, General Counsel, for the language. I think it's good. I do think we still need to hear from impacted schools or potentially impacted schools. And the other piece that I would like to see is some language about making sure that we continue to have a continuum of special education services at these schools and not, so just protecting the full range of special education services at the schools where we're making the changes. So it may be true of Brewer that, there's no anticipated change except for perhaps to resource programming, but I just want to make sure that we are not making a change that is actually going to end up having a negative impact on our special education students and families. So those are the two things I'd still like to see us explore before this comes back in November. So my preference would be that we would postpone these three items, S2 to S4, to a date certain, November 12th. And I don't know if my colleagues would support that.
Are you making a motion?
Yes, I move that we postpone S2, S3, and S4 until the November 12th board meeting and use that time to do vetting around the issues of concern around special education, impact on other schools, and anything else that other board members want to know more about.
Is there a second?
Including the connection, as Director Harris said, to the larger citywide plan.
Thank you, Vice President. Is there a second?
Okay.
Second from Director Torres. It's been moved and seconded. I'd like to call the question.
I had a comment.
Okay, why don't you make your comment and then we will call the question. Go ahead.
So I definitely would agree with those amendments. I mean, we just sat through wordsmithing in this meeting for the last, I don't know, hour and a half or whatever on this one item. And so, is it going to be possible in the next 2 weeks for staff to actually provide some very robust language around moderate, severe SPED students? We say it, but it's going to have to get articulated in language. So I don't necessarily want to do that tonight. And then, we talk about the citywide plan, and the citywide plan is distinctly about a portfolio of schools and school choice, right? So it's been very interesting for me to hear people talk about choice in this traditional setting. But when we talk about choice for parents in a charter setting, public charter setting, we tend to lose our mind. And so this citywide plan is, whether you voted on it or not as a board, it includes looking at the entire environment. So there's been no conversation about what is the impact on a charter school? What is the impact on again, back to parent conversations around how they make those choices. And one of the principals definitely said, you know, parents are going to be in all places as possible to find the best quality school. So they're going to put their bid in on Edna. They're going to put their bid in on, you know, once upon a time it was Epic or Knox or wherever. So, you know, I guess I'm almost feeling like I don't even think November 12th. I want to vote for the extension, but I think there may need to be more time if you're going to be authentic about even talking about the citywide plan. Because the citywide plan is more than, you know, what everyone has reduced us to is closing and merging schools. It's much more than that. So I want to support it, but I almost feel like I don't know if the staff has capacity to, in just this short period of time, to address those things.
Thank you. Director, you were going to call the question on the motion to extend. We need to keep moving. It's 11:26. We still have several big items, including your 5116. I really would like to move forward, please.
Okay, my only comment is that I perversely agree with Director Hodge, but for a different way. I believe that the pilot is relatively innocuous in terms of its impact upon the entire decision, and moving forward with it is an acknowledgement of the people's efforts. And I think that with the amendments that are here, if we just leave it at that, if you want to wait till November 12th, that's okay. But I would hate to signal to the families that we don't respect the work that they've done to do this incremental change in the best of spirit. So with that, I'm going to oppose the extension of it to November 12th, but I appreciate the work that's being done.
Why is that
we're going to call the question now on whether to table these three items until November 12th. Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw.
On the question as to a motion to postpone to November 12th, the items S.2 through S.-4. Director Ng.
Sorry, I'd prefer to vote now. So that is a
no.
If you would like to vote tonight, then you would vote no on the motion to table.
No, thank you.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Come back to me.
Director Yee.
No.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
President London.
Yes, it already passed. You already got 4.
Yes, the motion to postpone to November 12th of the three items stated is adopted.
Thank you. And I do want to emphasize what Director Yee said a minute ago to the schools and the families. This does not mean that we do not want to support the pilots. It means that we need more time to consider them and make sure that we've thought through everything. I really want to make that really clear. And I also would encourage you to stay for the next item if you can. I know it's extremely late, but we're about to talk about the overarching policy around enrollment, and I think it will be informative for you and for us. Can people keep going? Does everybody have the energy? Do we need a 5-minute like stretch break? Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Madam President, before you proceed, I would suggest that you make a motion to extend the meeting, given the number of items you have remaining on this agenda.
Yes, we do have quite a number of items on the agenda. Can we have a motion to extend, please?
I move that we extend the meeting to 12:30.
Second.
On the roll call to extend the meeting until 12:30, Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
No.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
President London.
Yes.
Motion's extended. The meeting's extended now to a possible 12:30 a.m.
The only good news for the special ed director is her item may go very quickly. We're going to go now to item 202034 S1. This is the overall policy. This is a first read on the policy on student assignment. Director Yee, you are the author of this. I'm going to ask if you can please summarize this in 3 minutes, and I'd like the timer to run, please.
This board policy fills a hole in our board policies, which clarifies and expands 4 elements that should be considered for our student assignment policy, some of which exist already, such as open enrollment priorities. This policy complements 5116.1 open enrollment, which we recently adopted, and I hope you'll see it's essential for consistency and transparency if we move forward with enrollment pilots. Traditionally, Oakland and most school districts have used neighborhood boundaries to determine which schools students are assigned to. Feeder patterns between elementary and secondary schools have generally been defined geographically. Attendance boundaries have been rarely changed except when schools have been open or closed, for example, in 1960 when Skyline High School was opened. I was asked by the last 2 board presidents to consider our board policy on attendance boundaries and discovered that we were lacking that policy many other districts had, which was 5116. It is alternatively called school attendance boundaries or school assignment policy. We have chosen to name it here as school assignment. While we have an open enrollment policy, this policy proposed expands from a policy that prioritizes school options for families to a broader declaration of how we believe our student assignment policies can also reinforce high quality student experiences for every student, including students attending neighborhood schools, also increase student and district integration across the district and reduce hypersegregation, and to do this with an understanding of the importance of fiscal sustainability at the district. In 1965, OUSD adopted an open enrollment policy, which authorized parents to choose their school students for their students a school of their choice, provided there was space, and they provided transportation at their expense. Under NCLB in 2000, schools were required to increase priority options for families to choose any school in the district if their schools did not meet academic standards. And in 2007, the district adopted 5116.1, which options priorities, including neighborhoods boundary, student family choice, continuing students, and siblings. Subsequent to that, the board has added the opportunity ticket and adjusted boundaries. Finally, then I summarized the community schools, thriving students strategic plan that we operate under, including equity, enrollment impact analysis, and quality school development. While the strategic plan sought to bolster every school and to interrupt institutional racism, it may in fact be the case that our school attendance boundary policy becomes one of the impediments in fully realizing that dream. For we still have schools where most neighborhood children do not choose to attend, which have few neighborhood schools who live nearby, students who live by, but long waiting lists of children who do not live in the boundary area but who desire to attend, and which are hyper-segregated by race and socioeconomic factors. Even more important, we as a board historically have never wrestled with what we believe to be the value of and the definition of an integrated school. Despite consistent and robust research which finds that integrated schools benefit all subgroups of children who attend them, from scholars such as Reardon at Stanford, Carter at UC Berkeley, and Orfield at UCLA, we have never identified integration as a measure of the success of our student assignment and attendance policy. Equal access is not the same as integrated. This is underscored in the recommendations of the Equitable Enrollment Group. Finally, in an area of declining enrollments, we have never included fiscal sustainability as an important outcome for a student attendance policy. Therefore, this one identifies 4 categories to consider: neighborhood benefit or neighborhood boundaries, parent-school options, integration, and fiscal sustainability. I believe that we would benefit by adopting this policy and then spending the next year clearly engaging our community in a discussion about the ways we can ensure a balance between these 4 elements so as to move the district toward its stated goal and mission. For example, even supporters of this policy define integration in different ways. Does it mean racial or socioeconomic? Is it reflective of neighborhood or citywide diversity, or school going or residential diversity? I believe all are important, but there needs to be a process to ensure the adopted definition works on behalf of all of our students in our community schools. And while this policy cannot ensure quality education in every classroom or in every school, that is the responsibility of the quality school development policy. It does highlight the potential barriers that student assignment policies, which don't consider the impact of assignment priorities and residential segregation and gentrification on creating quality integrated schools may create. Other topics that we should consider include whether neighborhood preference is absolute or balanced. Can it be less than 50%? Can it be 25%? I believe that the recommendations and procedures that define the 4 variables could be included in administrative regulations that reflect the board's adopted definition, and all 4 variables could be built into the enrollment impact analysis, which is a board policy. While there's much more work to be done to clarify these variables, I believe this policy simply puts us on the path to developing and building an equitable student assignment policy. So what this does is it asks that the 4 items, neighborhood, choice, integration, and fiscal sustainability, be calibrated much like the pilots are doing now to support the citywide plan, to support the equity plan, to support the economic impact analysis. And it is not any of those things by themselves, but without that definition of what we mean by an integrated school, not simply a quality school, we cannot move forward without these idiosyncratic efforts that we have that are well-meaning, but ultimately confusing because we don't have the underlying policy. So essentially, this should have been a prelude to the rest of the work we had done today, and we had the discussion. Then it would have queued up what we would want to do in this last hour and a half. But I think that as a minimum, we tell the community that integration, which is not the same as diversity, which is not the same as equity, it's an actual data point, is something we aspire to, and we define it for the community so that the community can say that's why we're doing this enrollment pilot, because we want to increase integration, and we've never made that case. So that's what this is designed to do. It's nothing fancy because it requires another year's work to define that integration. But if we don't have this, we're always going to be flailing the way we did tonight.
Thank you, Director Yee. I apologize again for not taking this before the pilots, but I think we're going to end up at the same place because we're going to vote on them all on the 12th. This is a first read. So at this point, you're seeking input. You're looking for responses from your colleagues to any modifications that you may want to see to the language that Director Yee has presented to us.
Especially around integration and fiscal sustainability as 2 variables that we want to consider when we decide on how we assign students to our schools. And also, what do we want if we want to direct the superintendent to convene some sort of a task force to help us clarify what that would mean in terms of the way we this supports all the other aspirations we have in the board adopted policies. But we can't do it tonight, and we can't do it in 2 nights. It's going to be a long process.
Who would like to go first? Director Harris, thank you.
Director, yeah, I think those are the right 2 variables. And I think the way you framed it is absolutely right. How we get there is the question. But I think lifting up integration and fiscal sustainability are the right 2 things. I would just ask my question to you. Can you talk a little bit more about integration? Is clear for me. How we get there, again, like I said, is not, but fiscal sustainability, how are you thinking about that as it would have impact on schools' efforts to increase participation from a wide variety of students? How are you thinking about fiscal impact?
Well, the main thing about the fiscal impact, without fiscal impact, then you would be required to keep every school open in every neighborhood, no matter whether those schools are creating any demand for their services. And that's the slippery slope that we go down when we have choice models, which were required by law, and which if we didn't have choice, we would have many of our Hill schools half filled, half enrolled. Many of our highest quality schools are high quality because they do attract kids from other districts. And I think most of us, it would be illegal for us to eliminate choice as an option. And plus it would be hard to defend. But given that factor, how do we mitigate the decisions we make? And the only way I see for us to do it is to consider the integration and its what you call it, its opposite, which is hypersegregation. If the enrollment policies and a student assignment policy we have increase hypersegregation, then we know we're going in the wrong direction. I believe, if we adopt this thing around integration.
Director Harris, does that conclude did you have more?
Maybe you could help me clarify that part, by the way.
Okay, Director Harris, did he freeze? Is that what's going on there? All right, let's go next to Director Hinton Hodge. Thank you.
Thanks. And I do not want to be cut off because you said 3 minutes summary, and I don't know how long he just got to speak. And I appreciate and love him, but please don't cut other people off. I actually don't even want to talk that long. I just want to say that it is 11:42 at night, and we talk about equity, we talk about access, we talk about disproportionality, we talk about Black and brown children, we talk about integration, and it is almost 12 o'clock, and we have 45 minutes left. Forget the issue that I brought forward. We have a SPED report. And so, this is a discipline issue right now in our governance. It has been raised very clearly that this is not aligned with a citywide plan, which is very clear our direction. This is amazing work. We don't have definitions around things as eloquently as Director Yi just talked about. We need to call the question, and I don't understand what is happening at the staff level even to allow this to kind of move in this direction. I get that we're governors and we get to shift policy and things like that, but I really don't I keep calling out privilege because these things don't, when we roll in this space of whiteness, we let some things happen that we're comfortable with, and then we don't acknowledge that we don't even have the skill to have the conversation. And it is 11:44. So I'm going to stop, but I am just asking that there is a suspension and a holding of this so that the SPED families that are waiting in the queue to talk get some degree of respect and regard. And as opposed to calling me disrespectful because I'm saying to other parents, we're going to study and discern more. So all these parents actually deserve some space, and it is 11:44. I will stop there.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any feedback for Director Yi? Director Yi, I will just offer that. I agree with Director Harris. I also agree with something Director Harris said a couple of hours ago at this point, which is that how is it that we get people moving all around the city? How is it that if you're going to take up integration, how is it that it's not just people have to come to the schools that are located in higher socioeconomic status neighborhoods, but they want to go to schools across the city? So that to me is a big challenge. And then the only other wordsmithy thing I would offer is that the word neighborhood preference to me is confusing. What I'm used to seeing is neighborhood attendance area. And I would prefer that we use attendance area after neighborhood rather than preference. That's all I have. Is there anything further on this item? This was a first read. Okay, we're going to move on then. We're now going to go to, excuse me while I look. Director Hinton Hodge, your policy on housing is next. Would you prefer to go to the special education report?
No, I'd like my 3 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take up now item S5 20-2048. This is a first read on board policy 7351, facilities, housing. Director Hinton Hodge.
And I hope everyone has actually read this. This is a very clear policy around us leveraging our public trust to do public good and interrupt homelessness and unsheltered youth, the thousands of unsheltered youth that we have. And in addition to that, look at our workforce and being able to utilize our resources. So this is a public good conversation. This is also a fiscal solvency conversation. We're about to cut $18 million, and yet we sit on assets that we have not taken seriously around how we leverage and do something different. So I don't have a clock running. Where's my clock?
Can you please set the clock to 3 minutes, please, staff?
And for the remaining 3 minutes, I would like for us to acknowledge the land that we sit on. So before we politicize and play games around these conversations, this is not our land. This is Ohlone land. And so for this period of time, let us honor those folks that came before us and our ancestors and look at what it would take for us to be courageous, to do a different body of work and support our families and communities differently.
Thank you. At this point, does anybody have any questions or comments for Director Hinton Hodge on the policy that she is proposing? Because we will be taking this up for vote at our next meeting, and this is your opportunity to get any clarification, questions answered. Director Yee.
I appreciate
3 minutes, please.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent of it. I think in the facilities committee, we are beginning the process of looking at an asset management plan. And so I'm not sure, to me, blocking out this particular vision is worthwhile, but I'm not sure whether it needs to be before the asset management plan has begun. I think it could be one of the goals or values we have, but I'm not sure that it is the specificity that Director Hodge is proposing is the appropriate one. So it's like a chicken and the egg. It's like the last topic, which comes first, the goal or the plan.
Except for the language reads specifically that you would do an asset management plan.
Well,
it's actually the language of the policy.
The goal is to complete it in by, I believe, 3 months or something. I don't have it in front of me now. So that's just my comment.
Director Yee, is there a modification you'd like to suggest? What is it that you would like to see in here?
You know, I don't know. That's just, I think the asset management plan it would be my first priority. Let's put it that way. To see what are the assets we have, and then consider how they will be deployed. I mean, there's quite a range from unhoused to employee housing, I believe, are at least two of the topics.
President London, if I could, my understanding of this legislation is it is basically asking staff to explore options. So I'm fine with that. I agree with you that we should have a plan before we commit to anything, but I think exploring options is not going to hurt anything. So that would be my reflection.
Thank you. Anybody else? I do have a question, Director Hinton Hodge. When you talk about the report that would come in March of 2021, do you anticipate that would include, okay, it does include partnering, how we would, thinking about how we would actually realize some of the recommendations that might be in the report. That's included, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Director Hinton Hodge? I have a question also for the superintendent, and then we'll go to you, Director Harris. Superintendent, is this something that you believe you could deliver by March of 2021?
Can you clarify when you say this, Board President?
So the second, be it further resolved, says that by March 2021, the superintendent or designee shall submit recommendations to the board regarding goals and priorities for future housing development that include considerations regarding each of the following, and then it lists four options. And I want to make sure that if we're going to approve this, that it's something that you believe can be accomplished in the timeline that we name.
I think the general direction is fine. In terms of timeline, that'll be something that I'll have to take back to the asset management group, because it has to fit into the overall process that we're putting in place to evaluate all our assets. But I think the spirit of the purpose of how we would use our assets, I think to Director Gonzalez's point, is exploratory at this point. I couldn't say definitively at 11:55 p.m. that particular timeline is realistic.
Okay, before this comes back to us, I would like to be able to consider what you believe. I would like you to be working. I just would hope that we would have a realistic date in there. And I see Ms. Talkington, did you want to weigh in?
Oh, I think, yeah, I forgot this is a first read, so I think coming back with a realistic thing. The only one part that I wanted to mention is the little line that says immediately develop modular portable housing options for unsheltered youth, unaccompanied minors, and newcomers for the 2021 school year. Just wondering with, our budget, since that's this school year, and we haven't gone through our budget development process and are in a lot of, just managing school and coming back, wondering if that time, I'm wondering about that time. It seems very aggressive for that part.
So what's really evident is that this is not an organization that really understands, we're in the education business. And so this work is really pointing to sit with experts. We already have actually hired consultants that understand this work, who have done this work in Mountain View, who are doing this work in Hayward. So when the staff moves, and I think the superintendent moves in a direction of saying, and this board says, this is the will of the board, this is the courage of the board, that we are going to move forward with these things, that you don't take 8 months to figure out who's going to do it inside of your organization. You don't have capacity inside of your organization. You have capacity with partners. So that is what this is calling for in that particular kind of way. So between now and the next 2 weeks, absolutely explore that, look at it. This policy has been out, actually, or this language has been out for quite a while. And no one has really been in a conversation. And I would like to call the question on this discussion.
Director Harris wanted to have some comments, please. Go ahead.
Well, I kind of to Director Yee's point, and a question for you, Director Hinton-Hodges, do you think it could benefit from going before the facilities committee so that they could integrate it into the process?
No.
And no, okay. Yeah, well, I do. I mean,
there's no expertise there at all. There's no.
Well, at least they have a lot of familiarity with the asset management process, with how that work is going.
I'm sorry, Director Harris, who has expertise with? I'm not saying they have expertise. I'm just saying they have awareness around the timeline of the development of any asset management process, and that this is in the ballpark of facilities. And so I'm suggesting that they could, as a committee, read it and make some suggestions, so the next time it comes back, it at least I wouldn't particularly support that, because this is actually ahead of them. This is saying I know exactly who they're going to go to talk to around this, right? We know we've actually approved contracts with folks, right? So the wisdom and the knowledge is in here, but the will is very suspect. So no, I and again, between now and then, I mean, technically it just comes back on the 12th, I believe, right? So, but do I think that it should go through another process-y? I'm sorry, Director Harris, I just don't. It's been out here way too long, even at this particular point. You know what I'm saying? Like this policy didn't even get staff attention until really the last week and a half. So I would not want to do that. Not at least in the time frame that I'm working on this. And I don't know. I know other people might have questions. I would prefer to go on. I needed that prayer and I needed that quiet so that we could get this sped. This is never going to get its just due sitting in this space at 11:59.
Okay, are there further questions for Director Hinton-Hodge? Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. We'll come back to this on the 12th for a vote. This time we're going to move on to item S6, 201983, an update from the Special Education Department. And I would like to welcome Dr. Aguilera. Thank you for being here.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our special education roadmap. We're here this evening as a request from our board leadership to provide an update. We are planning to provide you an update on our progress for the overall special education improvement plan. And that's also been referred to as our special education roadmap. But of course, we have had COVID-19 really change the way that we are approaching special education services. So our team will also be updating the public and our board on those details, including a look at the learning pods that we are discussing. Additionally, and it was brought up a lot in conversation in different ways, but we are also creating a disproportionality plan. Our district has been identified as a district that over-identifies African-American students for special education services under emotional disturbance and other health impairment. In addition to that, we also have over-suspended students that are African-American with IEPs as compared to other students with IEPs. So we'll provide you an update on that planning and what work has happened so far. Just want to note for that plan, the details in full will come to the board on December 9th. So just kind of projecting out the work so far and then the actual plan on December 9th. We'll be here to provide you details and answer any questions. And with that, I'll hand it over to our Executive Director, Jennifer Blake, from our Special Education Department.
Good evening, board members. Thank you, Dr. Aguilera. I'm hoping that my colleagues, Ali, Carrie, and Naku have also been promoted, who will be presenting alongside me this evening. I am Jen Blake. I am the Executive Director for Special Education and SELPA Director, and happy to be here this evening to speak a bit about our special education roadmap and our work towards supporting our students with disabilities during the closure of in-person instruction in the wake of COVID-19 as well. And I would like to take a moment to introduce my colleagues who are here this evening. Ali, are you able to speak?
I am here. I am in. Thank you. Hi, good evening or good morning. My name is Ali Guilfoyle, a Special Education Coordinator supporting elementary networks 2 and 3.
And Carrie Kaufman.
Hello, I'm Carrie Kaufman. I am a coordinator of the middle schools as well as elementary school networks of 4.
And Naku Pogue.
Hi, I'm Naku Pogue. I am the coordinator for alternative education and high school programs. And I have been in Oakland Unified for 11 years. I started at Westlake Middle School.
Thank you. If we could move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So tonight we're going to cover a bit of the work towards our goals, our big rocks that drive our work on our special education roadmap, talk a bit about our progress over the course of the last year since we last presented on our roadmap for the board, and then talk about our future in terms of the next steps and growth areas that we've identified for our department in the service of students with disabilities. Next slide, please. So quickly, just a look at our students. We are a special education plan area in addition to a district, which means that we support students that reside within the Oakland boundary in a variety of settings. Currently, we have over 6,300 students. It's up a bit from when we created these slides a few days ago, who are eligible from birth through the age of 22. Next slide, please. While we're waiting on the next slide, just in the interest of time, thank you. We do serve every single school within OUSD, every public school. We also support students in certain charters within Oakland's boundaries, students who are in home and hospital settings, students in a variety of non-public specialized schools based on disability impact, students in private and parochial schools, and then we also are very proud of our community-based young adult program that supports our young adults aged 18 to 22 in developing vocational and independent living skills through a community program. Next slide, please.
And just a little bit about who we are. Our executive director, Jen Blake, oversees systems and programming towards our big rocks, which we'll talk to you about later. Our coordinators, myself, and 6 other folks, 2 who are also here today. We provide consult support to site and other district administrators and manage supports for our staff. And just a note, most of us have worked in Oakland for over a decade or more. Next slide, please. And we also have our instructional coaches. Our coaches provide direct support to teachers and our related service providers. We have over 150 staff that work directly with our students to provide the services that they need to be successful in their courses. Next slide.
And so before we get into some of the substantive content around our progress, we just wanted to name that we've intentionally created the presentation this evening to mirror an individual education program or an IEP. An IEP, much like our plans, is a roadmap that sets forth our present levels, identifies our goals based on the areas of need in those present levels, and then aligns our services and supports to make sure that we meet our goals. So when we really think about special education as a team, we think about it as a civil rights issue, that our students with disabilities deserve the right to be fully included and welcomed in campuses, that they should be served in the least restrictive environment possible based on their disability impact, and that they have the ability to have high quality programming that leads them prepared for college, career, and being full-fledged members of their community when they leave us. Next slide, please. And so now we'll take a bit of time to speak about our present levels, which goes through some of the information about where we really see our key work within special education in support of the district's overall goals. And the next slide speaks specifically to the areas that we'll address in our present levels. So we will be focusing on literacy, also part of the overall district's priorities in terms of a focus on early literacy, serving our students in the least restrictive environment, making sure that our IEPs are written in a compliant fashion. We have a heavy emphasis on graduation and making sure that our students graduate with multiple diploma options. And then of course, staff development and retention, because we can't do our work without our incredibly talented and dedicated staff. Next slide, please.
One of the present levels we're going to talk about is providing targeted literacy instruction as a special education department. We've rolled out Spire and Language Live to our K-12 programs. These are research-based multisensory reading curricula, intervention curricula. Last year, we focused on training and distribution to our teachers. This year, we've continued these, but we've also examined ways to ensure that these curricular materials can be available to students at their homes, as well as the manipulatives and everything needed for this to be implemented. We've also utilized trainings focused on implementing these curricula remotely. Next slide.
Another one of our present levels is related to our graduation and post-graduation outcomes. So our graduation rates are increasing yearly. So since 2016, we have seen a 5% increase in our the percentage of graduates who are completing high school in our 4-year cohorts who are receiving diplomas. And our dropout rates have also increased by decreased by 7% since then for students with disabilities. Next slide, please. And we additionally, 18% of our students with disabilities receive a certificate of completion. And what that does is allow for opportunities for career and academic readiness for our young adults through age 22 through our young adult program. Next slide, please.
Another one of our key indicators for our work in the special ed department is the least restrictive environment. And we are very proud that we have moved out of monitoring status with the California Department of Education for the number of students attending separate schools by a real systematic effort on the part of our staff to reduce the number of students attending non-public settings and making sure that we are being mindful of returning our students from non-public settings back to our OUSD public school programs when they demonstrate readiness based on IEP goal progress. We also have made an effort over the last 3 years to ensure that we are adding staff to support inclusive services across the entire K through 12 continuum to make sure that we have quality inclusion programming in place in all of our different regions in Oakland to support students in general education to the maximum extent possible. And of course, making sure that we are doing the coaching and professional learning work that is necessary to make sure our special educators feel prepared to support students in those general education classrooms. Next slide, please. So also in looking at IEP compliance, one of the things that is important to us is that we make sure we have a commitment to a free and appropriate public education. There are some things that we have done already and some other things we have in the works for the remainder of this year relative to this particular domain. With the impact on COVID-19 associated with some of the training we typically do for our new educators, we did move all of our professional learning to a virtual system to be able to offer a cadre of new teacher supports. In addition to that, we've also created a self-paced video library that walks through common IEP forms, curricular materials, and other common topics that our special educators need to know so that they can come back to and revisit those things when they need a refresher. And we have had a tiered menu of supports that includes things like drafting draft reviews for IEPs and offering boot camps, which are designated times without instruction with students, where our teachers have released time to be able to work with a special education specialist on IEPs. One thing to note here is that we have experienced a significant increase in our past due IEPs. Because of the impact of COVID-19, we were unable to do many IEPs and all evaluations from the time that we closed schools to in-person instruction until several weeks ago. We are going to speak more about that towards the end today in terms of our concerted effort to increase our testing capacity, but we do currently have a substantial number of IEPs that need to be held and are overdue. Next slide, please.
Okay, we also had previously identified staff retention as an area for growth and focus, and we have seen some growth in this area. Toward our aim of having highly qualified and consistent and effective staff in all classrooms and positions, we focus on two buckets: retention and recruitment. So getting folks in the door and then keeping them on our team. And we know that recruiting and retaining special educators is a team effort. So we partner with school sites and school leaders always. And in addition, we have developed some key partnerships with other district departments. So for recruitment, we partner mostly with talent, meeting with the recruiter team every 1 to 2 weeks throughout the hiring season to monitor vacancies, candidate status, and collaborate around recruitment strategies. And we also have a small team of special educators who are working on extended contract with the talent department to support specifically the recruitment of special education teachers. And then in the retention bucket, we're collaborating closely with the new teacher support and development team to ensure that all of our new novice special education teachers have mentoring support through their emergency, intern, and preliminary phases of their credentialing process. We're also more intentionally aligning the work of our special education instructional coaches with the mentoring roles and mentoring work as well, in an effort to provide a more coherent and streamlined experience for our teachers. Additionally, we are providing a more robust professional learning experience through our department directly and collaborating with the academic innovation team to supplement and complement the professional learning that's available to all teachers in our district. And we do so knowing that supporting our staff to build their knowledge and skill sets and growing into more confident, capable, and effective educators increases the likelihood that they stay in the field. And so all of this and more has resulted in us actually opening this school year with the lowest number of special education vacancies in years. Next slide.
Now we'll move a bit into our goals, which are the 4 key areas that we are focusing on as a department for this year and moving into the future. Next slide, we'll go through what those 4 goals are. Thank you. Multisensory literacy for all. For us, this starts with a strong and robust suite of evidence-based intervention processes, quality professional learning, making sure that our staff have differentiated professional development that feels relevant to their own professional goals, making sure we have a full high school continuum so that we can support our students through graduation with multiple options that meet their needs, and our commitment to a free and appropriate public education, making sure that our IEPs are not just compliant, but also robust and reflective of the individual and unique needs of our learners. Next slide, please. Now we have 3 CDE required plans that are a part of this work as well. Our special education plan, which is the overarching accountability measure that the California Department of Education uses to assess our efficacy as a special education department for our LEA. This requires targeted interventions based on a root cause analysis for every element where we have not hit the California Department of Ed adopted target. And those are things like least restrictive environment, SBAC achievement, and other measures that are important to our work. We also, as Dr. Aguilera mentioned, have our CSACE, or significant disproportionality work, which is a multidisciplinary team, with general education and special education support designed to interrupt the systems that have created disproportionate identification and discipline for our students who are African American. And finally, making sure that we have compliant IEPs through a monitoring process called data identified noncompliance. Next slide. And then if we go to the next slide, we'll talk a bit about our roadmap.
This year, our goal for multisensory literacy implementation, we're working on implementation with fidelity. We've taken a multi-pronged approach to this. Besides training, we've also shifted our professional learning communities to focus on reading and the implementation of our reading curricula. These are facilitated by our instructional coaches. We also will be utilizing observations to determine the efficacy of the implementation and what training we want to do moving forward with the curricula. We've piloted virtual platforms of some of the reading intervention curriculum. We have also gone back to the teachers who have piloted this to examine the effectiveness of them, the pros and cons, in order to determine how to move forward in examining how to best support our teachers in a distance learning setting. This is all work that is aligning with the district's emphasis on early literacy. Next slide.
We also have an explicit goal around offering effective professional learning opportunities for all of our special educators, knowing that while our folks do have a lot to learn from our district-wide and school-wide PD, there are also some needs that are specific to the role of the special educator for which our department team can offer expertise. And we're talking a lot about professional learning tonight because it is a key strategy toward all of our goals. But we do have a goal specifically also around PD, which is that we are working toward a multi-tiered professional learning structure in an effort to meet the diverse needs of our educators. So at the tier 1 or universal level, all of our special educators have access to a newly developed online library of self-paced videos and tools and other resources that are available in our shared Google Drive and staff website. All special education teachers also, as mentioned previously, are part of Job-alike PLC, and we have shifted toward that model to better align with district-wide practices and to offer our teachers a more meaningful and collaborative professional learning experience in smaller groups. Then at the tier 2 or targeted level, we're offering group learning experiences that target the specific needs of certain groups. So for example, new teachers offering IEP boot camps, as were referenced earlier, and a new teacher PD series throughout the fall. And then at the tier 3 level or intensive level of PD offering, we have our one-on-one or very small group coaching that's provided to our teachers on an ongoing basis. So while our special education instructional coaches are available as resources to all of their schools and teachers, we do focus individual ongoing coaching on those who need it most. And again, as mentioned earlier, we're aligning the mentoring and coaching work with that of the new teacher support and development and benefiting from the learning opportunities with the new teacher project.
Excuse me, we need a motion to extend the meeting. This meeting is scheduled to end at 12:30. We still have 6 voting items. So colleagues, I do need a motion to extend the meeting till 1:30. Can I get that motion, please?
I move to extend the meeting till 1:30.
I will second. Can you call the roll, please, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, on the motion to extend until 12, pardon me, until, was that 1:30?
Yes, that was 1:30.
Okay, Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Sorry, yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Torres.
She may have left the meeting.
Okay. Director Harris.
Sorry, yes.
Thank
Okay.
you, Director.
All right. Thank you. Director
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were able to complete the discussion with you all.
Thank you. I just have one final comment on this slide and then we'll pass it on, which is that just to point out that this tiered approach is focused on our special education teachers, but do want to also note that we are providing monthly and ongoing learning opportunities for all of our special education staff as well, including paraeducators and instructional support specialists, speech language pathologists, and school psychologists. And we can go to the next slide.
In terms of our commitment to a free, appropriate public education, there are a number of items as a part of our goals, some of which are underway and some of which are coming soon. The two I want to highlight are FAPE summits and the collaboration work that's necessary to ensure each child has that free and appropriate public education. So for our FAPE summits, this is a new PD structure for us where our teachers will be participating in an experience where they select a child from their caseload and do a full educational benefit review. This means going back to when the child first entered special education and looking at all of their records to identify the journey that the child has taken through special education to their current placement. This is an opportunity to really underscore that instruction drives our IEPs and IEPs drive our instruction. And the two cannot live apart from one another, but really feed each other in a feedback loop. The other piece of this really is collaboration. As part of our implementation of both our disproportionality plans and our overall special education plan, we know that special ed cannot be a silo. We know that we are reliant upon the work of other teams and need to engage with other teams, including close collaboration with our site and central office academic leaders to make sure that our plans come to fruition. Our students need and deserve access to all of the general education curricula and resources in addition to the specialized services that special ed provides. And so part of our commitment to a FAPE is working closely with those groups to make sure that our students have what they need to be successful in the least restrictive environment possible. Next slide, please.
I'm really excited to talk to you about our goals towards a full high school continuum. One of the things we've done this year is have increased our services in our alt ed programs for students with IEPs by adding staff. And we've also focused on making sure that there are both separate setting and inclusive options at all of our comprehensive high schools, so that a student does not have to go from one school to another to get what they need. In terms of curriculum, we've implemented in our mild mod and counseling enriched classrooms, supplemental multisensory literacy curriculum as well as math curriculum and we've trained those teachers several times and they're using them with fidelity at this point. Additionally, we've added curriculum to our alt ed programs and really in an effort to increase the number of students who are accessing diplomas, have added Edgenuity, which is an online credit recovery sort of program that is more accessible to our students with IEPs, and have trained our alt ed staff currently to implement that program and are going to branch out next semester to our comprehensive high schools. Additionally, you guys approved a policy that extends the opportunity to get a high school diploma to our students with IEPs based on IEP team decisions. Next slide, please.
And we'll briefly touch next on our planning specific to the impact of COVID-19 and the closures of schools for in-person instruction. If we move to the next slide, we'll have just a look at some of the things that our team is working on. With the closure of schools, we know that that presented unique challenges for our students with disabilities. And for some of our students who have the most profound impact associated with their special needs, relying on just one modality of instruction and a virtual modality at that is a very difficult thing in terms of making meaning and having full access to one's program. And so with that, we have really been focusing a lot of our time as a central office team on learning loss supports. So we're going to speak briefly about what those are. In addition to those, we also have been making sure that our students have the hands-on materials that they need and the specialized equipment that they need to as closely replicate the experience they would get in our classrooms as possible within their homes. And then finally, we have been working to expand our capacity for in-person assessment when necessary for initial and triennial IEPs to ensure that we have robust data off of which to make instructional decisions. Next slide, please.
Just a quick, I'm going to go through our skill regression supports that we're doing really quickly. Currently, as Jen mentioned, we're providing in-home supports to our students who are experiencing profound learning loss during this time and skill regression. In addition, we're going to be, next slide please, providing pods that are in person, supplemental sort of after school type experiences for students that will be led by paraeducators for the most part. And then on the next slide, as Jen mentioned, we are doing in-person assessments in an effort to meet our state and federal timelines that have not changed during this time, and are expanding our capacity to do this currently by increasing our number of contractors and also accessing virtual tools for assessments. Next slide, please.
Before we move to disproportionality, one thing that is important to note, just given some of the public comment earlier, is that we are really mindful of safety as it pertains to any of these in-person services. We are working with a multidisciplinary team within multiple central office departments beyond special education to make sure that any of the in-person services we provide have a heavy emphasis on safety. We will be providing testing for our staff before in-person work resumes and then throughout our pods to make sure that we have a pulse check on where staff are and making sure that we can have a nimble response if there is any potential exposure or threat of exposure. We know that this is incredibly important for all groups, but particularly for our students who have more profound needs, some of whom have underlying health conditions. All of the services that are provided in person, it's also important to note, are voluntary on the part of the family. So while we've offered this relief on the basis of where our special education teachers have told us students have had the most significant regression, it is up to the family and a decision that they must make based on their own comfort level if they would like to have those in-person services at this time. And then finally, but perhaps most importantly, the work that we are doing in collaboration with other partners on significant disproportionality. Currently, Oakland Unified is identified as significantly disproportionate for emotional disturbance, other health impairment, and for our suspensions of students who have individual education programs who are African American. The slide shows you some of the things that we've already done relative to this process and looking at a thorough review of all of our policies, programs, and procedures, going through an intensive file review process where we told the story of a group of children who are currently in our mental health programs or have been subjected to out-of-school discipline over the past year and are Black. We have done a self-reflection tool with a variety of different stakeholder groups, looked a lot at our quantitative data, and convened focus groups. We are currently working on the root cause analysis portion of this plan, which will identify a very narrow target population of roughly 300 students who will be receiving targeted early intervening services through the CSACE work. Next slide, please. And these are some of our key findings from the data that has been reviewed so far, both quantitative and qualitative. We have identified that currently many district interventions lack a tier 2. And what that means is that when students are struggling, they may move from the tier 1 universal things that are in place for all students directly to a tier 3 level intervention, or in some cases may go directly from general education to a special ed referral without those multi-tiered system steps that are likely to stop students from requiring special special ed intervention in some cases. We also were able to see that our students who are eligible under emotional disturbance, who are overwhelmingly African American, are much more likely to have interruptions in their schooling and relationships established with that schooling. In some cases, we found that our students were changing schools every 1 to 2 years during their time with us here in OUSD. We know that many of our students within this population have had speech or communication delays reported by their families and caregivers, starting at the earliest stages of language development. And then later on, frustration around communication has manifested as problem behavior, which is something that we need to take back and think about as we plan our articulation of speech and language services across the district for the coming school year and beyond. And then finally, we have a mindset challenge in Oakland that in many places, when a student enters a special ed program, there's a pattern of staff thinking that the child belongs to special education, as opposed to thinking of special education as a service and not a place, and our children as general education children first, who are always a responsibility of the school site community in which they're attending school. And so with that, we'll move to our final slide, which is just the next steps for our work. This is going to be a document that goes before the board for review. We are working, as I mentioned, on the target population, finalizing our root cause analysis, and then there will be a presentation to the board in early December before it needs to be submitted to the CDE on the 15th of December. And the rest of the phases are outlined there, with us looking at the implementation of the plan and monitoring the cohort of students receiving early intervening services through the 2021 and 22 school year. Next slide, please. And with that, we just want to close with a thank you. We appreciate all of you for hanging in there with us through a presentation so late in the evening, and much, much more to say on this topic, but we're grateful for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting for all this time. Vice President Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just want to apologize that the meeting got away from us, and just please don't, I hope this doesn't feel like a reflection of our esteem for special education staff or the work that you guys do, because, you know, I highly value the work that you all do. I think all of us do. So really sorry that the meeting ran so late, and I know that there's still some special ed parents hanging in to see the presentation as well. So I'm really sorry that it went that late, that the meeting has gone so late, but glad we got to hear the presentation, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Did anybody have any questions or comments for our SPED staff? Go ahead, Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yes, I'll try to, I don't know, just run through them, and I don't know if we'll take the time, but I was interested in the 504s, kind of like where do they, you know, where they kind of fall. And then this is just an overall like feedback piece. That in general, like I hear a lot about what the staff are doing, which is good to know what our strategies are and what we're doing. But even in that, I feel like I'd like to know more concreteness. Like I hear, descriptions like mini or substantial or things like that. But I'd actually like to know if you offered PD, was it mandatory, and then that meant 100% of the teachers did it? Like I really kind of like to know who and where. I don't know, not necessarily who personally, but what are the numbers of people actually participating? I was curious about the in-person assessment work and whether or not would you have spoke to challenges there, like I'm thinking about the contracts, right? I'm thinking about whether or not people are having any kind of challenges or tensions with the contract if they're trying to do the in-person pieces. The access to technology, just again, like I know we're doing, we have already done a technology survey, and then we're doing our overall parent survey right now around returning and hybrid learning, which might be a little bit different for your department. And so sorry, I kind of merged those, but the technology piece, right? Like, do you have the adaptive pieces that you need? And I appreciate the mindset conversation, right? Like now more than ever. Like, yes, a child with a language, or hearing problem with, those are disabilities, and then they need to be addressed in some kind of way. And I know that Director Gonzalez and Vice President Gonzalez, for a while, I've heard her talk about early assessment. And so I'm wondering, I know we're gonna, we have to go after the learning loss piece and, bring kids back up to speed, but I'm wondering, is there any robust work happening to get into this early assessment, our pre-Ks, our TKs, our elementary, because perhaps that could help us also with the disproportionality piece. And then the last, in my 1 second, would just be about, you said your all ed programs, is that every single school? So that, I know that Ralph Bunch has it, I know that Dewey has it. Just to be really clear. These questions don't have to be answered right now, but at some point.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Some of these we can definitely take back and get you some more robust data on it. I do know that we had 121 special educators attend our new teacher series. So that's one fact that I can tell you immediately. We can also get you the numbers on the professional learning community attendance. We do have some special ed support at every single one of our alternative education campuses, and have expanded at Sojourner Truth pretty substantially, and also at Bunch over the course of this year, with some plans for next year as well. And then to your question about technology, we realized pretty early on that while we have universal access to Chromebooks right now, that's not the best tool for many of our students. To that end, we have purchased iPads for all of our students in moderate severe programs across our continuum, as well as the staff who support those students. But because of some supply chain logistics, we're still waiting on those to arrive. So we do have a plan for distributing those when they arrive. Right now, the tentative date is the first week of December, which comes with some pretty substantial professional learning and also embedded internet service for 2 years, which we're pretty excited about through a partnership with T-Mobile. And then the final piece on assessment, currently under the current MOU between the teachers union, that also represents our speech pathologists and school psychologists in the district, assessment in person is voluntary. And so we are limited to our contracted staff at this time, along with a small cadre of OEA volunteers. We are working on some joint communication with the teachers union that we're hoping will clarify the process for volunteering for such assessment and increase our number of interested staff.
I did want to add, we started having professional learning for our support staff monthly. We started this last year, and last year there were on average 50 support staff that would attend every month, and this year that's over double. So today we had one, and there were 128 of our support staff that attended. So there's some numbers there.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions or comments for our special ed staff? Director Yee. You're on mute, Director Yee.
Hopefully this is quick, but I understand you're using, or you've adopted, the Aspire reading program. And I saw that it has a digital distance learning tablet implementation. And I wondered if that was, if you've had any experience with it, and does it seem to be effective or not, and maybe that's what you were referring to around the tablets.
Yes, thank you, Director Yee. So Spire does have 3 different versions. There's a kind of manipulative driven print-based version, a hybrid version, and then an online version called iSpire. Currently, we have focused on making sure that our students have access to the multisensory materials, like the phoneme tiles that are necessary for having it be a multimodality program. Carrie, do you want to speak briefly to the pilot that's happening with iSpire right now? We're currently gathering some feedback from teachers about that fully virtual modality.
Yes, iSpire, we purchased 100 student accounts at the onset of Spire because we wanted to see how it worked. This was over a year ago prior to distance learning. We had a good handful of teachers utilizing iSpire. iSpire is not a curriculum developed for distance learning. It is developed to use iPads or touch screens in a classroom with a teacher monitoring the students. So it is not as seamless to bring it remotely to a student's house while you're teaching them through distance. We have engaged with OEA and teachers who are implementing it to see the pros and cons. to determine some next steps. We've met with them a couple times and have been in regular communication with them, and it will guide us looking probably at some further investment in some sort of online version or online support of that, but we're still talking it through with the teachers and internally.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions or comments?
I had a quick one. I'm wondering about, the kids that we haven't had contact with. I know we're getting better at that, but I'm wondering, do we have any data on how many of those are like identified SPED students? And then just any work to get, because, like I think we had a number, like I could talk about MLK, right? There's 50 families, and that's probably changed now. We've got in touch with them, but I'm wondering, do we know of those students that we haven't had contact, how many are part of our SPED program, and any special work to get to them? And then disaggregation of by race. And then as we was talking about all this race equity work, I'm wondering whether or not your department is kind of in line to do some of that implicit bias work.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in terms of the engagement piece, we have had overall an upward trend in terms of our attendance and engagement for students with disabilities and distance learning, which has been great to see. But you're right, there are still some families who we've not been able to reach, and some students who have not been consistently participating in their synchronous online sessions. We have utilized some of our COVID-19 CARES dollars to bring on a cadre of engagement liaisons. And so we currently have 4 staff who are working intensively with a population of students who have the lowest levels of attendance and engagement, going into the home to try to identify what barriers there may be for the family, and then working collaboratively with that family to try to address them. So whether it's creating a space that's conducive to distance learning, or setting up schedules that work for the child, or navigating tech-related issues, they're kind of there to be all hands on deck in a way that many of our staff can't be right now. We have just started that since September. So, remains to be seen what the data are in terms of the efficacy of that. But that is one thing that we're doing, again, based on teacher referral, and then kind of looking at that teacher referral data alongside our data dashboards for attendance and engagement.
Thank you. I had just one observation in addition to just thanking you for your work. And I want to say that in the 12 years I've been on this board, this is by far the most comprehensive approach that I've seen to special ed. I see a lot of progress here from where we were when I started on the board in 2009. We're thinking much more now about continuum of services, about the importance of keeping students in one school and not requiring them to move from year to year to follow a program. I want to extend my huge congratulations around your retention rate this year for teachers. That the turnover in special ed has historically been a real problem. So I see this as really great progress, and I know there's still a ton of work to do, but I really want to appreciate the leadership, everyone involved. I also want to commend the district for several years ago taking the step of bringing special ed under the general education umbrella. For a long time, it was its own department hanging out there. And I think that really bringing it within, and the intention when we did that was to make sure that as many special education students are in general ed settings and or mainstreamed as possible. And it seems like that strategy is yielding results. And there's still a lot of work to do, but I really appreciate everything that you've done. I noticed a very ambitious schedule. I think by next month, we're not quite in November. By December 15th, I think it was, you need to have another report back. And I just want to make sure that you're building in time to really engage with the community as you go about that. You all seem like a very thoughtful group, and so I'm sure you're doing that, but I just want to double down, particularly because this evening we came to this item so late in the evening that we didn't really have the kind of time that we would have had to really hear from the community about that. So I will make myself available if you want to host meetings, if you want to have a member of the board at the meetings that you're going to be holding, just so that the special ed families can know that we are hearing them. And I'm sure other members would volunteer to be there as well. If enough of us come, it'll be a special meeting. So let's just make sure we plan appropriately with the notifications. Thank you. Is there anything else? Then we're going to move on to the next item, which is thank you very much to our special ed staff.
Thank you.
And to all the families that stayed with us. The next item is item S7. This is a motion being brought by me when we amended our board bylaw and changed the meeting order last month, or whenever that was, 2 weeks ago. We eliminated the president's report from the order of the agenda, and I believe it needs to be there. So I'm making a motion to reinstate it with this resolution. Is there a second? Second by Director Yee. Is there any discussion? Can we call the roll, please? Mr. Rakestraw, we're voting.
Yes, I know we are. On this motion, Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Yee. Sorry, I'm not hearing responses.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Director Torres. Director Torres. Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
I'll abstain, as my goal was to kind of try and eliminate as many items as possible, since presidents can give reports during board reports. So I'll just abstain.
President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. I would just note that this is at the president's discretion. We'll move now to item S8, 201987. This is an application for provisional internship permit for the named employees. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second? Seconded by Director Yee. Can you call the roll, please, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, on the motion to adopt S.-8, Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres. Okay. Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Item S9, 201988. This is an application for a variable term program waiver
Move adoption.
for certain employees. Can we have a motion to approve, please?
Move adoption.
Is there a second? I will second. Moved by Vice President, second by myself. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, on the motion to adopt S.-9, Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Next comes item T, adoption of the pupil discipline consent report. There is none tonight. Next is item U, adoption of the general consent report with the exception of the item that was pulled earlier by Vice President Gonzalez. Is there a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Vice President Gonzalez, do we need to take public comment on this under the new rules?
No.
That's right. We took public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Can you call the roll, please, Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, and who seconded this?
It was Harris.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres. She's gone. Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Next is item U1, adoption of the general consent report for items that are funded through our measures B and J general obligation fund.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, second by Director Harris. You want to be president again? Can we call the roll, please?
Yes. It was, get my sheet here. Gonzalez and Harris. Okay, Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Torres? Absent. Okay, Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee? Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. We're now going to go back to item U33. This is an item that was pulled by Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you, colleagues. Very briefly, this is a lease for $1 a month of 3 classrooms at Brookfield to the City of Oakland. As you know, I've raised this many times. I do not think we should be renting property for $1 a month. This is a rental, this is a revenue generation opportunity. So I will be voting no, and folks should feel free to vote their conscience, obviously.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Actually, Madam President, you don't have a motion pending.
Oh, is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I do have a question for the superintendent, or if staff is still available, about the rationale for the $1 a year, $1 a month, excuse me. Can someone explain that?
Yes, I'll have General Counsel. Did you appear to provide a response?
He's here.
I did. I can't speak to the specifics, and maybe, Dr. Aguilera, do you want to jump in and save me, or should I give my best response?
I think both, because my answer is probably not as technical as yours, but we have had this past practice with Head Start programs as a feeder pattern effort, so that way students are going through their pre-K experience or Head Start pre-K and then into particular school sites. So it is a feeder pattern strategy, but I do understand the question.
I will add to that and I believe Vice President Gonzalez, you've raised it in the past, that this has been a past practice, and that there are a number of situations between the district and the city where there is a lease of $1 a year for particular property.
Yeah, I don't think they even pay the $1.
I can't speak to that one. I do know that other cities and districts have this kind of relationship. Whether I can't speak to the policy wisdom of it, other than the fact that it is sort of an existing and well-established practice. I don't know, Mr. Stricky, if you also joined to save me and providing.
Yeah, I joined. I did join. Greetings, board members. Happy Thursday. I will just say that the part of this particular lease was that, I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Aguilera said regarding the feeder pattern, our partnership with Head Start, and a lot of other partnerships we have in the early childhood space. Also wanted to point out that this was something that we entered into while we were allowing the Head Start program to renovate another site. And so this was going to be a temporary scenario and not necessarily a long-term scenario. So I believe after this year, we'd be revisiting with them what they've been able to complete at their other site that this was temporary for. And, I think just to reiterate what General Counsel Daniels was mentioning around our partnership with the city, this all came about, pretty similarly around some of the same times that we were, literally gathering several $1 million of sugar tax, attendance outreach workers, et cetera, from the city. And so this is really just, I would frame it as kind of our overall partnership with the city. And I think just around property, there's some things that we're leasing very inexpensive from them. we've offered similar arrangements on our side. I appreciate the, let's not leave in a dollar on the table in terms of leases, but I think in the framework of the larger partnership we have with the city, that this was one that seemed to make sense, that we support this Head Start in an area that very much needs a Head Start program. And I think we can reassess this again, as I said, at the end of this lease period to see if it would turn to be a longer term or if it really is going to just be a shorter term arrangement.
Okay, I have one further question, and then we'll go to Director Ng. Couldn't this, shouldn't all of these facilities be included in the joint use agreement that has needed for about 6 years to be updated with the city? Is there any reason why we wouldn't include these facilities in there? I know that's usually focused on Parks and Rec type facilities, but could it include this as well?
Madam President, it is not within the scope of what has sort of been discussed around joint use agreements. And to your point, it's joint use is more around when there's mutual use, and it's, when does the district have priority versus the city? This is a situation where traditionally, at least, it would be a standalone lease. Legally, you can do whatever you want, basically, in a document, but sort of typically it'd be a separate document.
Great, thank you, Director Ng.
I was just going to make a similar point where it seems like we need. So I'm fine with this if we're going to be revisiting next year. I thought it was just going to be last year. I remember it being a temporary. Temporary, but I guess it does speak to the longer, the need for us to develop some criteria. And I don't know if this is part of the asset management conversation or where it is in terms of the strategy conversation, but the fact that we, while I definitely agree, understand and agree that there are opportunities for us to be in partnership with the city, it seems a little odd that in one hand, there's, unless we have some strategy or criteria that on one hand we will be leasing $1 a year, and then on the other hand, we are pursuing strategies around joint use, not joint use, like the Piedmont Ave library, for example, where we're talking very explicitly about it being revenue generation and asking the city for rental. So I feel like we're going to need to it would be helpful to have buckets and some strategy or criteria around when is it mutual beneficial or something, so it's a little bit less subjective as we negotiate our relationship with the city, because it seems like so anyways, that's something kind of forward looking that I think that we need to, if not part of the joint use, find another container for that conversation.
Yeah, and President London, just from my perspective, there's a issue I'm working on the Havens Court campus, and the city is not bending over backwards to make it easy for us. So I'm just saying, there should be some reciprocity here if we're doing all these things to make it, make life better for the city.
Duly noted. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, on the roll call for the adoption of U.-33. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
No.
President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. I think that was a helpful conversation. We're going to go now to sorry, I'm scrolling down. Item V, introduction of new legislative matters. Does anybody, I will note that we have placed on the agenda a petition that received for a charter renewal from the Alternatives in Action Charter High School. That will come to us for hearing on November 4th. Is that correct? I believe that's when it will come to us for a hearing, special meeting. Is there any other new legislative items this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on to item W, report of regular board members. Does anybody have anything they want to report? It's late.
I still need to schedule D3 strategic planning meeting, so it'd be I don't have a date, but it'd be before the 11th.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Okay, item X, agenda building and work plan review. I think this again, this is a new item for us. I think this is a point where we say, gee, I heard tonight these things. I think we should be adding these to the agenda coming forward, or maybe we need to be modifying our board work plan for the
Well,
year.
one thing, President Lind, I'm hoping we can do is just as a general standing thing is have our work plan posted here so that anybody in the public could review it, and also so that we as board members can just like, oh yeah, that's what we said we're going to do this year. Because we consistently haven't been hitting our goals, and granted there have been fires and pandemics and whatever, but like I think if we can visit it more often, it will help us stay better on track.
We'll ask the staff to, on a going forward basis, post the board's work plan with this item. Is there anything that anybody would like to bring up this evening?
I would just preview for next time. I think we're going to be talking about the blueprint and the next steps with the blueprint, which I know is an item of great interest to many in the community. So I'll just preview that.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we're going to item Y. If there's anybody still remaining with us who wants to offer public comment on any of the items we just heard, that would be the introduction of new legislative matters, the board member report, the agenda building and work plan review. You can raise your hand now and we will call on you to offer comments. Do we have any speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we do. Carol Dilton.
Well, now I get to say good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Same to you.
In terms of agenda building, the discussion that I just heard had just a lot of assumptions in it. I've been very regularly following these meetings for the past several years. I have never heard a specific on how does the district benefit from use of city properties. You know, if they really wanted to offer the district something, perhaps it would have been office space. So I'd like to see the agenda include a review of what those properties are on both ends of it, and to move toward where there's a property where funds could be generated to have that at a reasonable rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional comments, Ms. Floyd?
No, that was our only speaker.
Great. So we are now at item Z, adjournment. It's 1:01 on my watch, which means we ended 29 minutes early. So thank you all for bearing with us. This was a long meeting. I expect that the next 2 meetings with this board, we have 2 more meetings remaining with this board, will be long ones. I want to encourage everyone, if you haven't voted already, vote. The election is on Tuesday. If you have a ballot that you filled out, but you just haven't sent it in for some reason, mail it tomorrow or take it down to a Dropbox tomorrow. But please,
President London, we had said we were going to adjourn tonight in honor of Mr. Ben
and
Bisnick.
thank you for reminding me. And we are adjourning tonight in memory of our former teacher and OEA president, Ben Visnick. May his memory be a blessing. Good night.